to persecute World War II, which has, of course, devastating consequences. Um, we will not speak extensively about it, certainly in today's lecture. There's obviously a
Welcome.
lot to say about how the Holocaust unfolded, but it is important to note that it came about in very different ways,
How
different
you living,
parts of
pimp?
Eastern Central Europe. Specifically, many of these countries were much more reluctant to give up their own citizens. For example, Hungary giving up its own Magyar Jews, its own Hungarian Jews, but Jews who were refugees into Hungary were not nearly as well protected as this rather moving monument on the Danube River shows. Represents the Jews who were forced to leave their shoes behind and dive into the Danube River and drown to death. Terrifying stories of persecution. Immediately after the end of the World War II, a new war begins, the Cold War. And this represents essentially the division of Europe into pro-Western states and pro-Soviet states. Germany is divided in half, and Czechoslovakia and Hungary fall under the Soviet realm. And these peoples, although they had more liberal forms of communism than under the Soviet Union proper, nevertheless they are restive under Soviet dominance and have several rebellions which are typically put down by the Soviets, including the Prague Spring of 1968, which was quelled only by the advance of Soviet tanks into Prague itself. Other parts of East Central Europe continue to have unhappy populations, and it's only in the late 1980s that eventually they are able to overthrow the Soviet Union, which eventually collapses in 1991. So that's essentially the course of the lectures that we'll discuss in this particular period. The legacy of Danubian Jewry, although it is no longer a demographic one, because of the huge devastation of the Holocaust, there nevertheless is a phenomenal intellectual, political, social, and cultural legacy from the Jews who lived along the Danube River, and I'm looking forward to speaking with you about it this semester. Thank you very much for watching. Everyone, I hope you are doing well. Just returned from this amazing trip at Danube River, and I want to share a few highlights of my experience there on the historical level. One of these sites that was absolutely incredible, that I was completely unprepared for, and really took me back and reflecting on quite a while. Specifically, I'm speaking about the tomb of the Hassan Sofer, also Sofer, who was a very important 18th century rabbi in Pressburg, later correctly known as Bratislava, Czechoslovakia. An amazing monument to a phenomenal people, and I was able to walk through the experience of visiting this place. So here's a map, first of all, of where Slovakia is and where Bratislava is. It was a home of a very important Jewish community, second only in the region, really, to Vienna. In fact, when Vienna had some close century, 17th century Slovakia and Bratislava, then Pressburg, or in Yiddish Pressburg, actually absorbed quite a few Vietnamese refugees. The Chatham Sofer is buried by the Danube River, and there's an amazing story about the construction of his tomb. So let's walk through it as let's walk through it as I experienced it when I was speaking to amazing impression I made. So first of all, when you walk up there, you see this mound before you realize you're coming to a graveyard, because the graves are largely absent from each other. There's this sort of like tell, like one of those archaeological hills, and it has these beautiful, symmetrical glass obelisks rising from the glass. They're all in a faint sort of aqua steel hue. They're not entirely identical. Some are pebbled, some are transparent, but they shine like silent sentinels on this mound. And beside the mound, there's this massive black rectangular box that sort of slices into the mound itself. It has a dramatic slope-like entrance at one end, and that's how you access the tool. So, in a way, you actually walk underground. It's like you enter the world itself into a couch, great sofa, and there's a tremendous amount of anticipation, trepidation for the narrative. Let's just back up a little bit and understand how this influence came to be. So here's a historical photograph of this 17th century, which several thousand Jewish graves right on the when the Legion fell to local fascists in World War II, their leader decided to eradicate this Jewish graveyard. And the Jewish community of Bratislava, this was prior to deportation, destroyed most of them, begged so the leader to at least allow them to reinter the graves. This was grudgingly granted, and several thousand graves were moved up the hill to the Jewish cemetery. But there were a bunch of really important graves surrounding the Fortan sofas and seven, and perhaps on the payment of a large bribe, perhaps because there was a rumor of a curse that went along with the security of this holy rabbi, the Tiso agreed to allow those bones to remain in place, but he had intention to pave over the entire region, so he allowed concrete sarcophagus to be constructed over a series of those graves. Here you can see historical photographs how they're actually sealed in hollow blocks of concrete that protected them from the elements, but essentially shut them off as and then shortly after the war, plans went ahead and see here the grave. The communists, however, fell in the 20th century, and a movement arose at the beginning of the 21st century to resurrect the graves, or to at least gain access to the graves with a fitting memorial for the an international consortium was working with the Bratislava Jewish community to try and create a new memorial. They engaged this local architect named Bastinsa, who was actually quite brilliant. He had Martin Kaczynska had never constructed much Jewish monuments, although he had worked with the chief rabbi shown here on the left, Rabbi Baruch Myers in the Leipzig, who's originally from New Jersey, and the right, by the way, is my colleague David Krauss, Jewish historian in Prague. They received permission to begin construction. Bastinsa did a lot of research into the halachic background of the composition of graves in Jewish tradition, and with the guidance of local community designers. Let's go back now to the actual structure of the monuments of this of this. Here's a view from the entrance to the tomb. Narrow slot. It's rather foreboding and dark. It is open to the sky like a traditional hotel. For example, but this downward, this close to the floors of maybe at 90 degrees back. Toward that turn, there's this sign there. More languages that essentially says, as you can see, this is a sacred place. It's one of the appropriate conduct dress. What I find interesting is that the translations were almost identical with the Hebrew one and one translated on the first two words focus on others. This is a important place for you. There's a first relationship with this work. For everyone who visits this site, it's a sacred place. But for you, it's not natural. This is special because of the sacred. So when you take that left hand turn, here is a photograph of the chapel. He was first and foremost a
takedowns earlier, but you had to weather the storm in that third round.
Yeah, I know it was going to be a super tough fight. mean, Jay Johnson, and Apawa, my sister, and Jay Rebel, that living in the corner, living in every single training session, and thank you guys.
Well, Lupi, this was the most high-profile opponent, the biggest victory of your career against a former champion, Jessica Andrade. Who would you like to face next?
Honestly, UFC knows that I never call any fights. Whatever, the ranking is out, whatever, I don't even know how that works, but I'm here. I'll be ready for whoever they give me.
Congratulations. Look forward to seeing you again. Lupi Goldinas, ladies and gentlemen.
See the Joe Rogan Experience.
Join my day, Joe Rogan Podcast my night. All day.
Outstanding. Does not travel all the time. We've got a whole lineup coming your way on UFC Fight Pass. Watch exclusive live events from top promotions like Fury FC, and more, plus Asia's best prospects. Battling for a UFC contract on the road to UFC.
Experience. Join my day, Joe Rogan Podcast my night. All day.
UFC's been in Chicago. My co-main event, we got exclusive tonight. Everything you feel like a lot of headlines in advance of this is UFC debut. Yeah.
Crazy stuff on planes now. Oh, I know, man. Dude, like, what happened where it was like the altercation? Like, at airports, you see brawls at airports all the time. I have a theory. What is it? They don't want you to fly. No. You think I'm crazy? You think I'm crazy? I'm dead serious. There's like an Agenda 2050, and literally in there it lists no more commercial flying. And you see them at all these like WEFs and all this stuff in Dallas. It would be hilarious. Like it was all in the elites that cut the flying. That's literally the plan. For real? That can't be responsible for brawls and Spirit Airlines. Yeah. I mean, dude, they send in all these people all the time. I mean, it's crazy to me. Flights are always late. Right. But a lot of that happened because all these military planes are almost commercial. I'm telling you, dude. If they want you in a 15-minute city, why do they want you flying around? Okay. I see what you're saying about the 15-minute city, and I think that's true, but I don't think there's this grand plan to make planes slam into each other. I think it's a lot of this incompetence. Whatever happens, it's not Black Hawk. Yeah, DC. That was a weird one because apparently that lady was instructed to not go in the direction that she was going. Right. What was the specifics of it? Well, she didn't. They looked the wrong way. Like they go, hey, they look this way and it was coming that way, or they look that way and it was coming this way. They looked the wrong way when they just tried to see what was coming. Was she part of the Biden administration at one point in time and then left and went back to flying? Let's tell them so that you know. See stuff online. But if you even study like the Vegas shootings, the LA fires, they watched it like EI. Like, remember when that one fire or chief or whatever was like, oh, if I don't get you up and you're too big, you're in the wrong place, wrong time. Why would you say that? Why would you do that? It's human. I don't know, it's an interesting matchup. All lesbian girls. Right. You got a woman who's the first head of the fire department, a woman, and this lady's a woman, and they're all talking about how great it is if someone who looks like you comes to see you and help you. So they're wrapped up in that cookie ideology, the absence of meritocracy and the absence of like physical standards for difficult physical jobs. To pretend that that's not necessary, that you shouldn't be able to take a guy out. The guys that I knew that were all firefighters, the guys that I've known, one of my buddies is a firefighter, there's on jiu-jitsu black belt, the other one is a fucking big giant Irish guy. Like they're all big people. Right. You gotta be able to carry folks. I agree. And you gotta be able to do like crazy physical things. You have to axe down doors sometimes. You know, it's right. But that's taking 100-pound memento to axe down a door. Okay, so I agree with what you're saying. But what I'm saying is, what causes more chaos, what causes more infighting, is if you push everybody to this is DEI, that's dumb, and not that this whole thing is purposeful. So you're thinking that they're instituting DEI on purpose, and they're putting incompetent people in positions of power on purpose so that they'll fuck up, so that people will complain, or so that it creates more chaos. Yes. So, I mean, I don't know if the narrative easily became the Bolsheviks. I don't know. I don't know if they're lizards. Well, they probably are lizard people, but I mean, when Karen Bass, here's the crazy thing about LA. Very few people are calling out anything anymore. It's a city of conformity. Nobody wants to rock the boat because to get a job in LA, you need a 20 green lights. Yeah. All you got to catch is one red light and you're not working. Right. So if you're out there going, hey, dude, this is like, hey, man, what's going on with this? This seems pretty purposeful. You're not going to work. You're just not going to work. You could get mugged at a gas station pumping $7 a gallon gas and still never complain about what's going on and still vote the
Tonight's
same
lecture,
way.
I have to tell you, gives me incredible sipur nefesh. That's a term in Hebrew. It's a beautiful term. It means satisfaction of the soul. I feel so great that we together have the opportunity to study the work of some of these very important Rishonim, these early authorities of the Jewish tradition, that otherwise basically don't get any scholarly treatment outside of a handful of maybe a dozen, 2,000 researchers who think about the history of the Orz of Ruah. And, here we're going to put it on the internet and make it available to the wider world. So it's such a scoop, such a merit for me. And I thank you so much for giving me the excuse to speak about the Orz of Ruah, because it's a fascinating story. It is, I think if I'm going to give you a one-word description, it is the story of a genius who was so good and so thorough that his work was hardly studied for 600 years. And I said that right. And it's an abject lesson in writing that he wrote so comprehensively that his book was really almost disappeared. And fascinating. I hope to share with you why. Anyway, let's get started straight with the material though. This is part of the fall series on the Jews of the Danube River. Those who are regulars know I had this wonderful opportunity to sail the Danube River last month with the River Cruises. It was a fantastic experience because I had the opportunity to actually visit these sites in person. And it's a very different thing studying history of books than it is studying from the actual on location. So we began here in Budapest, and we made our way over through Bratislava, Vienna, and then across the border to Germany and through out from. Hoping to discuss over the course of the next few lectures some of the experiences that we had, and they were absolutely stunning. I will give away one bit from next week's lecture if you visit my blog, which is jewishhistorylectures.org or henryabramson.com. You'll see I have an article there, a very short video on the kever of the Hassam Sofer, which is a mind-blowing, beautiful monument. It's just like Jewish leader, and that is very well reading. If you don't have time, then just wait next week, and we'll go over it as well. But that's just an example of something we did. Here's the boat that we sailed on with my wife on with me as a developing actually my research assistant.
I love jiu-jitsu.
This is in the Bachal Valley in Germany. It's an amazing time. I'll tell you lots of adventures, but let us go straight to the discussion of today. The Danube River is interesting that not only is it a boundary, as you can see here in this map, this is the extent of the Roman Empire at its peak. And the Danube River runs right around here. Here's Budapest right at the top of this left-hand country. The Danube flowing into the Black Sea. And the Roman River, the Roman Empire basically used the Danube as its northernmost extremity when it reached its peak. But it's also, besides being a border, it's also a connector, because unlike a mountain range which has little number of passes, you can actually travel along the river, either down where it flows from here in the Black Forest out into the Black Sea. They can travel upriver as well because they have this path on the sides of the river, and you can connect your boat to offset and then actually have your boat pulled all the way up to whatever destination you have. So anyways, the river is also a connector. The river brings information, culture, ideas, literature, scientific discoveries up and down its course, and as a result, there's a tremendous cross-fertilization of cultures that occur along any river system, especially the Danube, which travels through several national capitals like Vienna, Austria, Bratislava, like Petersburg, capital of Hungary, Budapest, and so on, and also travels through many countries, about 12 countries, I think, on its route along the international rivers. The Danube is especially fascinating in that regard. This map also shows you the Jewish diaspora, which gives you some sense of the antiquity of Jews are much more populated in the Italian peninsula from the beginning of the Common Era, and only the tiniest number of Jewish settlements are found in the Danube region
I think
by
I
the 6th
messed up
century.
some joints.
We actually do have evidence of Jews very early times, comparatively speaking. Just Budapest, for example, we actually have forms that date from early periods. And his name is engraved right there in the corner. So we have Jews living there at least from the 900s, possibly the previous 2 centuries, a very small population. The person we're discussing today, the Orishal Isaac Archiana, dates from the 12th and 13th century. So he's not from the very beginning of the Indian Jewish culture, but he is there at a very early time. By the time you get to 1900s, of course, the region becomes jam-packed with this particular page shows the concentration of Jews in East Central Europe, with the largest and the heaviest population centers, constituting about 50% and higher of the population, and the lighter green indicating smaller numbers. This is useful as a kind of a larger regional map, but when you drill down into smaller locales, villages, and into cities, then you see the Jewish population really soar, because Jews are historically very urbanized. That is, at least after the exile from Israel in the first centuries, Jews seek out urban environments, and as cities grow, transportation goes well. Warsaw, for example, by the turn of the 20th century, you're talking about 30% of the population is Jewish. Budapest, similar numbers. Vienna, not too far away. And in the medium term, Budapest, in the century, the Jews grow, the population goes well. In Warsaw, for example, by the turn of the 20th century, you're talking about 30% of the population is Jewish. Budapest, similar numbers. Vienna, not too far away. And in medium-sized towns like Budapest, 77% Jewish, an incredible population of Jews in some of these towns. So you get this impression as you move through Central Europe that you have these highly Jewish islands in a sea of non-Jews. Very different urban rural culture, which contributes to almost some of the social tensions that we rolled over in the much more violent 20th century. Quick note of thank you to our sponsors. Mr. Christopher and Anne-Marie Gray have long been sponsors of scholarships that we generate with the
End it.
And we also have a few smaller scholarships, very much appreciated. Mr. Michael Harris, Keller, in memory of his father and his mother, Mr. Dean Webb, and this is really cool. Shalom Janashvili is actually my 7-year-old son's best friend. And I was so amazed when I got this email, Shalom Janashvili. It's weird when your son's friends follow you on Instagram. You know? I think it's a good thing. I don't have to say to my own son, he's like, so new, you follow me on Instagram, at least his Instagram is blocked. I can't see what he says. But anyways, that was a couple of anonymous donors. And for those of you who are joining us for the first time, the purpose of this series is to support our students with scholarships. We've raised over $15,000. I'm very proud of that. We just go to this website, the Friends of Jewish History, who does sponsor a lecture partially before we read whatever you want.
Okay, so now, good and welfare, let us talk about sources that we're going to use for tonight's discussion. So as I mentioned to you earlier, there's remarkably little available on the web about the Order of Rua, particularly in the English language. In the Hebrew language, you'll find more material. That's about it. Not even very much in Hebrew. My main sources for tonight's discussion are the works of the classic scholar Ephraim Orbach, who lived from 1912 to 1991. He wrote a very important book on the history of Jewish thought, a book called The Sages, and another book here called Bale HaTosfos, which is especially important. There's about 12 pages in this section, in this book, on the Order of Rua, and that is, I think, the most concentrated discussion of the Order of Rua as a historical figure anyway. Despite the fact that the Order of Rua, Isaac of Vienna, is cited hundreds of times, thousands in the Halachic literature, there's really little discussion of his life and activity outside of the Bale HaTosfos by Ephraim Orbach. So this is one of the major sources of his biography. We also look at some important articles by Yoshua Horowitz, who works for the Misrad HaChinuch in the state of Israel, and Monica Selmacher at the University of Amsterdam, manuscripts. Finally, a special thank you to Dr. Simcha Emanuel from the university. I happened to see an article that looked really great. I wanted to read it. I didn't have much time to request it, so I just fired off a quick email, and I got the article from him within 30 minutes. So I was really grateful. These are all people who contributed to my understanding of the life of Isaac of Vienna, and I'm very grateful for all of it. The manuscript is the most amazing story. It is, of course, authored by Isaac of Vienna. Here is the first printing of the manuscript here in Genoma in 1865. The author, Isaac of Vienna, was born somewhere around, not 1880, that should say 1180, sorry for the typo there. 1180, do not look backwards in time. He writes these things in age. He died somewhere around 1250. We only have the vaguest notions of it because he was constantly rewriting his own work, and he would edit it, and he would changes, and sometimes those changes will be dated. The last change dated was 1246, so 1250 is a rough idea of when he actually lived. He studied and taught in Mexico, Ashkenaz, and we will not show you what exactly this refers to, but he is one of the foundational thinkers of this sub-civilization we call Ashkenazi. Last year we spent the entire fall and spring semester speaking about Sephardic Jews. This year we're going to spend a lot more time talking about Ashkenazi Jews and also next term Italian Jews. Here is a map that gives you a sense of the ethnic groupings. You'll see that the Ashkenazi Jews are the purple here, but this is a little misleading. It looks like all of Siberia is Ashkenazi. Meanwhile, if you include Israel, welcome. How are you? But it is basically northern and western Europe with the exception of Spain, where of course you have the Sephardic Jews, and also that little bit up there surrounding Amsterdam, where a lot of Sephardic Jews fled. The term Ashkenaz is biblical in nature, and for reasons that are not at all clear, the early Jewish sectors chose to appropriate the term Ashkenaz from the book of Genesis and apply it to the Rhineland in particular, German Jewry. Those German Jews then spread out primarily to the east, where they formed the backbone of Eastern European Judaism, the Polish Jews, the Hungarian Jews, the Russian Jews, and so on. Here's a map that shows you a little bit more detail of what we're looking at. It's called Isaac of Vienna because he is specifically associated with Vienna, but he actually travels quite a bit around the entire region. Born in the Czech Republic, which was then Moravia, and he then traveled around Germany and France quite significantly, recording his travels, settling down eventually in Vienna and the name Isaac as Vienna. The legends of the manuscript of Daniel, as I mentioned to you, his large handwritten manuscript was completed most likely around the year 1246. And it was widely cited by the early Halachic authorities. Everybody is saying, hundreds of rabbis are saying, the Or Zarua said this, the Or Zarua, that's the title of the book, said that, but we did not see the light of day of a printed book until 600 years later in the 1860s. Okay, printing is not developed until the 1500s. That's when you start seeing Hebrew printed books. But it is completely incommensurate with the popularity of the book as a manuscript. Meaning, when it was hand copied, the Or Zarua was one of the foremost authorities of his day and had tremendous influence on later Halachic writers. So when it comes to the time of printing, nobody's printing. And even after printing has become cheaper and cheaper, and more of the classics are coming into common circulation, the Or Zarua still remains in manuscript until finally in the 1860s, two different caches of manuscripts are published, and they see the light of day. How is that possible? So let's just talk a little bit about the discovery, as it were, of the Or Zarua manuscript. One of the early writers of the discovery is none other than Shai Azman, very important modern Hebrew writer, winner of the Nobel Prize for Literature. And he describes, I have to tell you up front, it's classic presidents. It's just we found out about bisexual. He's a writer of fiction. He writes beautiful fiction. There's a whole story behind it. So this is not history. This is about him. And it is attributed to none other than Shai Azman. But nevertheless, it's beautiful to read. Here's an English translation. He writes about, by the way, when he was a young man, and his name is actually Samuel Yosef Chachkins. He changed it to Shai Azman. Joseph Azman when he came to Israel. But he was traveling through Europe, passing through Vienna on his way to Israel. He went to Israel, of course, that's what he became famous. But he writes this. I heard from the tellers of truth. That's a very literary kind of thing. So I heard from the tellers of truth that the book Or Zarua exists. And it was found in a manuscript in the Emperor's treasure house. I forgot to mention, by the way, that by the time you get to the 1600s, lots of Halachic authorities, 400 years after the book was written, lots of Halachic authorities said, I have heard quoted in the name of the Or Zarua, and I myself do not have a copy to consult. Many important figures, the Shah, many commentators on the Kodesh Yisrael, they say, I've read that the Or Zarua said this, but nobody is able to actually look up the source in the original, because the manuscript have all been lost. So in that context, let's continue. It is found in a manuscript in the Emperor's treasure house in Vienna. Because of its size, no bookshelf could hold it, and it was held by iron chains in the middle of the hall. When I went to Eretz Israel, I passed through Vienna. I said that I would go and see the book Or Zarua in the Emperor's treasure house. I found a person, and I asked him to wait in the Emperor's treasure house. He joined me and went with me. As we were walking, I told him that I'm going there to see the book Or Zarua. Now, as the topic of the story is, he said, if so, come, I will tell you.
Do you like the UFC? I fucking love it. Why? I'm a Primal Rage. That was a game. I think he fought monkeys in it.
They asked their wise men what this was, but they did not know.
Would you ever do UFC? Only if I got to fight a douche like Zuckerberg. Douche. Suck. Put his ass in a headlock, make his ass sleep. Really?
Some of the Jews in Toronto were about to change the practices of their fathers. This righteous one grieves over this. Meaning that the nature of Jewish practice, the nature of Jewish observance, their adherence to traditional halakha, Jewish law is waning. And so the Or Zarua, the manuscript itself, is feeling that pain. The chains are shaking as the result of making this noise. Tacitus was writing like in the 1890s, I think, so it's gotten late stuff. So he's writing about it long after but yeah, this is a period of great change.
I wonder why they have the camera like this. It's not looking at you. Should it be straight on?
Very secular period. When the emperor heard this, he arose from his throne and said, "Now I know that the Holy One, blessed be He, troubled my sleep only for this, so that the Jews would not change the practices of their fathers." That same day, the sect of the innovators, like the reformers,
Do you really like UFC? Yeah. Of all the sports, what are the best ones? College football is number one. NFL is number two. Really? Actually, I think I like UFC more than NFL. UFC might be my favorite sport. Really? At points, man, it's more exciting than any other sport. There's only so much fucking action in the NFL. It's only like 3 minutes of action. Like, UFC delivers 3 minutes of action in a round. And then there are a bunch of fights. What about boxing? I don't know. There's something like that sucks about boxing that you can't get the guy on the ground. So because of that, a lot of times you're just dancing. And that's cool. But there's something about you. You like UFC more than any other sport? It's just one sport, one team that rules. But aside from that, if Texas was playing Ohio State right now, or you could be watching this, what would you be watching? Probably Texas, Ohio State. Really? I don't know. I kind of like them equally. Why do you keep doing this thing where you're talking to yourself? Because nobody else is here. And if not, I'll just be quiet. So it's like interviewing myself. Oh, this is the worst, though. Everybody knows. This is the worst stream. People would be like, you were so fucking bored. You were just talking to interviewing yourself. I'd be like, dude, I've got 3 fucking years of this bitch. Do you learn everything about yourself on the stream? No. Is there anything that you regret during the stream? Yeah, I hate people that no regrets. But I don't know. If it all works out for you in the end, I guess it's okay. Well, what do you wish you did more? I wish I did a Discord earlier. Is that the biggest one that you regret? I would have fucked that up, though. I would have sent too many friend requests. I know it. I would have spammed it. So I'm not freaking out about that. You would have got banned. Yep. Are you sure? Yep.
Now, obviously, for children, there should never be a time when that's culturally acceptable. But that's why I tend to get so dark. Because we don't care if somebody's eating out. At least I don't necessarily think it's like I just always want to do the highest
single population that performs most.
Yeah, I wouldn't have spammed Facebook. I wouldn't have spammed a Google account. A lot of it. Better than learning to get that. Really? No, hug you.
Now that I have the history of the Sephardic man, and I have rice on Pesach.
He would sacrifice them and hold their chest and leave their
So the question would be, let's say we made a
Are you happy UFC is going to Paramount? Why? Wider reach? I'm like Joe Rogan though. I hope ESPN still does stuff with it, but I don't think they will. They're very about their own shit. Unless Paramount gives them the ability to like show the video and stuff.
And there's a reason why. 50 years later, the same thing happens again. And they go to the great rabbis of the generation, and they look at it and they make a decision, yes, you can have rice on Pesach. And after they make that decision, someone steps forward and says, wait a second, I found this precedent over here. So the fact that the precedent was not part of their deliberation, does that invalidate their decision? Do they have to restart it again? Or do they say, look, we've been talking about this.
She's Jade.
We're not going to change it now. So that's what happens with the Orza Rua, in that the original text is out of halakhic circulation for so long. People make decisions in its absence. Do we invalidate those decisions and go back and consider the Orza Rua? Or do we say, no, it's now settled law? We have several figures like that. Okay. So let's
What else?
talk a little bit about what is this book about. We'll spend half an hour.
I fucking love the UFC. Do you? Every UFC that they have, I get more and more excited. Did you watch UFC at the Sphere? I wasn't quite into it yet. You didn't watch that one? No. Which one did you watch? I think this was cute.
Basically, we have this very important philosophical concept.
Is she your favorite lesbian on Kick? Aside from myself. Are you lesbian? Oh, I'm the biggest lesbian on earth. I make Ellen look like Dick Butkus.
The later you go in time, there is a diminution. Thank you. That's good. Diminution of the generations. The trade of the Regas Adora, the decline of the generation, because they're further away from the scientific experience. Now, the later generations may have much more knowledge. Like I said, my iPhone has a tremendous amount of Torah in it, and I can access it very easily, but I don't have the same spiritual sensitivity that my predecessors had. And that has a lot of impact on how decisions are made. In those decline of generations, there are kind of like big chunks that are divided in our historiography and in our literature.
Who's your favorite streamer?
These 10 generations belong to this
Oh.
group, and then there's a big drop off.
W. Vagabond.
Another 10 generations belong to another group, and so on. The Rishonim are the first generation of European Torah scholars. That means
Really?
after the decline of the Jewish civilization, primarily in Babylon, where the Talmuds are written, and the generation that succeeded them, called the Geonim, in the Mesopotamian region. Then you have a rise of Jewish scholarship in places like Spain, in the Rhineland, Rashi, people like that are going up. Those people are called the Rishonim. These are the first ones. There's a series of rabbis that go basically from about the 850s, 900s to about 1400. All the rabbis who fought in that time are Rishonim. The period afterward is called the
Is this your favorite sport?
And that extends up until maybe the 1800s.
Really?
So he is one of the classic periods called the
This is your favorite sport?
And it makes a difference because
No.
categorizing
but it's close.
an Acharon generally will not have the authority to override a Rishon. And only another Rishon can override a Rishon. So many of the debates that we have today are really continuations of the debates that focus on Israel. This is one very important debate, for example, of Kodesh.
Is this your favorite sport?
In one of the major debates in American society right now, the election we'll have tomorrow, will have an impact on us, of course, is what exactly is the Jewish position on abortion? So it's not a straightforward thing. We should not take our theological positions from what's in the general press, because that tends to be dominated by evangelical Christianity, as they say, bless their hearts, but it's not halachic, it's not what Judaism says. So there is no question that terminating a pregnancy is not only permitted under certain circumstances in halacha, it's actually mandated.
I think UFC would be a lot more popular if the people had easier names. Like if they just go by like, oh, this motherfucker's a rocket, and this motherfucker's a pimp, whatever.
The question that comes up in the Rishonim to illustrate this point is, why is that true? There's no disagreement that it is true. The question is, why is it true? The Rambam, Maimonides, very important Rishonim,
What are your thoughts on ring girls? I'm very pro ring girl. About ring guys, I'm very anti ring guys. I do it, but just do them sexy. Alright, here we go. Who's gonna win? I don't know. I like how they're playing patty cake.
According to Rashi, also Rishon, this is not necessarily relying on is also in the Talmud. Fetus is actually a part of the mother's body. And although one is not normally allowed to harm one's own body, obviously, for the sake of saving yourself, you are allowed, for example, to amputate against a limb or something like that. So Rashi's position is not that it's murder, is that maybe it's something like manslaughter or something, or involuntary murder, but Rashi's position is much more lenient and allows for a larger scope of interpretation as to what you would rule, for example, if a woman's psychological health was at risk. Would you say that those are sufficient grounds for abortion? Rashi might say yes. Rambam, on the other hand, would say no. And that debate of Rishonim persists to this day. In the 1970s, Tzitz Eliezer, very important Israeli rabbi, rules that a woman who found that her child at 7 months of pregnancy was carrying Tay-Sachs, a very terrible disease. She said she can't take it, and she didn't know what to do with herself. So then Tzitz Eliezer ruled that she could, in fact, terminate the pregnancy. Rabbi Moshe Feinstein in Israel said, very wrong decisions. I respect the Tzitz Eliezer, but he's wrong at this point. We rule like Maimonides, the Rambam would say that she may not terminate the pregnancy. So this is the kind of illustration of how the debates of the Rishonim so very much alive today in contemporary times. Here's one of these Rishonim. What do the Rishonim do? Some of them comment on Talmudic texts, and in fact, much of the Orz of War is organized along the lines of the Talmud, structured according to the order and sequence of the Talmudic text. And he also wrote hundreds upon hundreds of responsa. Responsa are especially valuable books. Responsa are a form of halachic literature in which a community or an individual sends a question to show that to an rabbi.
It's just more exciting than football. Except for like punt returns and kick returns. And like, self movies and stuff.
But understanding what all these pressures affecting Jews, Christianity, and the Canadian research. This is how halakha is formed. In particular, the rule as usual in that he begins to show us origins of Ashkenazic customs. Let me give you some examples of this. But before that, let me just tell you a little bit about the unusual title, because he is, like so many rabbis, known by the title of his greatest work. Right, like the Rabbi Rothschild is known as the Chafetz Chaim. Chafetz Chaim is the title of his book. So the Ozerua, Rabbi Isaac of Dean, is known as Ozerua, title of his book. It comes from Psalm 97:11, which means which is the phrase Ozerua means light is sown. Sown not as in like a carry your clothes, but sown as in put seeds in the ground. The whole type of the year, Ozerua la Tzadik, Israelite Simcha, very poetic passage, is translated literally as light is sown for the righteous, and for the straight apart rejoicing. It's a typical kind of Tanaitic or Tanakh-like phrase where the phrase is split in the middle with this. It's not clear. The first part is light is sown for the righteous, and then the conditions are reversed to say, and for the straight apart, joy. Meaning that if you are, the meaning of the verse is that if you are righteous, if you are pure of heart, then you may not be experiencing happiness right now, but it is sown, it is in the ground, and in the fullness of time, it will burst forth, and you will experience that great happiness. We have to reference to like the word of God. Now, he especially liked this phrase because when you take the final letters, you see it spells out Rabbi Akiva, great
Stop it.
He mentions in his introduction that he is drawn to this particular passage and his sacred table, last letters of the word, because Akiva was his.
I bet UFC looks really easy. I mean, it doesn't though, but I bet there's some people like, oh, I could do that. And then when you get in there, it is just like, this motherfucker wants to kill me. A ton of people are watching. Especially some of these guys don't know English. So, like, imagine going to China and looking around and it's like all kinds of brands you don't know. Everybody's in, you don't know if they're booing you, you don't know if they're cheering for you. I think you know booing, but nevertheless. But it might allow them to be like focused too. I don't know where Dagestan is. I don't think anybody does. Not even people from Dagestan. It's not. It's like Narnia.
He lists first the actual series of letters, then he lists how they are spelled out. Like, for example, the letter Aleph is spelled Aleph, Lamed, right? And he spells them out in full. And then he lists some of the secret combinations of the letters, the codes of the convocation of Talmud. So, for example, the Hafbach system.
He kicked him so quick I didn't even see it. Yo, there's the Alexander. What up, Tim?
The second letter is replaced by the penultimate shin, right? And that way you can spell out a whole word or a whole sentence by relation letters, and several other rest compounds. And then he goes into a long
The quality of these pirated streams is amazing.
about some of the secrets of the shapes and letters themselves. This is out of character from most of your work because it is deeply Kabbalistic, very much into gematria, numerology, and other things which are, just an indication of the mystical background of your world, which we shall see in terms of his influence. Is he a Google? I would say he is. He would not make his reputation on it, but as we shall see, he was deeply influenced by very important topics. Okay, so travel and influences. Here's a page of the Talmud, it's very old printing here. The Tosfot, by the way, are the commentators on the outside here. This is the actual text of the Talmud itself. On the inside fireplace, now the binder is always printed the commentary. Rashi, who is more of like he takes you hand and walks you step by step through the numerous acts. Rothschild, by contrast, is much more into discussing contradictions and things like that. Rabbi Yitzhak of Vienna is one of the members of the larger school of Rothschild. That's the most well-known grandchildren of Rashi himself, but there are literally
I like when they do that.
throughout Europe that contributed to this massive body of work. His teachers included the Arugat HaBosem, author of a very famous commentary and halachic work, and his students included the Maharam of Rothschild, whose biography is also quite fascinating. Perhaps we will refer to it in a later lecture. Perhaps my most favorite of his teachers, however, was Yehuda the Chassid, who is the most prominent individual in a short-lived phenomenon called the Chasidei Ashkenaz. Fascinating explosion of spiritual activity, primarily in the Germanic lands towards the north, that has its own name now called Chasidei Ashkenaz. The term Chassid, we speak today about Chassidim. Generally speaking, that term is used to refer to the followers of the Baal Shem Tov in the 18th century. Prior to the 18th century, the term Chassid was generally used to refer to anyone who went beyond the minimum standard. Anyone went beyond the letter of the law to do extra. David himself, David says, Chassid ani, I am a Chassid, because I was trying harder and things like that. But there are a couple of moments in Jewish history where the term Chassid is applied to a movement. It happened so in early medieval Rhineland, where they composed a group of rather unusual, spiritually sensitive individuals who were deeply involved in various mystical practices and also ascetic practices. They had some things that today would seem rather weird. For example, they were very big into atoning.
How could you improve UFC? They have to stay down at the break. Is that it? If they had like a automatic hit counter, who's hit the guy the most, that would be cool. I think it'd be cool if they let them wear their own stuff. Make more money. You are just balls deep in Joe Rogan right now, aren't you? What else? Ball gowns for the chicks. I think that would be. I'm always a big fan of ball gowns.
That is still extremely well preserved among Jews. Probably heard of it, maybe even consider it in your own private relationships. Yehuda HaChassid, the teacher of the Old Zerua, he left behind a fairly detailed drill for his children. That has significant stipulations about how he wants them to behave in that way. The other thing that he wrote to his children is that a man should never marry a woman with the same name as his mother. And there's never, that's the only source for it in the rest of Jewish tradition.
What else would you do? No octagon, just the things on the side that are like ramps. Aren't these all Joe Rogan's ideas? The gloves with the fingers. These are all Joe Rogan's ideas. Anything else? I'm very surprised no one has died in the UFC.
house caught fire.
The Tom Buckles are very different kind of thing. Very well. You can see the value, and actually, when it's ironic that the Hasidim themselves also try to put the Baal Shem Tov is not a big fan of this. He's saying like we're not of the generation where we fast. We don't know what the abstinence is. So the term is a little misleading. It's used to the noise, but this is a big period of time where this was a religious style. This is all, I think, fascinating stuff from a religious perspective. I, however, am a historian. So what's really cool, I think, is what can we do with Or Zarua as a historical text? What can we learn about the nature of Jewish life in early Ashkenaz and Or Zarua? The truth is, we can learn a lot from it. So this is not the way the Or Zarua intended his book to be read. He was primarily composing a halachic treatise, commentary on it, but nevertheless, we have tremendous things to derive from it, and we have only begun to scratch the surface. As I mentioned, it was not published until the 1860s. So to see that, because it's a very different kind of work, it has a lot of beautiful kind of parables in it, a lot of stories in it that are fascinating. It was printed much earlier, and a lot of work has been done on the preceding about the life of early Ashkenaz. The Or Zarua is just beginning to get better history. 50 years from now, probably we'll have several monographs that tell the whole about it. So let's just have a look at some of the history. So my first encounter was actually through this man's work, Alexander Harkavi, who was a great linguist. He wrote an amazing American Yiddish-English dictionary, which is actually...
I'm going to get into that contender series. Starts on Tuesday.
Published in 1907 after he established American English. He had the words in there in Yiddish like Sono Fador, which is clearly an American derivation. Fascinating. But he was also really a great scholar of language, early language, and he studied Or Zarua for the non-Hebrew terms that occur there.
What do you like more? UFC or when you got guys going in fantasy football? They're like as good as sports as you can get.
And when he's looking for a particular word to describe, some kind of object or animal or phenomenon, he'll use the check word.
Would you ever want to bet on UFC? Yeah, right. What about soccer? Boring as fuck, except for Women's World Cup.
It is ironic that the earliest Czech words are written in Hebrew letters, because we were literate and they weren't, and he was importing these things. It's an amazing phenomenon. We actually see it also with some of the Romance languages and Rashi, and even some Russian words occasionally occurring here. This is a fascinating phenomenon. So we can learn a lot from the Or Zarua about early language. Not so interesting for Jewish history, though. What we also get from the Or Zarua is a tremendous amount of discussion about commercial interactions with non-Jews and other social interactions. Because, of course, responsa literature addresses specific needs posed by questioners. It also relates stories about how Jews live. There's a lot of discussion, for example, about what is a Jew allowed to eat or drink if he's traveling and he stays in the home of a non-Jew. So later we get the idea that Jews could travel alone. Jews could knock on some place or store and say, listen, I need a place to stay. I'll pay you and give me some breakfast, like an Airbnb kind of place, right? And they're asking, what can I eat? What can I drink? That's considered acceptable. So the laws of customary are really what he was concerned about, but we do get a lot of sense about how
would you ever want a horse? Seems like a lot of work. How about a dog? Dogs are cool. Horse seems like a lot of work.
Without particular regulation, or where the hat, didn't wear the hat, wear the cloth, not wear the cloth, drive individuals. A lot of discussions of what Jews could do with regards to non-Jewish discussion. Some of them are fascinating. For example, a question: normally, halachically, a Jew is not allowed allowed to carry armor on Shabbat. You're not allowed to wear a sword, carry a gun on Shabbat. Because unfortunately, it's that reality that this halachic discussion, of course, is, with my father, all the trouble to say, who said that, he said that I'm sorry. More changes, more stays the same. But this is actually a little bit different. So, you're not allowed to wear armor on Shabbat because it's muktzah. It's something that you're not supposed to use on Shabbat. If you're not supposed to use it on Shabbat, not supposed to have a war on Shabbat, so therefore you shouldn't be wearing a sword. There's a discussion, though, about what if it is like a ceremonial sword, like an adornment, like jewelry for a man, so to speak, or especially for the women who wear it as well. But the words of rule deals with the question of, well, what if it is a Jew's turn to do guard duty in the city, and he has to walk around on Shabbat wearing a sword? Is he allowed to do so? So right away, that opens up a whole bunch of questions. Wait a second. They had Jews participating in the defense of the cities, and Jews were allowed to carry weapons, which they weren't in a lot of locales, for example, in Muslim lands. Just opens up a whole different picture of what it means for this. If I remember correctly, in this case, he said yes, he can, right? Which is probably feeds into the whole discussion of whether or not people
Who is this guy?
nowadays, because
This guy's good.
not a rabbi, and I'm not going to deliver a talk on it, but the Origin Rule is one of the earliest discussions of this in the Ashkenazi faith. Another thing that occurs frequently in the Origin Rule.
No, what happened?
Common question: are Jews allowed to go hunting for pleasure? Are they allowed to join non-Jews on fox hunts? The Origin Rule says no. But like, first of all, why not? Well,
you have all these houses that are insinuated, and then there's all
you're
these
allowed to
trees that
kill
are
animals for food,
so
and
you get into
doing
the
so
vein,
you
like
have
what
to do it
causes
with
fire?
particular
It's drought.
prescriptions.
But
The
why are the
West
trees
said
okay? Because they have water in
certain
that
kinds
well.
of
Yeah, we
methods
had
of
a
slaughter
drought,
are
we have
acceptable,
water, and
others
that's
not
when you get
acceptable.
into
You are allowed to
like
kill animals that are noxious, like snakes, spiders in your house, things like that. And there again, I'm not ruling halachically, I'm just sort of discussing things in general. But then what about like something like fishing for fun? Are you allowed to fish, catch and release? Can you do it?
I want to tell you
What
this
apparently the Origin Rule is referring to is that, yeah, you have like noblemen who would say, okay, on Monday we're going out on a big fox hunt. Shlomi, you want to come on along? And Shlomi says, wait a second, I gotta ask my rabbi. Writes a letter to the Origin Rule and asks, am I allowed to hunt? Now, here's the question. As social historians, when you see a law repeated several times, what does that usually indicate?
They're the ones who run.
Yeah, that people are ignoring the law. That people are doing it anyways. Just like how many times we pass laws, for example, against marijuana consumption, right? Over and over and over again. And finally, some countries simply say, okay, enough already. Could be that this country will do as well. Could be the state will as well. But the laws are repeated because no one's paying attention. And so it could be that when the Origin Rule has to say several times, no hunting, because Jews are hunting.
Goes away. So I have a shot with her.
Okay.
She tells me she's
he also speaks significantly about the dangers that Jewish doctors face. Jews have historically been very active in the medical profession. I'm sure you know the joke about the first Jewish president of the United States.
The first show is Bakersfield. That's what it's in Sacramento.
The joke was like the first Jewish president of the United States. He calls his mother up at vocal at times. Says, Ma, I really want you to come to the White House.
So they were
she says, oh, you know,
both of those places.
when do you want me to come? He says, this Thursday, we finally solved the problem of peace in the Middle East. We're going to have a big signing in the Rose Garden. I really want you there, Ma. Thursday, you know, it's not my Jean night. Ma, it's so important to me, please. I worked for this, my first term, my second term. I really have to have you there. I'll send you as one, the Marine Force one will pick you up from the club. You know, you won't have to worry about it. She says, okay, fine, I'm fine. Hang up the phone. And she calls up a friend. She says, Sarah, guess what? My son, you know, the brother of my son, the doctor, he invited me to the White House. Right? My son, the brother of my son, the doctor. Okay. I enjoy telling these jokes. So he writes several places about the danger of Jews practicing medicine. Specifically,
documents, May 30th,
if the
31st,
patient
Belridge fire
dies,
burned
the
53
Jew
acres
is
after a power
often
line fell,
accused of witchcraft.
causing the grass to
So
catch on
therefore,
fire.
he
The
has a
documents
lot
also
of
said that PG&E
specific
worker
questions about,
identified a
what
broken
is
tie
this
wire
treatment,
but was
or
not
use
fixed
that
in
treatment,
time. So this is
consulting
from
with non-Jewish
2019,
doctors,
right?
and all kinds of things
So,
related to the danger
caused fires
of
including Fresno,
engaging that profession.
Mariposa, and
Finally, another area of significant value
So
in the
I
Or
had somebody hit
is
me up one
regards
time, and they were
Ashkenazic
talking
minhag,
about
the
how
origins of the
there's
specific
a
practices of
weird
Ashkenazi Jews, of which
percentage
the
that
Or
insurance companies
is a
do
classic go-to
whether
text, because he's
your
really
house could catch
describing
on
what
fire.
Jews did.
Right.
Sometimes in
And
extra
fire
halachic
insurance,
ways.
stuff like
These
that.
are like customs that evolved in the region that don't necessarily have sources in
She was telling me
specific
that
texts
everyone
earlier
on
in the
her
Bible or
block
lost the
had
customs.
like a really high
He is
rating,
a
except for
reporter
her
of Umatana Tokef, the very,
go,
very
well, does your
powerful
house have
prayer
a
that we
smart
utter
meter on?
on
She goes,
the
no,
high holidays,
I'm the
right?
only one on the block
Who
that
will
doesn't
die
have a
by
smart
fire,
meter
who
on
will
it.
die by
She
water,
goes,
or
holy shit,
moving prayer.
right?
He attributes
So,
it to
what's
Amnon
really
of
interesting about the
Mainz,
Sacramento show,
probably
besides
not
to the
a
PG&E
fair
person,
historical attribution,
whatever,
but nevertheless he records the presence of this
I'm
very
outside
moving
of the
passage
balcony.
in the
Right,
liturgy,
I'm
and many,
outside
many
the
other
patio,
passages in
talking to
our liturgy
everybody
today.
after the show.
He
This
also
woman
has
comes up to
discussion
me,
of what Jews
and she
eat.
goes,
This is the
you know, I
earliest
live in
recorded
paradise.
reference to cholent
I go, really?
in
I go, what
Jewish
happened?
history,
She
and
goes,
in
I have to
fact,
tell you this
the
story.
reference there is
She
because he
goes,
talks about
I
how
was
he
just
was
chilling there,
invited to
like on
someone's
her
house,
porch or something
and the
like that.
fire
She
had
looked
gone
up,
out, and
and she
therefore they
saw
had to
this
eat their
like
children
silver
cold.
cigar
And
thing.
this horrible
sky.
experience moved him so
Right,
much that he
silver cigar
recorded
thing,
it
and
for
she
the
said
next
lights
1,000
were going
years of
back
the
and
Orzavua.
forth,
But
back
we
and
know
forth,
that
and this is right before the fire, back
the
and
word
forth.
chant, I'm
And
so
then
glad
she
you
said
asked,
suddenly the lights all just
it's
went,
clearly a
boom,
French
and then there were
derivation.
fires
It
everywhere.
comes from
And I didn't
chaud,
stop thinking
which
about
is
this
hot,
story a long
and
time ago.
long.
And suddenly videos now are popping up
slow
all over
hot,
Twitter. If you go to
slow
my
hot.
Twitter,
You know, you cook it
samturplaying.com,
overnight, right?
there's a video right now of a guy playing catch with his dog,
Shula
and he
Anga.
throws
Oh,
the
that's pretty good,
frisbee.
yeah, after Shula
And when
Anga.
the kid,
So they have
the
also
dog
like
goes up
Kiddush
to grab the
Kleba,
frisbee,
or sorry,
suddenly you
like
see something
Shula
flying in
Anga.
the air that is a silver, like cigar-looking thing.
That's the song.
Okay, let me see this
Okay.
video.
He also has discussions of
There was a time where
his
Eddie Bravo and I
impressions of
got way
synagogue
too
decor.
high. We
He
thought
writes
that
about how
rods were
he
flying through the
remembers
air.
the
We watched
particular
this
synagogues he used to go
documentary
to
on
that had
rods. You know,
drawings of
I know
birds
that.
and fishes and trees and stuff, and he disapproved.
got
He
into
said we really
conspiracies
should
a
not be
little later,
decorating
so
our
I've
shuls
always
like
been
this.
this was
So
one of the
it's
dumb ones.
indicative of
This was
kind
really
of
dumb
like
one.
the
So there's these things that
the
supposedly
independence of
flew
individual
so fast through
congregations
the sky
and
that you could
his
only
halachic
see
impact
them
on them, and we can
in
see how
video
certain
footage. You couldn't
practices
see them with
evolved
the
as
naked
a
eye.
result of his
Turns out what it
historical
was
observations.
bugs flying
Okay,
quickly
so that's
close
basically the
through
story of the
where lenses
Orzavua.
and
We
its
now
video
have it
artifact.
printed in
So it
large
stretches
new
these
edition.
bugs
This is
out and makes
the
them look like
Orzavua
rods while they're
Hashalem,
flying
the
through the air.
complete
It's just because the
Orzavua,
video's not that
which
good.
sort
So
of
there was a
undoes
show,
the
unfortunate
unfortunate
Finding
lacuna in
Monsters
our
or something
historical
like that,
record
History Channel, I
due
believe.
to
One
his
of those
son's
shows, you know those shows,
well-meaning
yeah.
abbreviation
And they
of
were
his
trying to
text.
find out
And so
what
the
rods
Orzavua
were.
is
So they
once
set up
again
cameras
on the
just
cusp
try
of
to see
being
if they could
I'm gonna try and stream it right now.
known right, and
I'm just happy to hear that
Same
you're
movie.
Man,
They
what
did
the
it over
fuck
like
can I watch
campfires,
everyone?
so the bugs would be flying around.
thank you very much for your attention. God willing, I'll see you next week. We'll talk about the
And then on the high-speed camera, you could clearly see it was bugs. But
Going
on the
through
low-speed
read, bro.
these things are long,
Do I click
two
live
things
now?
we've never identified flying through the air, but it's just
Yo,
video.
tell me why. I clicked it. Tell me why it took
I
me
have
out.
a really exciting presentation to share with you tonight. We're going to be speaking about one
Joe,
of
it just
the
downloaded.
truly most influential people of the 18th and early 19th century in the history of Jews, particularly in Central Europe, but also, of course, his influence reverberates right through to the present day. In our neighborhood here in Brooklyn, as well as in Israel, is a very consequential thinker who articulated a strategy for Jewish survival under the uncertain terms of the Enlightenment, of the modern period. I'm sure that his approach will be thought-provoking, perhaps challenging, maybe even startling for some of you. But one thing you certainly have to give the Chassam Sofer, our subject tonight, is that he really did figure out a way to guarantee Jewish survival. We'll have room to discuss the consequences of his particular strategy over the course of the next hour. But I want to, first of all, let me just say quickly reminder, and I have it in the middle of the lecture too, so for those who come in a little bit later, we are going to be at 2002 Avenue J next week. It's just 3 blocks this way. It's a very short walk. We have a really nice intimate space. It's, the main auditorium there doesn't have a lot of the extra room around the sides, but we should be able to fit in there very nicely. And I hope you'll join me for just 1 week of this series down the street at the new building for the Machon campus. Let's go straight to the material. It's so exciting. We will come back to talking about locations. So the Hassam Sofer, I want to do things a little bit differently today. Normally, when I give these biographical lectures, I sort of give you the arc of,
Sam says,
the context of his or her times and birth and family, and then major achievements.
if you were fighting, would you come out with a hot chick, or would you come out just like with a junkyard dog? Should have used it for years. The latter. We're gonna fuck so many chicks after this fight. Well, I am. The dog's gonna fall asleep or something.
For those of you who follow me on the internet, you've probably seen I was so overwhelmed by this experience that I recorded a 13-minute video about 3 weeks ago.
All right, who's playing? Dricos, Good Places, and Shimad. What up, pimp?
We have to start with it. So, first of all,
Living the dream, dog. Every day is a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? There you go. Do you like UFC?
Yeah.
You know there's a UFC on tonight?
Yeah.
Okay, tight.
No. If we lose you. Stream is full. What the fuck does that mean? Means you're Brian Fuckwit? Means you're a bit.
in this game, we've had punt return for a touchdown. We've had a big guy interception and a return. We've had some explosive plays down the field. We've had some nice runs from the quarterbacks. My favorite moment of the entire day. We'll take the ball. Right? Justin Herbert on the play, but Justin Herbert's very deep in pressure on the coin toss. I would say first down with one timeout left. The Charger 48. Then Schrader in the backfield. Then takes the shotgun snap. Looking in the middle of the field. Now, right, goes right. Pass forward. And incomplete. And there are no flags. And that was a heck of a shot. Like Shrikeways Bridges. Great job. And the officials are consistent. They're not calling it. He got sandwiched. There was contact made with the helmet by the arm of the defense. Usually that gets a flag. I'm sure his helmet off out. So a second and 10, 28 seconds and one timeout for the Charger 48. Chargers up 5. Shotgun snap. Now looking left, going left, and picked up in the air incomplete. Nico Reed with the coverage. Ready to run it. A 3rd and 10. 5 and 12 on 3rd down conversions. Obviously, it doesn't matter. It's 4 down territory. Defensive front is gassed. Yeah. They've been gassed for the last quarter. Still in the huddle. Great. Also retirement. 24 to 8. Shotgun. On a 5. Snaps in 1. And pressure coming in as he throws. Ball is out. Picked up by the Chargers. And down with the 48-yard line. Pressure there from Tremont Morris. And if they call that, they can call it fumble. Now, of course, I was going forward. You know what? That was a long time coming, DJ. We were waiting for some pressure. That was the plan. It was a little speed, power combination. Shorten that corner. And I think they popped that ball out some more. Yeah, but that is our front forward. I think it's close. It is very close. Yeah.
Welcome. Oh, that's you, baby.
Seconds and one timeout. They need a touchdown. Don't let the ball go over your head. That's cool. Right on. I feel bad for him off of his catching straight. So I'm sorry, I've seen on the UCLA state the Broncos.
Hello.
What up, pimp?
What's up?
Kicking ass, taking names. How are you?
Good.
Excellent. Are you on a different device?
So I'm gonna put this find I'm gonna join like a Discord. My phone.
Well, I'm glad I brought my 10 God. Spend the night here, so yeah, and whatever the fans hate, they got money for no doubt. A lot of football.
And
Let's say, typically inside on like exit from SoFi. Opportunity making as he goes up chart, not focused on phones. Yeah, it definitely is a more phone, yeah. Whatever, just right on
There she is. What a body. Alright, Audie, I'm gonna unmute you. Be a good girl. Brandon, can you hear me?
Your community. GCU's BA degree program is 100% online. Can help you achieve your unique personal and professional goals. To use business.
Somebody's got an open mic. Shut the fuck up.
See you. Christian, affordable.
Chargers analysis and breakdown on the Petros and Money Show. That's the best they can do. So open up the iHeartRadio app and make two presets. KFI AM 640 and AM 570 LA Sports.
Some people just go eat and hundreds of car insurance by checking all state first. Like you know to check the GPS directions first before driving to the mall. Turn right on the line to make 1,005 to reach Montreal.
Not Montreal, the mall.
We calculate 6,005 to Nepal.
No, mall.
Checking first is smart help. So check Allstate first for a quote that can save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Allstate Brand Casualty Insurance Company affiliates with number one. William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had had a broken heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. The pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx, save me a lot of money. Save that extra $200 to $300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities. So, in puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our minds.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx needs are compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
The 2025 Ford F-150, California's best-selling truck. Now is the time to get into that Ford F-150 with Ford's summer sales event. Go see your local Southern California Ford dealers and get the hottest deals with zero payments for up to 90 days on select Ford vehicles.
Yo, what up, pimp? How you living? What up? Yo, dog, how are you? How are you? Hey, pair. What up, dog? Do you speak English? That's cool. How are you? I'm well, thank you. How'd you find out about me? How did you find out? How did you find out about me? Oh, tight. Okay, cool. Well, welcome. Yo, welcome. What up, Saul? Or Saul? How are you? We're just chilling. How are you, Saul? Hello, how are you?
Yo, bro. Shut your bitch ass. Yo, shut your bitch ass. You shut your bitch ass up. Shut your in the dark ass up. You shut her up. You shut her up, nigga. You nervous? You nervous for him? Yeah, because I'm nervous. He's sexy, yeah, bro. I'm nervous. You sexy. I'm studying because I'm fucking on my prayer, bro. I'm nervous. Your ass like, you a fag. You a fag. Your mama a fag. Nigga, I'll fuck your mama. That bitch. You say you suck. Nigga, I'll fuck the shit out your mama. Yeah, you ain't fucking shit out nobody. Nigga, I know fuck this shit.
We're just chilling, pimp.
I'm gonna be your stepdad, little nigga. I'm gonna be your stepdad, little nigga. I'm gonna beat your ass too. Alright. I'm gonna beat the fuck up you, little nigga. I'm gonna turn you straight. You mean high day face, nigga? What the fuck is this nigga talking about? We on Discord, little nigga. Yo, let her go.
United States, how about you, pimp?
What the fuck is you talking about?
Tight. Shout out to Arabia. Shout out to Riyadh.
I got a PC too, but look, nigga, I'm gonna fuck your mama, nigga. I'm gonna be your stepdad, nigga. I'm gonna beat the fuck out you, little nigga. I'm gonna turn you straight. You a fag, nigga. You a faggot ass nigga. I'm gonna smack the fuck out you. You gonna smack the fuck out of me, bro. You gonna smack the fuck out of me? Yeah, sure you are. Yeah, nigga. I am. You can't even smack good, right? Hey, you're not smacking shit, bro. You're not smacking shit, nigga. Belt to ass. My nigga, can you smack a job application in your pants, twin?
Welcome. How are you? What up, Saul?
Get your ass in the noisy ass music, 7-Eleven niggas don't want to be there all day, but they got to be there anyway, so I can tell you shit either. What you yapping about? Shut the fuck up. What the fuck is you yapping about? Shut your ass up. Hey, good boy. The blanket's touching yourself and watching the stream, but shut your stupid ass up. Okay, nigga. Like what? You said that shit, nigga. What the fuck? Yeah, what I tell you about the shut your ass up. Nigga having a dismal time. Nigga saying a ritual. Nigga. First of all, it was right on the first ritual. We don't got to edit shit. That's a rap, nigga. What the fuck is this nigga talking about? Fuck what you want to die with the morning and she was talking with the morning. Nigga, dad doing a witchcraft. Y'all gotta watch out. He said he didn't know that. What the fuck? Yo, what the fuck, bro? What this nigga saying, dude? I'll buy you the meal. I'll be put belt to ass on DDP. You better put belt to ass. Hey, first one that DDP gonna win, that nigga's gonna get straight belt to ass. Cosmo's whooping that ass so bad. Like, I hope you know that. Nigga getting his ass beat. So for all you DDP fans in here, nigga, it's over for y'all niggas, man. Cosmo take out. Yo, you keep talking, you like dick. Your mother likes dick in her mouth. Nigga just talk. Nigga likes dick in his mouth. Oh, hell. I knew it. Been talking. I knew it. You right, nigga. You was yapping saying random shit, nigga. Fuck is you talking to yourself, man? It's a bored nigga. You bored, nigga. This nigga just saying some random ass shit. Nigga don't even know what he's saying. Nigga speaking a fucking third world language. Like, what the fuck you talking about? Like what? Nigga gotta be bored. Lame man. Lame man. Nigga, you touch yourself too, nigga. What you y'all tell nigga, you touch yourself too, nigga. What is you talking about? And you should go you let me know I you have that machine that you nigga gotta be bored.
Yo, can somebody please mute this motherfucker?
Nigga likes dick. I said he keep talking like dick. He's still talking. He love dick. Nigga love dick. Right? I feel like so insulted what you just said, bro. That shit just pissed me off so bad, bro. Like, I'm so mad right now. Like, bro, this ain't not this only shit 25, nigga. Like, how you like me from my yeah, you like me from the niggas trying. You like me from my like me from my you already know you was a nasty ass, fat ass nigga. You got no job, you got no motion, no bread. Shut your stank ass up, bitch. Now let me get. Why you self-reflecting, little nigga? What you self-reflecting for? Your vibe to it. I just really bring up on your bitch, go ass up. Nigga, niggas don't want to hear you. Nigga, shut your whole ass up. Niggas do not want to hear you say, you ain't saying shit, but nigga, shut the fuck up. Nigga, yapping. Gang, we mad as shit right now. Nigga, getting rage, man. Motherfucker, like, just shut the nigga. I'm not mad. Why would I be mad, nigga? Why would I be mad, nigga? Yo. Hey, why would I be mad, little nigga? Fat face ass nigga. Yo, you got different no shotgun face, nigga. Shut your whole ass up, nigga. Asking someone else scream. Shut your whole ass up. Suburban white boy having that nigga. Shut your lame ass up. Someone else scream. Nigga, you from the suburbs. Nigga, you's a civilian, man. Stop what I did. All niggas switching up his accent. I'm supposed to be so fucking scared right now, man. How about that fucking money? You should be. Oh, well. I should be scared of this whole face having ass nigga. I should, nigga. You scared, yeah. You should. Ain't nobody know who you been. Shut your bitch ass up, guys. Who's you, nigga? Nigga came in this bitch on some mysterious nigga denied. Nigga, no, I came in here to tell you to shut your ass up. You so good for shit. Yeah, nigga. You're saying rich nigga, shut your bitch ass up. Hey, just stop. Stop talking. Yo, can someone else please?
Right. Oh, it's shit was crazy.
Can someone else stream the UFC? I can't see, please. Can't see it. The stream is full. Try another call.
Yo, Pimp, try another call.
Go to the other call. Sir, no fight for you, buddy. Pay for it yourself, buddy. Go to the other call. You are broke as fuck. Go buy the fight yourself, you broke. It's Jim Kennedy. Is the technical document Landman nigga can't afford headphones, so it's video shit playing loud in the video. Yeah, you will hear that shit, fuck nigga. And I do got a PC, nigga. I'm just on my fucking phone. So I'm chilling. That's what every nigga is telling them. I just know you, nigga. I just know you. I just know you. I see this. You nigga got shit, nigga. I can really. You can't even afford a
Shout out to Jacoya for streaming this.
What the fuck are you talking about? Niggas gotta keep. I'm just on my phone, niggas. I can stream that shit on my TV. Stupid ass. You gotta come on every. You ain't thinking that. You ain't thinking that, little nigga. You ain't thinking that, little nigga. Shut up, bitch. Exactly. Nigga, I'm working. This nigga got a cheap ass PC, nigga. This nigga got a cheap ass PC. How much your PC cost? Can't say shit about PC. You ain't got it. I got one. I can really show you, but how much your PC cost? How much your PC cost? How much your PC cost? How you pocket watch and worry about my PC? And cheap ass PC, nigga. Shut your mouth ass up. Nigga got a G. Nigga probably don't know the parts in his PC, nigga. What CPU got, nigga? This guy is a Chromebook. Exactly, nigga. What GPU you got, nigga? Exactly, nigga. What, like, you shut your bitch ass up, nigga. Nigga don't even know the parts in his PC, stupid ass. I'm on your ass, nigga. Go ahead. Nigga don't know the specs to his PC. Nigga got a cheap ass PC. Stupid ass nigga. Worry about me, bro. We talking about you still, though. I know, I'm on your ass, nigga. I can name my person my PC, nigga. I got a PC, fuck, nigga. Stupid ass nigga. You a dumbass. You still say you was gonna send that bitch. Bro, you can't even name the specs. You're on shit. Nigga, I can add you, nigga. I can add you. I can call you. I can show you too, bro. I can literally show you, nigga. That shit like, what? Why would I lie about having a PC, nigga? I can name the specs too, nigga. Like, what the fuck? If I didn't have a PC, how do I know the parts of a PC? That's stupid ass, nigga. The real shit, if you have a PC, you don't even know the specs of a PC, nigga. You stupid ass, nigga. You stupid ass, nigga. Nigga don't even know the specs of his PC. You're just calling me, bro. That means that nigga bought a random PC. You don't even know the specs. We got the nigga. His mom bought him fake ass, cheap ass PC, and this nigga had stupid ass. Hey, your mom nigga happy as shit. Nigga don't probably got scammed. Dumbass. This shit's sad. Nigga try to like, come on, that nigga's sad. Niggas laughing at your goofy ass. Niggas are really laughing at you because you a goofy. Nigga don't know his own specs. What a stupid ass nigga. We got scammed. We got scammed by the PC. Stupid ass nigga. You get it right? You don't know this. You get it right? Like, how do you know this? This guy got a game. Like, no, nigga, don't say that.
What up, pimp? How are you? What's good, son?
I'm on that boy's ass. Don't talk no more. You know when you're talking no more after that, nigga. You talk, nigga. You talk when spoken to. Damn, shit. Niggas is laughing at you. Niggas stop talking. Niggas is dead laughing. You say there's no place to yeah, niggas is. No, I bet any nigga even muted right now laughing at your dumb ass. Yeah, but no one's laughing with you, man. You just shut your ass up. Yeah, shut your ass up. Hey, you just shut your dumb ass up. Look, hey, you can say something once you know your CPU. Once you can tell me that, then you can talk. But other than that, nigga, shut the fuck up. Lame that. Oh, hell no, bro. This nigga goofy. I know I got it. I know I got it.
Discovery and innovation lead to the best care. Our doctors and nurses work tirelessly every day to bring you the best experience so you can live your best life. It's why we're consistently ranked as a top hospital nationwide for 35 consecutive years by U.S. News and World Report. Go to UCLA.org to schedule an appointment today at one of our over 280 locations in California. Once again, that's UCLA.
Yo, did you find out what your CPU was, man? Yeah, I just walked to my shit right now to figure out everything, nigga. You might walk to a stupid ass nigga. I knew, nigga. That's clear. I got my shit. I got my shit attached on the walls. You don't gotta look at your shit to know what it is. You can just type your specs in on your fucking PC, stupid ass nigga. But you don't know how to do that. You just bought it. Okay. You don't know your specs? That's even worse, you stupid ass nigga. You can't see a CPU looking in their PC. You're like, yes, you can. You can like look at it. I can't. I gotta look at my motherboard. All you gotta do for me, I just go to Task Manager and then it just shows my CPU. But I don't got a PC though, right? So I don't know what I'm talking about because I don't got a PC apparently to this thing. Yeah, I heard them on phone. Nigga, like a screen that's off my TV.
Niggas don't got a PC. Niggas don't got a fucking Ultra Specs 3000 gigabyte. Like, your bitch ass. Damn. How do you do that? Your big ass nigga. Like, shut your lame ass up. Nigga, I'm a big nigga. Grind the fuck out of me. Like, damn, nigga.
Nah, niggas just see you a dumbass. That's worse though, nigga. Niggas say you just bought that PC. If you just bought it, how do you not know the specs? You should that's the first thing you should know when you get a PC, nigga. You look at the specs, nigga, because you don't want to get scammed. You probably your dumbass got the first PC you saw. For real, you just seen a PC and was like, oh, this is like, I'll take that one. I'll take that, I'll take that. Yeah. Thanks, though. This got pictures of PC off his LED lights. Oh, no.
Hey, brother, do you like Turkey?
Turkey rules, dog.
From Turkey.
Shout out to Turkey. Shout out to Istanbul. Shout out to Constantinople. Shout out to Byzantium.
Yes. You know so much
Oh, dog, I know.
about Turkey.
Word, dog.
Rabbi. Hello, Rabbi.
What up, pimp? How'd you find out about me?
So, my friends told me a group, and I just joined.
Your friends are amazing.
And I'm here. Yeah. So, how many days have you been sleeping there? And why are you have a lot of monitors?
I've been live for 3.5 years.
3 what?
I've been live for 3.5 years.
Oh. How, bro?
I'm amazing.
Yeah. Rabbi, what are you watching now?
UFC.
UFC, yeah, bro. I'm waiting to Hamza Chimaev's display. Bro, when is the Hamzat match? What
Um,
time?
in like an hour.
In how? Oh, maybe I will sleep. Yeah, it's so late. Bro, what country do you live in
United States.
now? United States. Burger King, McDonald's, America, Eagle.
Oh, that is
You
true.
love Donald Trump?
I don't get political.
Peaceful, man.
Absolutely. Do you have a way?
Thanksgiving, take yourself.
Do you have a way to?
What?
Do you have a way to watch the UFC?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm waiting too, but it's a lot of time
Why don't
for
you?
me in how maybe I can sleep
Why don't you stream it?
my sleep time. Bro, I can't because I have no money. I searching the illegal site
Yeah, I know. I'll give you
for
the.
UFC watching.
I'll give you the link, and you can stream it.
Really?
Yeah, dude. Just one moment. Stream it in here.
Oh, thank you, bro.
Absolutely. It's
Here.
yeah. Okay, you ready?
Brandon. Yeah.
VIPROW.NU.
IP.
Yeah, VIPROW.NU. And then go to MMA, and they have all the links.
Bro, B R
No.
W.
VIP, like very important person.
VIP. Okay.
ROW, like row. VIP row. .NU. N is in N is in Nancy, U is in university.
Okay, bro, I found it.
Excellent.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Pimp.
Appreciate that, bro.
You're welcome, son.
How old are you, bro?
39.
39. Oh, you don't look like a 39.
Thanks, baby.
Oh, baby. Okay, bro, I'm sleeping.
All right, well,
Yourself. Goodbye.
peace, buddy. Yo, shut the fuck up.
Oh, he speaks. He speaks. He speaks. Hey, Rabbi, mute your mic,
How you living, Pimp? How you living, Pimp?
What the fuck did you say?
You heard me, you ugly fuck.
Nigga, you fat as shit, Rabbi.
Thanks, dog.
It's dirty ass, bitch. Dirty as fuck, nigga. This nigga Rabbi don't take showers. We see all day you take no shower. Dirty ass. He ain't let stay there until I fuck that nigga in his ass. Right up.
Shout out to Jacoya for streaming the fight.
Rabbi, shut your dumb ass up. Stay on me, bitch.
Nobody wants your fucking opinion.
fuck up, nigga. You special needs, bitch. My name Rabbi.
Cool story, bro.
Yeah, you see, nigga, kindergarten ass remarks. Well privileged ass nigga.
Chargers Audio Network. Rams over the Chargers 23-22. Chargers run 22-17 with 19 seconds left in the fourth. Rams had a 4th and 10 at the Charger 40 and Domenic completed a 40-yard Hail Mary pass to Brendan Presley, and the Rams won it.
I don't know, I'm not motherfucking nigga in his ass, but I couldn't do it, nigga. My condom, bro. I put my lid inside that bro, bro. I'm going in, I'm smacking dick all up.
Dog, shut the fuck up.
His ass, that nigga do like that. I got nigga, I scratched it. I put my thumb inside his butt and tickled on his mouth. I'm gonna play tug of war with his dick if you don't do that. Up and down, thinking I'm gonna do. I done put my dick up in his ass, man. I had to fuck. Let's go. The fuck, nigga? Rabbi, you stank, nigga. Nigga musty and shit. I know you.
Cool story, bro. Shut the fuck up and watch the fight.
The shitty draws ass nigga. You wanna watch this dumb ass fight, nigga? First game, I heard so much screenshots of the nigga doing absolutely fucking nothing. But the bitch fall on my story.
Thanks for the promotion, pimp.
Nigga ain't at you. It's a promotion if I at you, ain't at your dumb ass.
Yo, dog, I love living rent-free in your head.
Bro, please shut the fuck up, Rabbi. Haters don't know you, man. Hey, nigga, this is your first day talking to niggas. Nigga think you cool and shit.
Cool story, bro. Just shut the fuck up and watch the fight.
Watch this. Nigga, everybody this is the first time I've ever heard him talk. This is the first time I've ever heard him talk. That nigga's a bitch, bro. He's scary as fuck. Anti-social ass nigga. He's always gonna call Wayne's a bitch too, bro. Like, no one cares. Bro, they musty ass little bit.
Facts.
That a bitch by a bed frame, nigga.
Go see your local Southern California dealers. They got the hottest deals with zero
Should have been ass nigga, you bald bitch.
from the F-150 or F-150 electric to the Mustang Mach. Whatever model you've been looking at is ready for you. Plus, get a complimentary maintenance plan for 24 months. Go to buyfordnow.com for details. This is your home on the Bulls. The LA Chargers Audio Network. Rams after the Chargers 23-22. Join us next Saturday for the Chargers preseason finale against the 49ers. Pregame at 4:30, kickoff at 5:30. So long, everyone. Whether on your next Chargers game with Fancies, they've got to see you one and the deals you deserve.
Bro, if you don't take that gay ass shirt off, Rabbi, like the shirt wearing ass nigga, that rainbow color.
Dog, I am living rent-free in your head.
Dang, I could just see you look dumb to this nigga sitting on a gay ass pillow, bro. Fuck no, nigga. He got 1, 2, nigga got like 5 balls. He got a little fuck. Hell no. Well, I'll bet it. Hello, everybody. This nigga using a soundboard.
How you living, pimp?
Everybody, I'm in the Discord, huh?
That's amazing.
Why do you, I'm here
like you, Rabbi.
Rabbi, I see shit squeezing your drugs. All your hands, your ass.
Rent free in your head, dog.
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
Hey, Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
Rabbi, I'm liking you.
Thanks, big dog. Thanks, big dog.
Jump and watch the fight. We're talking about gay shit. Leave that boy alone. Leave my boy Rabbi alone.
Fat ass man. Steady. When the last time you washed your ass?
We're making y'all.
Hey, welcome, Mr. Aquarius. How are you?
Yeah, how are you?
Kicking ass.
Tired, sleepy.
What'd you say?
I'm tired, I'm sleepy, I'm ready to crash.
All right.
So we got Pepsi.
We've got our game.
Yeah,
Artie.
let's go.
Artie, are you there? All right.
Yeah, but I actually don't want to bowl with you guys. It's just
Hey,
so goddamn
Artie.
fucking boring.
Okay.
Hi, Artie.
Hi, Mr. Aquarius. I'm not really your friend. You've been rude to me so many times. So I'll mute myself and you two can enjoy yourselves.
Calm
I'm
down.
not fake as fuck, sorry.
Artie.
Like 2 pokes and it's done.
Artie, calm
Figure it
down.
out right now.
Artie, why are you being so
Or-
mean?
Oh, she talking to you? What you
She's
do
just,
to her, Rabbi?
I didn't do anything to her.
Oh, hey, help. Oh. I can believe it. Wow. What she said, you did that or me? Hi, Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
They're talking shit to you. I ain't past Discord.
Oh, that's fine. I'm playing with Miss Aquarius. Thank you so much, Brandon Alexander, for being so nice. Miss
What are you
Aquarius.
doing to them?
No, I'm good. You're fine, my friend.
I was trying to back you up, Rabbi.
I know you were. You're a sweetheart.
Is that the friend right there?
Yes, ma'am.
I like Jesus. I like Jesus.
There you go, big dog. Everybody's got to like something.
Hello. Now we're talking. Hi, Miss Squares. I'm talking to Rabbi. I past Discord.
It's okay. I was just speaking to you, saying hello.
Oh. Are you reporting him, Rabbi?
I'm playing a game right now, big dog.
Oh. Why'd you leave the booth? Why'd you leave the VC? I past Discord.
Because I'm playing a game.
Oh. What we got going on in the skit in the live stream? Somebody's live streaming a race bloggers? I'm gonna turn the UFC fight.
Tight, big dog.
So you will have to watch it to the I
Thanks, big dog.
You in there?
When the cells are distressed, the protein turns other healthy cells into
Nice bear, Miss Aquarius.
Thank you.
Get this. Ooh. 70.
That's all right. You got this.
Public weather from KFI tonight in Metro LA, Orange County, the valleys, and IE. Clouds and possible fog with lows in the 50s and 60s. And temperatures in the high desert with clear skies on Sunday in Metro LA, Orange County. Sunny with highs in the 70s and 80s. The valleys, IE, and high desert. Sunny, hot with temperatures in the 80s to 90s.
Oh, you,
I wait on you weekend.
that's right, Miss Aquarius. All right, here we go.
Is she mad at me, Rabbi?
She has some issues, and you don't ever know what kind of personality she's going to have.
Thank you. No! Brandon, what's going on with your thing? Take him down.
There we go. There we go.
Now I want you to go and get it this time. Your baseball game going on?
No. I mean, I'm sure there is somewhere, but
Come on, Rabbi.
2 in a row. That's what I'm talking about.
Yay, get it.
Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living or to take action in your home community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth.
Number one on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free, never sounded so good. KFI AM 640.
Come on, Rabbi.
Easy peasy.
No. I was going to win and I'm not with.
I'm glad you're with us on this Saturday night in Southern California. It's been another busy week of local news.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yay, get in there.
Government sets the scene. Armed Border Patrol agents descending on the streets of Little Tokyo in the heart of Los Angeles Thursday. An operation taking place just outside of political event with prominent Democrats.
Good job.
You win, I win. Good job, Miss Aquarius. I win, you win.
Good job, too, Rabbi. All right, I'll stay right here. See you in the morning.
God willing, take care.
All right, you too.
Texas and California, and immigration raids in cities like Los Angeles. State officials here telling us that the man federal officials arrested outside that Democratic event, he was just there selling strawberries. Governor Newsom comes to LA to raise the stakes of his battle against President Trump in Texas over redistricting. Texas is working to send more Republicans to Congress through an unusual mid-decade districting effort. So Newsom says California will do the same in favor of Democrats. So he comes to Little Tokyo, the Japanese American National Museum, and it looks a lot like the White House on the flight to him by way of immigration enforcement right outside this event. One man was taken into custody, suspected illegal immigrant who was reportedly setting up a strawberry stand. Oliver Bass rushed to the scene.
her, this was clearly a provocative act designed solely to antagonize the governor.
There is no way this was a coincidence. It was widely publicized that the governor and many of our other elected officials were having a press conference here to talk about redistricting, and they decided they were going to come and stop their nose in front of the governor's face. Why would you do that? That is unbelievably disrespectful. It's a provocative act. They're talking about disorder and approval, and they are the source of the disorder in Los Angeles right now. This is just completely unacceptable. This is a administration. This is a constant border patrol that has run amok.
Border Patrol Chief Greg Needham says no, this was just a moving patrol that happened to find someone in the vicinity of Governor Newsom. This is a location that we have conducted these roving patrol duties for the past 2 months. We've been here over 2 months, and as you can see today, we did make an apprehension just a few feet from where I'm standing. The reason for these roving patrols and the reason for our presence here in Los Angeles is to make, first off, Los Angeles a safer community, a safer place for us to live and work in. Vast disagreement.
Well, there is no way in the world that I would do that. And I'm personally disappointed in Rothschild because if he is serious and sincere about what their mission is, why on earth would he stand and provocative act in here, right here, in front of where the governor is? He did this intentionally to disrespect the governor, to disrespect this iconic museum, and to disrespect our state. Now, why is this helpful to anybody at all? At this point, this doesn't have anything to do with immigration at all. This is about causing trouble in our city.
At Friday's LA City Council meeting, former LA City Administrator and Rothschild said the site of this particular arrest right outside the museum that honors where Japanese Americans received arbitrary internment camps during World War II was particularly egregious.
We stand in support of all immigrants because I am the grandson of an immigrant. What has to happen now is I hope that our elected leaders, and I'm confident that this, because I lived here for so many years, and also the board, will stand up and say, this has to stop. But to arrest someone, I don't think they understand. I don't think the word respect is in the vocabulary. To arrest someone on that plaza where thousands of Japanese Americans or Japanese heritage were forced on the buses is something that I gotta tell you, it just hit me to the core.
Yo, should I share my screen?
Federal court decision that indiscriminate stops are illegal.
Do whatever makes you happy.
This has another hearing in September unless the Supreme Court makes it.
Oh, whatever you guys want. Bro.
Another immigration enforcement action took place at a Home Depot store in Monrovia, and this one turned tragic. JBC's got nothing again. We have learned also of a death in a separate ICE operation, also here in Los Angeles County. A man city officials said was fleeing ICE agents waiting in Home Depot. Reportedly fled the store on foot, went to a highway, was hit by a vehicle, and killed. Now, the Department of Homeland Security is weighing in. They're saying the victim was not being pursued by DHS law enforcement at the time, and they say they're not even aware that this incident happened until operations in the area have concluded. CHP officials said the man was struck by a Ford Expedition SUV being driven by a 51-year-old man at 50 to 60 miles per hour. Ran on the 210 freeway. That man suffered major injuries, obviously. He was taken to a hospital and died. His name is not officially been released, but acquaintances identified him to ABC7 as Carlos Roberto Montoya, his 52-year-old father. Who's worked to raise money to send to his family in Guatemala. The Guatemalan consulate in LA told ABC in a statement that it regrets this sad event and is currently in contact with the family providing the necessary assistance. Up next, what did Governor Newsom say about redistricting while he was in Los Angeles, and what is next on that front? And did you know $200 million skyscraper in downtown Los Angeles Angeles urges by the LA County Board of Supervisors needs $808 upgrades. It's okay if you did it because apparently the Board of Supervisors didn't either. And would you mind traffic at the Port of Los Angeles can tell us about the impact of tariffs on the economy?
Nah.
Reports first.
Here's the latest. Governor Newsom unveils California's new congressional map as Dems redistricting showdown with Texas. Elon Musk hits a roadblock. No extra SpaceX launches allowed in California.
They're fucking in your bed. Tell Hector to tell him that. You're going to net it on the sheets and they had to wash the sheets.
Traffic stopped from Lions Avenue, southbound 5, southbound 14, back up from Pasadena Canyon. Sierra Highway, by the way, jammed up. A lot of cars turning around and just going the wrong way there. 105 freeway eastbound past Vermont, crashing right lane.
And I'll never forget that day. I feel 11. Breast cancer. Even after surgery, I know my breast cancer can still come back. That's when my doctor recommended Kisqali. I'm doing more because I'm more than just breast cancer. Kisqali
I read this.
200 milligrams
They are.
with an aromatase inhibitor. It's for adults with HR positive, HER2 negative, stage 2 or 3 early breast cancer with a high risk of recurrence. Kisqali may cause serious skin reactions, liver problems, and low white blood cell counts. And may result in
in the living room.
life-threatening lung problems and abnormal heartbeats can occur. Your doctor should test your heart and blood before and during treatment. Tell your doctor if you have new or worsening cough, chest pain, or disease. Before taking Kisqali, tell your doctor all your medical conditions and medicines you take. And if you're breastfeeding, pregnant, or planning to be, sick and harm, not morbid. Common side effects include nausea, headache, and tiredness. Patient portrayal inspired by
Where are we going?
Learn more at Kisqali.com.
This report is sponsored by Mothers Against Drunk Driving.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our prayers. But you are not alone. You always have a place at Megan. Call our 24-hour victim helpline at 877-MAG-MEG.
Fuck that nigga.
Yes, I know. I ended up calling demeanor. You know when it's your job, basically push people beyond their comfort zones. It's good to make
That motherfucker don't need BTO because every time he beats BTO and then he always tells me like he's like, damn bro, I'm down for money bad, like I gotta pay my car payment, like because they're dumb as fuck because they bought a fucking they bought a Charger and like their payments are like $1,200. Oh, it's tough. Yeah, because they're stupid. They're young as fuck. No credit. I know, and it's like, I think it's a 20. What do you mean? For a regular ass Hemi from Gainesville too. Like they're paying more on that than they are their Honda.
Visit RiseReliefProject.com to RSVP. Register now and receive a free gift of check-in August 21st or 23rd.
Yeah, but nigga, he put a down payment. They didn't put nothing down.
If you have unfiled taxes,
Yeah, they didn't put nothing down at all.
Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax
35, but it's like it's a 2024 and it only has like 13,000 miles on it.
Tax resolution firm, A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping you put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best option.
Yo, how do you have $65,000 in your stake account?
Tax relief today for a free consultation. 800-764-6022. 800-764-6022.
Steering is scary too.
800-764-6022.
No, I live in here. Fuck, why am I not reloading? I was gonna destroy that thing to get us up more. Maybe because they're fighting here? Here, stop.
Yo, how do you have 65K in your fucking state? The number of consumers who hear your message times the response rate equals your results. Now let's get those results growing for your business. Radio's here now more than ever, and iHeart's leading the way. Think radio. Oh, I see. Yo, sharing is caring. KFC. KFC, bro, you got me with the $10.
One more of those things.
You got me with the $10 tip. Or call 844-844-iHeart. One more time.
Wait, this one drops a pistol? Kill this bitch quick. Hey, or?
Yeah, you're gonna rinse that.
For 35 years, we've helped doctors, lawyers, and small business owners navigate divorce with confidence. Call us at Cordell & Cordell. Let me tell you, I understand on a personal level. Your business is much more.
Whose beaches is this one? I opened one already.
CordellCordell.com. Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me, like losing the house.
Kill them so we can level up.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night, too.
Where's this big bitch at? I hear it.
It's 100% on.
Oh, there it is.
No medical exams, just a few health questions. Coverage for around $2 a day. I didn't realize it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/talk. That's ethos.com/talk.
Break one more of those things. Break one more of those things. I broke one.
Yeah! Double A super. $1,000 super, by the way.
There's shots right here. Like the rocket thingy? Here, I got a launch pad. I'm gonna throw it. It's right here. Someone has demons now, and then Rangers has been activated. Nigga, he's a meth addict. He is around meth addicts. What did he do to you, nigga? What did he do to you? Wait, Jericho, you have a pistol? Because that's how they teach them over there. Like when Tanya was fucking yelling earlier, he said the fuck down. Yeah, he got scared as fuck. He's like looking at her like, what the fuck? That's how you know they don't feel like that over there. Yeah, Philip bit his ass. Yeah, because he kept picking him up.
It's very tight. Republicans hold a narrow majority. It is traditionally true that the party of the incumbent president loses seats in midterm
Crazy tumble, bro.
Trump is a Republican. So Republicans will likely be on defense in next year's election.
Yo, KFC, bro. Got me with the $10 tip.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott says call a special session of the legislature.
No, beggars can't be choosers, but come on now. $15 for a car.
I'm gonna go up here and get a better look at these fingers.
Yo, crazy multis again. 1000X, wow.
Dirty on the mountain. Already looking at the mountain. Already looking.
Yo, L8, bro. Holy tumble, too. Holy fuck. Multis. I'll see that, bro. Holy shit. Yo. That's fucking wild.
Reach ass nigga. Fucking big quiz, bitch. Finish that work. Where the fuck is she? Finished. Alright, let's go. Shocker might be there. Iggy, there's a bunch of shocks right here.
You don't know where you're 10K on Sleep Bananas.
I got a bid. Wait, what were they? Did y'all see what they were? Did you read that? Oh, okay, give me that. Fuck, that shit lost me.
The fuck do you still have 65K?
Yeah, too fucking far away from me to speak.
Okay.
I forgot y'all like turtleneck. Yeah, I'm gonna jerk off. Come on, baby, nigga.
On God.
You're a jerk off. The fuck are they? Oh, they're running. They're right there.
Yo, KFC, is this Phil? Be honest.
Shit. There should be one right here behind the street, but he probably most likely moved up to.
Yeah, it's on page. It's a good multi, bro. Holy shit. Yo, this is crazy. Wait, that's crazy, right? Never mind, that's ass. That's fucked up.
Fuck this other guy that was over here. I was chasing one. I don't know where the fuck.
Yo, go on tip send. Go on tip send, kid.
Oh, there he is. Bitch ass nigga.
Yo, you got me. Come on, $10. I'm poor, bro. Come on.
Yeah, I got no fucking movement.
Holy fuck.
KFC tip me. I have no movement. He has a fucking.
Yo, KFC tip me. That's what I'm saying, bro. This guy's rich.
Yeah.
Come on, bro. I'm poor, bro.
I went back that way.
We are poor. No, wait. No, don't rip us. After this Sweet Bonanza,
I got no movement.
Yo, bro, after the Sweet Bonanza, after the Sweet Bonanza, go to, what you call it? Live Blackjack. Live Blackjack. I gotta call, bro. Live Blackjack. Yo, Live Blackjack, free bet Blackjack, free doubles.
You need some? Grab the, a little bit more.
Yo, originals are ass, bro. What are you doing?
All right, don't worry.
Log in, KFC. If you come up, tip me. If you come up, tip me. It's already down. It's at like 60.
Redemption over here. Oh, please get some. I got 12. Here. Losing money, man. What you do? And he's here. I'm going to come the last two here.
Yo, go back to the buy.
Oh.
If you water lost it.
You went this way. You lost that. No. You lost that.
Oh, that's a fucking L by us. That's crazy.
That's ass, man. This one's going to be our sad way.
Did you just see this knockout?
This one's going to be on. Oh, behind us, cold. How was landing on us? Oh, no, he just jumped over here.
Why are you telling him to never play keto good?
Yo, KFC, are you up or down in total?
I let you check that in. I just typed it in. L.
No, this shit's not.
Watermelons? Look at this fucking thing, bro.
Not even berries.
Oh, what's the extra carrots on the back of her? Yeah, it's not.
You bought this for like,
Oh my god. Oh
yeah,
my
this shit's
god.
fucked.
No, there's no toilet. I ain't got it. Hurry up. These boys are all. No, you don't have nothing to cook. I'm a dick. Mom, give me
That's a good combo. Yeah, it's not even. It's not profit. How much do you buy it for?
7 times. Oh my god.
You bought it for 6K. You bought it for 6K.
This fine. Fuck, I gotta go. Holy fuck, I gotta go first. Fuck. Come on, what's back, bitch? Yeah. Follow that. Guy.
Oh, why are we ripping these buys? Rinsing.
What the fuck? Why does he keep punching me straight up? I'm dead. I'm dead.
Yo, what does VIP do anyways?
They're still behind us. They're right there. They're going that way. Does anyone know what Comnot's on?
Do you guys want me to stream the event?
Lay down. You don't need to fucking lay down on me. My shocks are fucking me up.
Yo, 10K buyer was serious.
Lay down.
You gotta be playing off the hill.
Lay down. You don't even lay down on me, bitch. There's a whole cow. Lay down. I'm gonna fucking hit you. Stop looking at me.
LOL, 10K buy.
Lay down. Anything, Reno? Not it.
Bro, it needs to drop 1,000 extra. LOL, that's crazy. 10K buy, by the way. Yeah, it's over, bro. That's fucked up. Are these two different accounts? Fuck. Chicken stick 22. Which one's this? Same shit? Oh. Wait, it's the same account, so you started 60 something. 617. What was the other one? 617. 600. Oh shit. Oh, you have different crypto. Oh, okay, I see it. Fuck you. Oh, you're playing Solana. I get it.
Leon Edwards is crazy.
But KFC, be honest, are you up or down in, like, in gambling?
I'm down in the game.
Or you gotta do something about that. You Yo, how you plan on getting it up to? Like, not, you need a max man. Fuck.
Well, get the phone.
Bro, you're down 100K. No, blackjack can fix that, bro. But free bet blackjack where you get free doubles and shit. Yo, I'm trying to watch the stream, bro. Watch you end.
Take it.
Huh?
I cash out.
Are you cashing out? Are you up for the day or not?
Yeah.
Yo, how do you even get 100K, be honest? Like what you do? This started from $1,000.
I said get $1,000.
Wait, how much did Gates 1,000 pay you?
200K.
Max? 200K. Yo, how much was a buy?
5K.
Yo, that's fucking crazy. Wait, so are you down profit or your own like net worth money?
No, not bad. Yeah, you will lose.
Fuck you. Do you play blackjack or no?
I paid.
You paid?
Yeah, I paid blackjack.
Okay. Are you streaming or not? Are you done for the day?
Take it.
Alright.
Okay, look.
Hold on.
Alright,
I'm watching. Wait, what about game history? Oh, you're down bad. That's fuck.
You see that? That's why we
Yeah. Bro, I'm trying to gamble.
That's not fake money. You see that shit?
Yeah, I see, bro. Holy shit.
I can't.
You're doing that. Wait, what are you doing right now? Oh, you withdrew everything.
Take it, call.
Well, Bobcross is this, like, Bobcross basically 50-50. Are you gonna play or not? Like, are you playing?
I'm thinking, bro. I don't think I need to win right now.
Bobcross sucks.
That's something to 12K hand. 12K hand.
I'll beat the shit this year. No, that's a fuck, bro. But then you lose.
How's everyone doing today?
Kicking ass, taking names. How you living, pimp?
I'm doing today.
Well, how are you, big dog?
Doing pretty good. Have you ever seen the movie Kick-Ass?
I know of it, but I don't think I've ever seen it.
You should see it. It's pretty cool.
Excellent.
KFC, bro. Can you please tip me $10? I'll run it up on stream right now. I'll keep you both up. Bro, please. Oh, what, bro? Give me what? I can't. I'm disabled. Come on, bro. I know you're down money, but you have thousands.
Hey, Rabbi, are you an actual rabbi?
100%, big dog.
What?
100%, big dog.
Like actually registered with the Judaism people?
Yeah, it's called making simcha. It's called making smicha.
Oh, I know. I don't know a lot about Judaism, so I just asked him if this was real.
You're good, pimp.
I usually say there's a lot of hate for Jews on Discord in some of their religion.
Word, dog.
Yeah. I'm watching Dexter right now.
Tight, dog.
On episode 7.
Tight, dog.
So I learned something, or I realized something a while ago when I was in chat with another group of people, is that since I have schizophrenia, and this actually connects to other things, so when I stop masturbating, I try to go on No Nut November, I have vivid nightmares, and every once in a while I'll have an episode where I can't move when I wake up. And I try closing my eyes, but something grabs my eyes and opens them. So I have to sleep on my stomach.
That's fucking
I
wild.
realized that my schizophrenia is causing that.
Okay.
And I realized that, I mean, apparently I'm diagnosed with it. I have my mom. With paranoid schizophrenia. So how do you get past sleep paralysis?
What'd you say, pimp?
How do I get out of sleep paralysis? Like, the only way I can do it is actually start my body to move.
What'd you say?
And then the monsters and the sounds disappear, but...
What'd you say, pimp?
How do I get out of sleep paralysis? Like, how do I get it to stop happening? Because it happens every once in a while. Like, usually I just make my body move, and then it stops.
There you go. Did you look it up on ChatGPT?
No, why would I look it up on ChatGPT? It's not human.
Neither's Google, and people Google things all the time.
Yeah,
And it's got the answers. Yo, how about you just look up the answer? How about you just look up the answer? Dude, how about you just look up the answer?
But I thought you were supposed to be a rabbi.
Yeah, but I'm not an expert in sleep paralysis.
Oh.
In any of my training, sleep paralysis is 0% of it. I don't know what the fucking noise do you, dog.
Oh, it's over. Pico's done. Dude, that's the move. The elbow to the head. I like that ref. Yo, what up, old Lagar?
What's up?
How you living, pimp?
From the future.
You're from the future?
Yeah, I mean, I feel it.
Okay, very cool. How'd you find out about me?
We talked on another voice server. Actually, we also talked to get hypnotized, I believe.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Did you do it?
No.
Why not?
Because it's fucking ridiculous.
All right, then deal with your own problems, my friend. I'm just trying to give you solutions to your problems.
I hear you. I feel it. Look, it's not. I'm sorry. I apologize for that delivery.
You're good, pimp.
Yeah. I didn't mean that in a way like to be offensive, but no, it's because I experienced what I experienced and understand. Like that's something that I could do that's interesting, but I don't think that it would be a problem-solving thing. But anyway, I'm not like I think it's been like 6 months since we talked about that, maybe longer even. But anyways,
Yeah, I mean, I still experience the same thing, but it's not exactly troubling. I just might be challenging, but yeah, anyway, I'm doing good.
Good to hear.
How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Just watching the UFC.
Oh, shit, yeah. I was listening to somebody else playing it. Oh my god.
Lawyers for the government had argued that the agreement is out of date and should be dissolved in order to prevent changes
Roxy.
brought about by the second Trump
Sure.
and the Gonzalez scam. New details about the man who was killed in a 210 freeway on Texas ice activity. Authorities identified the victim as 36-year-old Roberto Carlos Goya Valdez. California has the highest unemployment rate in the nation, 1.5%, edging up from June and outpacing the national rate of 4.2% as job growth continues to slow. Heavy metal cosmetic surgery may be ahead for a Grand Canyon mascot with a wildfire. ABC's Chuck Severson says the 600-pound bronze statue of Bright River is to bring visitors to the Grand Canyon on. Meteorologist Leslie Lopez said the latest tracking note should raise the U.S. East Coast. Ice cold fronts are pushing away from us. The high pressure center that remained high will allow it to just kind of pass through and sandwich in between the area. She says a northeast flow is pushing towards These friendly flight attendants with Air Canada has shut down services for the U.S. as hundreds of flights and tens of thousands of passengers are being affected by the U.S. The flight attendants unions and salaries are below the rate of inflation and below the minimum wage. The union also saying flight attendants will largely without pay. There's a little work that they do while the planes are still on the ground, not in the air. Air Canada says it's already a 38% raise in total compensation for next year. President Trump says he's dropping his push for a ceasefire of Russia's war in Ukraine and will now focus on a full peace deal after his massive summit with Lieutenant weather from KFI tonight for LA, Orange County valleys and high clouds and possible fog with lows of 50 to 60. Skies. On Sunday, metro and Orange County, sunny with highs in the 70s. Valleys, high and high desert, sunny and hot with temperatures in the 80s to 90s. Right now it's 68 degrees in Sacramento, 69 in Irvine, 68 in Beverly Hills, 66 in Malibu. Business and not thinking about podcasting. More Americans listen to podcasts and ad-supported streaming music from Spotify and Pandora. And as the #1 podcaster, iHeart's twice as large as the next two combined. So whatever your customers sports, comedy, culture, they'll hear your message. Plus, only iHeart can extend your message to audiences across broadcast radio. And all this reach means everything. Just think about the universe of marketing. The number of consumers who hear your message times the response rate equals the results. Let's get those results growing for you. If podcasting can help your business, think iHeart. Streaming, radio, and podcasting. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. And call 844-844-iHeart.
Jacoya, you're a real one. Thank you for streaming this.
Why have you been here?
We're watching the UFC, dog.
Space is not real, Joe.
If there's complete information, and so you know exactly how costly the other side finds it to be, and how the other side is to win if you fight, then there's really no opportunity.
Damn, this Chimev is amazing.
Because both sides know what happened if you fight more. So if one side is powerful and they win, she just means somewhat irrational. What if you are possessed of, and this is the phrase she uses, extreme practices? That is, that you really want certain things and are willing to pay an insanely high price to get certain things. If you are really basically, then I'm terrified. Because I really don't know what you risk going to judge against. Mann says this is exactly the situation of the Second World War, where the British got disadvantaged in the Second World War. That's the number one creation. So what is very there? Yeah, give up the facts about that will happen there and why. That deception will grow out in the case. So he's negotiating with Chamberlain, who doesn't really want to have the German people are struggling, they're suffering. I want to unify all Germans. That's my mission in life. I'll do anything to unify all Germans. Once I unify all Germans, I'm going to stop this mission. It seems like Chamberlain believed that. He believed they had at least enough to give it a shot and to make this deal with Hitler. In the world of insurance, this is called the madman. The menace argues that people in any conflict may have an advantage, but the other side perceives them as being just another entirely nuts. If you can successfully convince your opponent that that is the way your mind works, you can get your way in a negotiating, in a blackmailing or negotiating contest. That's your message. Yes, that's my point. And I think it actually is rather hard to create that perception. Hitler is really the only successful example that I've come across so as a pedestrian, why do I not just walk out in front of other cars? I don't believe that they like it because they're emotional reasons. They have a series of post-historics, references, and all the rest of their text of their right? So, like, I think that's the reason because there is that choice. Yes. You're listening to Indigenous History podcast brought to you by Bushman Industries at KFI AM 640. You can listen to new and full episodes on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. And don't forget to check out
facility and a long-term She says she can't get other reports of disability rights advocates like teens or health insurance premiums will jump more than 10% next year.
Yo, dog, someone's got some awful feedback. Well, there he goes again. Shemad. Shemad, you're the man. Dog, mute your fucking mic.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
AM 640, more stimulating talk.
History at your house, Malcolm Brownlow. Before the break, we explored Waymo's self-driving automotive technology and its potential to transform transportation. Next up, we shift gears and talk to Lance Rothschild. As we explore how autonomous driving could flip the script on
I want to dwell on the issue of deterrence on the streets because drivers are not rational, and I think we sometimes realize that. I thought professional cyclists of all people would have the best perspective on the inherent craziness of drivers. So I called up Lance Rothschild, cyclist extraordinaire who has been actively sharing the road with drivers for almost 4 years.
Cars freak me out. Being on the road and waiting cars, drivers, distracted drivers, it scares me out.
Yeah.
But, I actually went out for the mountain bike just so I could be totally away from cars.
Yeah.
And if I'm given a choice on my road bike, if I'm going down the road and I see that there's a bike path, even if there's people with baby strollers and walkers and dogs, I always take the bike path. I don't want to have to think about, cars and people checking out their cell phone or having a few cocktails. They freak me out.
Have you ever been hit?
Of course. Oh, yeah, many times.
How many times? How many times?
Well, I say many times. I mean, probably, look, we hit once. It was too many. I'm probably right around 5. The 2 worst ones was when I was young. I ran a yellow light on my bike outside of Dallas in the suburbs where I grew up. And, I got to the intersection and turned yellow. I was like, I got this. Well, I made it 5 of the 6 lanes. And the 6th lane lady was coming and just hit straight from the sides. And I was thinking, but okay.
Then there was the time he was bombing down some empty French country road. I hadn't seen a car in an hour.
Well, sure enough, come around the corner, and this old farmer just coming the other way and just clipped right in the front of me, and I cracked 2 vertebrae.
You could be dead.
Well, yeah, of course.
Of course. Next, I called up Jonathan Waters, another former professional cyclist. He and Lance were teammates at one point. I wanted to make sure Lance wasn't an exception. Yeah. Waters just was terrified.
Yeah, I mean, the first driver I fear the most is someone who's not paying attention. For whatever reason that is, they're reaching for a hamburger, they're texting on their phone, they're arguing with their kid, whatever it is, they're distracted and they basically just sort of weave into you. This is one reason that actually, when I teach people how to ride in traffic, I often teach them to ride actually out. If you're further out from the road, it actually forces you into the line of vision of the driver. The second type of driver that I fear is they don't want you there. As a cyclist, they feel that the road is theirs and that you are impeding their progress to getting to their destination, and they want to run you over. And maybe they realize, there are consequences for me running over this cyclist, but they're viewing you as essentially like subhuman.
The willingness to risk killing a cyclist because they might slow you down for a few seconds is, of course, the textbook definition of an extreme preference.
There's a multi-billion-dollar industry, I should say, built upon fear of traffic. Peloton, Zwift, these are, in-home riding a bike and whatever pieces of equipment, hardware, software that are entirely a result of people being afraid to ride in traffic.
To modern, riding a stationary bicycle makes no sense. I mean, why would you do that? The whole point of riding a bike is to thrill of
Yo, who's doubting Hamza? No, bro, I kept telling people always doubt him, but too easy, dude. Way too easy. Kept telling people, bro, they didn't believe me. They thought Mooseman would have beat him. He wouldn't have beat him. No way. I kept telling people. Too easy. Another takedown. Easy.
Yeah, so I don't think we're going to say that.
There's a reason why when you drive down the street, cyclists and runners and pedestrians are inundating you, competing for the road. They're afraid. You. Afraid because you're not. In any confrontation, the madman has the upper hand. All drivers are this, with one exception. Waymo. Waymo doesn't have emotions. Waymo doesn't text. Waymo doesn't eat a burger and drive with his knees. Waymo doesn't get angry and behave like an idiot. Waymo doesn't give you the finger. Waymo doesn't do road rage. Waymo wants to live in that thing. Waymo is your grandmother, only with lightning reflexes and perfect vision to fade your eyes. In a world of Waymos, cars aren't the madmen anymore. But if cars aren't the madmen, guess who gets to be crazy? The answer is obvious, my friends. We do. I will admit that I was slow to grasp the actual implications of autonomous driving. I'd been too busy watching all those TED Talks, where the Silicon Valley types explain self-driving tech utopia, where everyone behaves with the unruffled rationality of an engineering major in St. University. But one day I stumbled upon a brilliant essay by an economist named Adam Millard Ball. His paper reads like the academic version of the Hans Christian Andersen story, The Emperor's New Clothes.
This was framed as a technological problem. It was framed as a space where we just need to figure out the right programming and other technological solutions.
To Millard Ball, the issue with autonomous vehicles is people. Specifically, the people who found themselves.
So if you're a pedestrian, you have that confidence that the autonomous vehicle is going to stop and yield to you, and that's usually it should. Then there's nothing to stop you from taking that ride.
Oh yeah.
Pedestrians and drivers now engage in a dangerous game of chicken, each daring the other to do something stupid. But if you wait for something, the world can change. If you know
you already took him down. Don't get your hopes up. You already took him down. Too easy. Oh yeah. Man, this is so like, dude, I'm so happy. People always like doubt Hamza, saying he has no cardio, this, that. He would have lost to Usman, he lost to Burns. He literally dropped Burns. Let's go.
Preferences and the capability of the driver. Now we've flipped it. The driver has become, the car has become entirely sane and rational. It's his preferences, right? And that allows you to be as a pedestrian.
Absolutely, and it gives you an incentive to be seen to be unpredictable.
Wait, that line, hold on. Islamic, explain that. Why does it give you an incentive to be seen as unpredictable?
The more unpredictable you seem, so the more you behave like you're intoxicated or distracted, then it's equivalent to being a 5-year-old child on the street. The autonomous vehicle is likely to recognize that unpredictability and be more cautious accordingly.
Oh, I see. It's in my interest to be as flagrant.
It's fun when you're winning. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't want to be so
easy. Oh yeah.
I want to make sure that if I'm going to transgress the rules of the road, I should do so as flagrantly.
Is anyone gonna doubt Hamza now? Anyone gonna doubt him now? Anybody gonna say more? Oh yeah. Too easy, like barely, like no strikes from Duplessis.
A flawless fight.
Dude, I don't get how people doubt him. Like they said, Usman would have been. He literally broke his hand on Usman. No one said that.
Here's the latest. Advocates in Little Tokyo are speaking out against this week's immigration raids. Oakland's mayor says she's ready
And he flips back over. Oh yeah.
to send in the National Guard. A federal judge halts the FTC's probe of Media Matters. Louisiana sues gaming giant Roblox, accusing it of endangering kids. And after meeting with Vladimir Putin, President Trump shifts his stance on the war in Ukraine.
And a cigarette still barn still 5 freeway southbound 210 Roxbury Street. Earlier, car carrier burgers. That's got all main line truck lanes closed still. Southbound 5, southbound 14, backed up pretty solid from last weekend. They're saying it may be tomorrow before they reopen. 5 southbound and 14, those lithium ion batteries burned 5.
An app for Fix, an app for playlists. Even the app for scrolling endlessly at 2 a.m. But only one app puts the live radio dial in your pocket. The free iHeartRadio app. Get what millions already have. iHeartRadio, the #1 app for radio.
Loves the basketball court open because the players kept dribbling.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
What did the buffalo say when he dropped his son off at school? Bye, son.
So take a moment to make your kid laugh, because dad jokes rule. Make your kid laugh today. Go to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
She was our idol. It's like, wow, Margaret, you're so cool. Drive a jag, are a female lawyer, you're stunning and beautiful. You wanted to grow up and be Margaret. But 2 bosses came to me and said,
It's a boss.
I said, what?
They promote this image of small town America, but it's not.
And maybe the reason they haven't made an arrest in Margaret King's murder is because they're not looking for themselves.
You don't give up on these cases. You need to catch wherever it is so that we don't have to go through this again, which you really know what happened. Turn it around.
This is Going South, a documentary podcast series by C13 Originals, a Kings 13 studio, written and narrated by me, Jeff Lipinski. Season 1, Who Killed Margaret Coon?
If my mother played a role in this, I don't think she should die thinking that she got away with it.
He is a serial killer at the lake.
I ask her, what are you doing here? She looks at me and says, I'm here to kill you.
Listen now for free, wherever you get your podcasts.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. Weapons is expected to take first place once again at the weekend box office.
The Zach Cregger-directed thriller is looking to make between $20 to $22 million in its second outing. The action film Nobody 2 now let out with Freaky and Friday for second place, as both are expected to net around $10 to $12 million. Unlike the past.
Priscilla Presley's former business partners are claiming she used the death of her daughter Lisa Marie to gain control of her trust in Graceland.
There's
Signature claimed they worked to help Priscilla to leverage her name for profits, but then she simply cut ties with them. They alleged fraud and breach of contracts to gain more than $50 million. Attorney for Elvis Presley's former wife calls the claims fabricated. Hi, this is John Lennon. A John Lennon box set containing more than 100 tracks due out this fall, one day. Over Beatles' birthday. Howard Eagle features his one-to-one concerts at Madison Square Garden, which were Lennon's final and only live concerts after the Beatles broke up. Box set also includes the 1972 live album Sometime in New York City, as well as Lennon tracks with Yoko Ono and the Plastic Ono Band. This October 9th would have been John's 85th birthday. Howard Eagle said to be released on October 10th. I'm Tammy Trujillo. Meantime, the New York Mets are celebrating 60 years since the famous Beatles concert at the old Shea Stadium. More than 55,000 fans packed Shea Stadium that night back in 1965, in history as the first rock band to fill a major stadium. That's entertainment. I'm Jennifer Bolsoni.
Business and not thinking about podcasting? Think again. More Americans listen to podcasts.
Pure dominance.
Streaming music from Spotify.
Anybody else gonna download? Like I keep telling people, it's gonna dominate. Too good. Oh yeah.
Culture, they'll hear your message. Plus, only iHeart can extend your message to audiences across.
Like no one else did that to Duplessis. No one. Like
everything. Just think about the universal marketing.
Whitaker's jaw pushed back.
Times the response rate equals the results. Now let's get those results growing for you. Think podcasting can help your business? Think iHeart. Streaming, radio, and podcasting. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Or call 844-844-iHeart. One more time. Call 844-844-iHeart and get podcasting working for you.
An app for picks, an app for playlists, even the app for scrolling endlessly at 2 a.m. But only one app picks the live radio dial in your pocket. The free iHeartRadio app. With millions already have. iHeartRadio, the #1 app for radio.
We quite also somebody else wanted to do it. That's no, I think he's bringing out for interview. Go home. When's I remember was like, we need to to put me as his ideas.
Like who just does that, dude? Like he barely gets punched. Like it's who's like that? Nobody else does that.
They're saying the future is mayhem, and I'm not sure that's completely that outcome. Kids play stickball on the streets of New York City again, like they did in the 1920s. Cyclists can ride in packs down the middle of the interstate. You spot a friend on the other side of the street, and you shout out, "Hey!" and you impulsively run across the street, across multiple lanes of traffic, and you give them a big hug. My running club meets on a crowded track on the Lower East Side of Manhattan, where speedy runners compete with errant soccer balls and children running free and old folks out for a ramble. As the enter, they see a nearby, wide, undulating ribbons of smooth, inviting blacktop. In the autonomous future, we are totally going to do our workouts on the NPR at Russia. 100 of us, and the Waymos will sit patiently until we finish. Do you understand how awesome the future is? We get straight to that.
Incredible.
Right direction, and I think it only takes like a millisecond for a fucking bug to do that. I think it's something. Let's see.
Here's the classic Sound Sober. It's very important. His name is actually Rabbi Moshe Schreiber. Chassam Sofer or Hakam Sofer is his nom de plume, his pseudonym when he wrote his books under that title. We'll explore what that means shortly. Very important thinker at the cusp of modernity, a very difficult time when Jews are trying to figure out their relationship to the modern world as a whole. Classic image that's been reproduced in many different places. Most likely a more authoritative representation of how he actually looked. He was quite active in the entire Danube region, but his claim to fame is in modern-day Bratislava, which is known by its historic name Pressburg or Pressburg in Yiddish, the capital of Hungary for quite some time before Budapest, and a very important center for Jews in Central Europe. So let's talk about his grave, as I mentioned, because I think it's just an absolutely fascinating. This is the exterior of his grave. First time in the 1800s. I knew when I was touring with the Kosher River Cruises, I knew that we were going to visit the kever of the Chassam Sofer. I figured, okay, very nice. I've been to lots of Kivrei Tzadikim, the graves of righteous people over the generations. It's often a very moving experience, you know, and there are many different kind of interesting customs that are observed at these places. And I was prepared for something along that sort of textbook definition. I was completely blown away by what I saw. Driving along the bus in Pressburg, right by the Danube River, and I just happened to look out the window and I noticed the phalanx of these glass or plexiglass green obelisks that seem to rise out of the ground in a very rigid formation. They're not all identical. Some are pebbled, some are transparent. They're all translucent. They don't seem to have any marker that indicates what their surface is. And I remember looking out the window and thinking, what exactly is this that I'm looking at? I didn't realize that, of course, this is the first encounter we have with the grave of the Chassam Sofer. Here's a better picture. You can see there's 23 of them lined up. It's a very significant number, as we shall see shortly. It's kind of on an inclined hill that's reminiscent of like an archaeological tell. You don't know what's underneath this mound, but it has kind of like a strange, eerie sort of look, especially because there's no explicit marker as to what it is that we're looking at. Next to these glass obelisks is this sort of large slot-like structure, this black looming thing that penetrates into the mound. It's got this tiny little entrance over here on the right, and you can see by the scale, this is a person walking out of the entrance, and it looks, you know, it's evocative of some kind of like entry into the underworld, which actually quite literally it is, as you shall see. It's imposing and dark and foreboding, and it doesn't seem to have, once again, any kind of clear indication as to what is going on inside this building. Going into the actual structure, you see it's got this oval-like structure. Many of you may have visited the local shrines we have, for example, to the Rabbi Rothschild. They refer to this grave as an oval, a tent, and one of the unusual things about it is, of course, it has no roof. It's just walls surrounding, separating the graves from the rest of the cemetery. This too has no roof, but it's long and narrow and somewhat forbidding. You walk down this angled surface, dimly lit with these floor lamps here, and when you get to the very end of it, it's just a black tunnel right down about, 60 feet or so. Then you come to this sign, which is recorded in several languages. Obviously in English, this is a sacred place. Admission granted strictly upon modest clothing, body and head properly covered. This is also in German and in Slovak, and of course the top says it in Hebrew. Now, I posed this question when I taught a master class here at Turo last week, and the only person to answer correctly and immediately was, of course, the senior vice president, who was a very smart woman. The translations are almost identical, except the Hebrew has one small distinction. What is that small distinction in Hebrew for those of you that are oh my gosh, you see, we had one senior VP in a room full of educators, but in this room there are 12 of you already headed for this. So, yes, it says Makom Kodesh Livron Necha, translated as this is a holy place before you. And it has just that one word has an invitation that for Slovaks and Germans and English speakers, Anglophones, this is a holy place. But for Jews, this is the This is before you. There's an invitation there, a special connection. Which reminds me, by the way, I will tell you a very quick joke before we go to this. I was once in Odessa with my wife, and the plumbing
those people
broken.
just they
And
reacted so
by
strongly.
the elevator,
Other people
there was
that
a
weren't
sign,
doing
and
the
because
right thing
Odessa
were
is a
fucking
very
it up.
international
Because
city,
that's what they believed
the
at the
sign was
time.
written just like this in
Problem
many
is,
different
most of those people
languages,
never kind of
in
owned up
French,
to
and
what they
English,
did.
and German, and
Because
Russian, Ukrainian, and so
they
on.
were
And in
wrong.
almost all the
And
languages,
we
it said
did get
the
hoodwinked.
plumbing is broken.
And there's still
You
people
know,
that are trying
please
to
don't
defend
flush
it
the
and
toilets,
stop
whatever.
trying to defend
And then in
it.
German it said
The
the
day
plumbing
is
is
out.
broken.
Didn't stop
Please don't
infection.
flush the toilets.
Didn't
We
stop
called the
transmission.
plumber. He
That
said he
alone
couldn't
would
come
stop
till
almost
Tuesday. We
everybody
begged him. He says he'll be here on Monday, but he might not have the parts. It was like a whole ganze Geschichte, like as if the Germans need to know every single detail what's going on with the plumbing. Okay, back to the serious stuff here. Anyway, so you see this sign at the right angle before you make the turn actually into the tomb itself. Once you see when you go in there, I'm not going to show you right away. First one,
And then have you ever seen when they broke
so
down how long it would
the
actually
original
take to
site
make
of the graves, this right down here is actually where the graves are located. This is a pre-war photograph of the old Jewish cemetery, which dates into the 15th to the 16th century. You can see it's on the bank of the Danube River, and it's filled with several hundred or perhaps thousand graves. And during the World War II era, the local dictator Tiso decided he wanted to pave it over and make a tram line there. The Jewish community, this is immediately prior to their deportation and eventual murder, they begged Tiso, please allow us to at least reinter the bones of our ancestors, and he ultimately, on the payment of a large bribe, allowed that. But he was apparently somewhat perturbed because there was a rumor going about that anyone who disturbed the bones of the Chassam Sofer and of his immediate retinue in the next world buried next to him would suffer grave curses. So therefore, he would not allow them to reinter the bones of the Chassam Sofer, and instead what he did was he built a sarcophagus around the grave. Here you see the construction of it. This is the actual tombstone of the Chassam Sofer. And they built this concrete box that would eventually be sealed over, and that was going to be the undisturbed last resting place of the Chassam Sofer. Once it was put into place, then all the Jews of Bratislava were sent to the death camps, and in fact the location was paved over for this tram line. The tram, as it happened, was hard to use, but nevertheless, that's where the grave was, right here under the section where the two lines meet. So that's the initial history of the grave. How did it come to be reopened? So with the fall of communism, the Jewish community, with some significant support obviously from the wealthier American Jewish community, including some people prominent in Turo who asked not to be named, donated a large amount of money to build an appropriate tomb for the Chassam Sofer that would allow people to come visit this church. They contacted this non-Jewish architect named Batista, whose only experience until this point was building a kosher kitchen for the local Jewish community. Specifically, he built it for the rabbi on the left there, Baruch Myers, who is the chief rabbi of Slovakia, a nice Jewish boy from New Jersey, Chabad rabbi, of course. The guy in the middle is me, and the guy on the right is my colleague, the Prague Jewish historian, David Krauss. And they organized the funds to allow Batista to create this amazing structure. Let's go into it now. When you make that, you'll recall you walk down that slot-like entrance, and it's kind of foreboding, and you have this anticipation of what's on the other side of it. You make this sharp 90-degree left turn, and what happens is you go into this underground vault. The inside of the original sarcophagus that was created by Tiso, and the graves are all laid out here and very lit with a solemn kind of lighting. But look at the top of the picture here, you see the bottoms of the 23 glass obelisks reach through the surface of the
Back then it was like
of the sarcophagus, as if to create a kind of poetic image
there's a certain
that the souls of those interred here cannot be held by the earth, that they rise through the surface of the earth into the world of living and they continue to have their influence on our world today.
Look at that,
Very powerful visual statement,
like sails, like sailboat. But it's even pretty attached to that base.
non-verbal statement of
So do you just
kind of
jump
a
off the
poetic
cliff with that? How do you get that
symbol
picture off the
that
ground?
you only appreciate when you actually walk into this very quiet, solemn space. It's actually a very powerful, overwhelming experience. My wife and I went to that far corner and then we said Psalms for the entire family. And
See if you can look up. That's crazy.
Here is a close-up look at the Samsofer's grave itself, the seal name, the marker, which says Moshe Sofer from the holy city of Mine, Frankfurt of Mine, and on top you can see another view of the obelisk.
So
It's a really amazing place to visit. It's a very powerful experience. I don't think there's any kever like this. I've certainly never seen a grave like this anywhere else in the world. The others were moved uphill to the newer Jewish cemetery and they were reinserted there. The live Jews who conducted that particular operation unfortunately did not themselves survive because they would be gassed in the death chamber shortly thereafter. Okay, let's go on. Here's the important good and welfare next week. As I mentioned, 2002 Avenue J, right just down the street, the Montauk building. It's hard to miss. A beautiful, gorgeous building, exterior lighting. Not maybe as beautiful as the grave of the Sansofer, but nevertheless, quite meaningful. It's at the corner of Jerry and Ocean Avenue and going the side entrance down to the main auditorium. Since we're talking good welfare very quickly, I want to remind people of a couple things. First of all, once again, we do these lectures, first of all, because we have fun. It's great to study Jewish history. It's intrinsically interesting and fascinating, and I'm glad that to share this with you. We're also trying to raise money for our students. So if you know some ridiculously wealthy people who would love to give money to educate the next generation, we'll be glad to help them out with that. If you're worried about missing lectures or catching up the videos and things like that, go to my website, please. And notice here I put this big happy arrow over here. It says follow. And if you click on this button, you will be prompted with how would you like to follow. You can put in your email address, or you can like on Facebook or whatever you prefer to be able to follow. But this is really the only way I have now to communicate with you. It's this year, unfortunately, I don't have an intern to help out with the various odds and ends of putting this lecture together. So this is the only way I can manage all of the communication skills. The website is called Henry Abramson. Easy. Just Google my name and you'll find all kinds of embarrassing dental records and stuff like that. Okay, there it is. See, I zoomed in on it. Okay, let's go to the lecture itself. So we looked at the kever. We did this lecture a little bit backwards by looking at the monument to his earthly remains. But let's look at his actual life. Here's a famous photograph of Rabbi Schreiber, a piece of art. You can see the facial expression is clearly derived from the other the period drawing we have. This is his father-in-law, the great Rabbi Akiva Eger. His second wife was Rabbi Akiva Eger's daughter, and the two of them together were really a tremendous impact on Central European Jewry. Let's just focus on the pronunciation of his name for a second. So obviously the Yiddish is easy. Moshe Schreiber. Schreiber is Yiddish for writer or scribe. And when he wrote his writings in Hebrew, he preferred to refer to himself as the Khatam Sofer. That would be a Sephardi pronunciation, or at least a poor imitation of a Sephardi pronunciation, which means the seal of the scribe. Khatam Sofer, Sephardi pronunciation. Obviously, some of the consonants are slightly different, and the emphasis tends to be on the last syllable. But the Ashkenazi pronunciation tends to be on the first syllable of the Sam Sofer. In fact, the first word has only one syllable, Sam. It's an easy, difficult thing to say, Sam Sofer. So I may wander back and forth between those two pronunciations. He was famous for two principal reasons. First of all, he was an incredible scholar, phenomenal grasp of Jewish thought and Jewish text that span the entire corpus of rabbinic literature, and he wrote extensively, although hardly anything was published in his lifetime. Most of it was published after he passed away, but he wrote primarily responsa, commentary on the Torah, beautiful commentary on the ethical classic, the duties of the heart. He even wrote Hebrew poetry, really tremendously prolific author. His family was also a legacy, and that legacy permeates even contemporary life. As I mentioned, he married a second wife. His first wife, unfortunately, died childless in 1812. His second wife was the daughter of Rabbi Akiva Egerson here. And of his 11 children, 10 of them survived. Many of them went on to great posts of authority, and he there's a yeshiva in his name here in Brooklyn, also in Jerusalem, and of course his intellectual legacy is really imprinted within the Orthodox world in particular, and especially in the ultra-Orthodox world. We'll have to explore some of those things. His roots are in the city of Frankfurt am Main. Very important German city where he was born and raised. There are a couple of stories I'd like to tell you about his youth, which are really quite amazing. His mother was known as Razel Tzadekis. Razel, Rose, the righteous woman. And the legend of his birth that I find most charming and intrigues me is that apparently she went into labor on a Friday afternoon. And as many communities do, including Frankfurt am Main, the custom was to bring in the Sabbath early, right? Because depending on the latitude and longitude of a particular place, if you wait till sunset to bring in the Sabbath, that can mean that you're having your Friday evening meal. You know, if you come from parts of England, it might be 11 o'clock at night in the summer, things like that. So it's a custom to start the Sabbath early, even while it's bright outside. So she was going into labor, and just as the community was beginning to start the cycle of prayers for the Sabbath, she sent a message with one of the midwives to rush into the synagogue, speak to the rabbi, and ask him to hold up the entire community and not bring in the Sabbath until she had delivered. Because obviously delivery takes precedence over the Sabbath. You are not only allowed to, you're required to attend to the medical needs of a mother and newborn child on the Sabbath. But since it was in that period of like voluntary acceptance of the Sabbath, she preferred that the community hold off, the entire community hold off, and that would be no even question of Sabbath desecration on her account. The rabbi amazingly agreed, and they were just before Lekad Dodi, and they sat down and they all sat and studied, and then about 20, 30 minutes later, a messenger comes in and says that a baby was born, and you can go ahead and bring in the Sabbath right now. And the rabbi proclaimed his name. The rabbi said he's definitely going to be named Moshe because he is going to be the deliverer of the Jewish people. Beautiful story about the origins of this young man. There's also more fascinating stories about the unique practices of the Sofer family with regard to their young child. He was, this is a very strange custom, I've never seen it myself, but I have read about it every now and then. He was veiled as a child. He was not allowed to walk about in the street, being able to look at whatever he wanted. Obviously, I assume he was not veiled at home, he was not veiled in the backyard, things like that, but when they would go walking in the street, in order to avoid his seeing anything negative, they actually covered his face, which is somewhat reminiscent in my, unfortunately polluted mind. I think of Siddhartha Gautama, who was also similarly sheltered from the outside world. He turned out rather differently than but at any rate, he was veiled on his way to Torah, and it was only when he was about 3 years old that they actually removed the veil when he walked in public. His parents had very definite ideas about his education. At one point, apparently the Chassam Sofer, as a young boy, when he was in his Rebbe's class, I think he was about 7 years old or so, and the teacher, the rabbi, translated a phrase in Genesis as the creation of Adam. He says, and God took earth from the earth, in Yiddish, earth from their air.
And the young Chassam Sofer, Moshe put up his hand and asked the Rebbe, says, Rebbe, that can't be the right translation. Because why would it say God took earth from the earth? Obviously,
that's
you
like
take
10 miles
only
away
earth
that
from
they
the earth, it
hollowed
must
out.
teach something different. Of course, in Hebrew, those are two different words.
Or you
But
get into
the
NASA,
Rebbe
right?
did not
Everyone
have
thinks
perhaps the
it's
facility
in
of the understanding of the Hebrew language
Houston.
to
The real
find
NASA is in
synonyms
Huntsville,
or
Alabama.
more
So
accurate
this is a
translation for
funny
those two
story. So
terms.
Eddie and I
And
are
so,
doing stand-up.
at a
We're
loss
doing the
for words, he
Temple
decided to
Comedy Night.
strike the young boy.
And we
gave
do
him a punch,
Nashville, we
which,
pack it out.
looking around the room, I think
Zanies,
most
I
of
think
you
it is.
probably
We pack it out,
experienced
break.
that
So he said
pedagogic
it's a
style.
Huntsville.
I know
And we go,
my knuckles still hurt thinking about all the raps I got with the yardstick on my hands. My kids, they have no clue of what it was like
to the
to
comedy
be a
club,
kid back in the
and the
1960s.
fucking
So
parking
anyway,
lot is packed,
the
and we're
child
like,
came
no,
home
we
because it was
packed
a
this
good question,
motherfucker.
right?
It's
Why
gonna be
would you
great.
translate
Well,
this
it's
as
like
Earth from the
Sharon
Earth? It must
Underwood or
mean something
one of
else.
those black
And
female
so
comics is
immediately
performing there.
the
It's called her
Rabbi
No, it's not her.
Sofer's
It's one
father
of the
took him out of
daytime
school
talk show.
and
I forget what her
homeschooled him
name
right
is.
then.
No
Right,
disrespect. She's
homeschooling
hilarious.
in the
She packed it out,
probably
and it's her crowd. So
1860s.
she runs. The show goes
entirely
on.
different adventure than
And all of a
homeschooling.
sudden,
1760s,
her
thank you.
crowd
It's entirely different venture
and our
than
crowd
today.
comes in, and it's
He tended to outgrow his teachers, however, and when he turned 9 years old, it was decided that he should in fact study with Rabbi Nassim Adler, a fascinating individual who probably should be the subject of one of our biographical talks one night. Rabbi Adler was known to be a deep Kabbalist in Frankfurt, very, very pious individual, highly respected. He used the Sephardic Kabbalistic liturgy rather than the traditional Ashkenazic liturgy, and on a few occasions he fell into some conflict with the community as a whole, and specifically the local rabbinic establishment that was led by Rabbi Pinchas Horowitz, who was also Rabbi Sofer's teacher. Rabbi Sofer actually moved in and lived with Rabbi Adler and had a lifelong attachment to him, this deep, isolated Kabbalist who at one point was actually put into excommunication by Rabbi Horowitz and the rest of the members of the community. There was no question in town about his piety and about his sincere desire to serve God in every way, but the problem was we're living in a period where there's still the reverberations of the Sabbatean controversy, which we've discussed in previous years. If you recall, in the 1660s there was a very devastating false messianic movement that came to a horrible close when Shabtai Tzvi left his followers and converted to Islam, and huge swaths of Jewish populations were left impoverished and completely depressed because their hopes for a Messiah were crushed with Shabtai Tzvi's defection to another faith. After he died, there were several other quasi-Shabbatian movements that swept across Europe. Sometimes they were explicit, and in fact there were these pockets of Sabbatean communities throughout the region. Sometimes they were suspected, kind of like it was a McCarthyist kind of era where anybody who had any kind of like Kabbalistic leanings was suspected of being a secret follower of Shabtai Tzvi. So in this environment, which affected some of the greatest rabbis of the era, Rabbi Adler was placed into excommunication for a brief period of time, and Rabbi Moshe Sofer, however, followed his teacher into exile. He preferred to stay with his teacher, even despite the negative influence that was surrounding him at that time, or the negative, not influence, but the cloud of mistrust that was surrounding him. There were also questions about specifically the influence of Hasidism on both Rabbi Adler and Rabbi Horowitz. Hasidism, you recall, is still very young at this point in its history. The Baal Shem Tov, who was the father of the Hasidic movement, passed away around 1760, and the movement is handed off to his principal disciple, the Maggid of Nazareth. And this is all happening quite a ways away in Eastern Europe, but there's no question that the impact is felt throughout the land, particularly when the controversy between the Hasidim and the Masnachim heats up towards the end of the 18th century. So questions of the degree to which Hasidic ideas have penetrated into this more straightforward Wisconsin community were prevalent. And also, as I mentioned, the idea of practical Kabbalah. What is practical Kabbalah? Just quickly define that.
Nuclear planes like dropping
Kabbalistic literature tends to be or can be divided into two major categories. This is a very rough definition. One category would be what we call theoretical Kabbalah, meaning answering questions like what is the structure of the universe? What is the meaning of evil in the universe? What is the soul? What happens to the soul after people die? Kind of like just general theoretical questions, sort of like a textbook of physics, but in this case Kabbalah. And that is definitely pretty esoteric material and tends to be reserved for the elite. But it's not in itself feared the same way that practical Kabbalah is. Practical Kabbalah or theurgic Kabbalah, to use a technical term, means it's probably closer to the English term magic, meaning using all this knowledge to cast spells or to write
they interview Nazis who still defended
amulets that have
everything they
special
did.
power,
Sometimes
nefarious power,
they all just
sometimes
defended what
used
they did.
in business
And it was
dealings
crazy.
or in
It's a
affairs of
crazy
the
video
heart
to
and things
watch.
like that. Sometimes to try to aggressively demand that God send the Messiah. All kinds of interesting projects fall within the purview of practical Kabbalah. And although theoretical Kabbalah is well respected and is considered the purview of the elite, the great scholars, practical Kabbalah is considered an extremely dangerous venture and was excoriated throughout Eastern Europe by rabbis who felt that if it was in the wrong hands, it would be a very destructive influence. So there was questions about Rabbi Adler and the composition of these amulets that eventually drove him into harm. But as I mentioned earlier, Rabbi Sofer interestingly chose to remain with his teacher rather than give in to the dominant position in the end, when Rabbi Adler grew ill, he was the excommunication was formally lifted, and at his funeral, Rabbi Horowitz delivered the lead eulogy as a gesture of healing after a very difficult period of controversy. So he grew up in Frankfurt am Main, educated primarily by traditional Talmudists like Rabbi Horowitz, and also heavily influenced by Kabbalists like Rabbi Adler, and then he turned to Pressburg. Here is a period photograph of Pressburg. You can see at the top of this, there's a Danube flowing along here. You have this kind of like spade-looking castle at the top of the mountain. It's the locals apparently referred to it as the tabletop because it looks like an inverted table. It's not exactly the Disney kind of model of a castle with turrets and chambers and things like that. It's a rather conventional and it's a rather pedestrian. Here's a view from when I was there last month, standing on the top of the castle, and here's the Danube flowing. You can see over here they have this more modern kind of bridge here, which has a restaurant at the top of the revolving bridge up there. The locals call it the UFO. I don't know why. Apparently, there was a major synagogue over here on this side of the river that was destroyed in order to make room for the bridge to cross the river here. This was kind of like a liquid Berlin Wall. Austria is just off to the side over here, and Austria was a neutral country after World War II, and many Soviet citizens attempted to make the crossing to the west by getting themselves to Bratislava and then braving the waters of the Danube, which is not all that wide. It's not an incredibly difficult swim, but they had to risk being shot by Soviet snipers who were trying to prevent them from gaining access to the west. So it was in this town
and they're doing great jobs getting these guys off the streets.
Rabbi Sofer made his name. He came here in the early 1800s, and he established an incredibly large yeshiva that was extremely popular, and he attracted followers from miles around. His most important area of activism, as I mentioned earlier, he's famous for really two reasons. One is He was a great scholar, tremendous rabbinic erudition and publication and so on, and we've studied many of those people. But he was also a firebrand. He also had a very sharp sense of what Jews needed to do in the present moment, and no one was more opposed to him than Moses Nebuchadnezzar shown here, who had predeceased him, but was an extremely influential figure. Let's just quickly think about what Moses Nebuchadnezzar stood for. So he was called the genius of Berlin, a rather highly intellectual individual with a tremendous gift for languages, which he utilized to great success by entering academic essay competitions and so on. Apparently, he even invested the great Emmanuel Kant in an essay competition. And this was really quite an achievement because this is well before Jews had achieved emancipation. Emancipation would be, in fact, the goal of Jews in Europe right up until the early 20th century, depending on which part of the continent we look at. What do I mean by emancipation? So this term comes to us in American Jewish historiography. We obviously borrowed it from the Civil War era, where emancipation was used in the context of the slavery of African Americans. That they had to be emancipated or freed. I think a more accurate term would be manumitted because they were slaves and they were given freedom. This term was appropriated by Jewish historians wishing to describe the situation of the Jews in 18th century and 19th century Europe. It's not an exact fit, because Jews were not, in fact, enslaved. They just suffered from a discriminatory regime that differed significantly between the various countries of Western and Eastern Europe. The kind of disabilities that they suffered were primarily related to the issue of citizenship. Were they to be considered complete citizens, as they were in France beginning in 1791, a little bit earlier for the Sephardic Jews of Spanish France because they were more acculturated, or were they to be considered fundamentally foreigners with temporary residence permits? This is in fact what pertained in the Russian Empire right up until it fell in 1917. Jews had passports or internal documents that literally called them inozemny, or foreigners, and they had a limited amount of residence rights in Russia, and they could have been there for 1,000 years. They would still nevertheless be considered foreigners. Like I myself actually laughed the other day. People comment on the YouTube videos that I put these lectures up on YouTube. People comment on them, and sometimes they're fun to read. And what was the one that I saw the other day that made me laugh?
He's a fucking baby.
Oh yeah. Maybe you remember, I think it was not that long ago, I happened to pronounce the name of the Dutch governor of Manhattan. Do you remember who that was?
Who would write like horrible letters to ladies
that rejected him. Stuyvesant. So apparently, in my ignorance, I said Stuyvesant, which is, I guess that looks like that's how you spell it. So Stuyvesant.
Saying that?
I don't speak American very well. And so the guy wrote on the YouTube channel, he says, Americans know it's pronounced Stuyvesant. Go back to Canada. Like, wow, I feel so unwelcome in this country. What is it with this country and immigrants? But so, I have a little bit of that feeling of segregation. A person who does not have citizenship rights can have, they don't have rights at all. They have tolerances, right? I am tolerated in this country as long as I do not commit a felony, as long as I, am productive, have a job and things like that. So I'm allowed to live here, and I think that's great. Thankfully, 4 of my kids are born in this country, so they're anchor babies, and I get to stay here because I stay with them. But in Russia and other places, Jews could lose their residency rights at any moment. They could be forced to leave, as they did in Russia. They could be forced out of 15 versts from the border. They could be forced to move and move inland, so they would not be trading across the border. They could be denied the right to access universities, denied the right to what I say the right to use those terms. They could be denied the privilege of attending university, denied the privilege to engage in this or that occupation. All kinds of things could be imposed on them because fundamentally, as non-citizens, they have no rights. So the argument in the 18th century was to emancipate the Jews from this tenuous state of being permanent residents to becoming citizens and having all of the same rights and privileges as non-Jews living in the same region. Mendelssohn was the primary proponent of that movement, which had a political expression and it also had an intellectual expression. He was much more associated with the intellectual expression of it, meaning his argument for emancipation was that Jews can be productive, active members of society. They represent a human resource, intellectual capital that can be harnessed to the will of the state. If only the state would recognize that Jews wish to belong, they wish to be patriotic, they wish to be contributing members of society, simply allow them to exercise that natural love of one's homeland, and they will in fact be, worthy members of society, and everyone will benefit. And so Mendelssohn sought to demonstrate this in so many different ways. He argued, for example, that Jews should be absolutely fluent in the vernacular of the land. This was not necessarily true. Even in German-speaking lands, Jews spoke Yiddish, which, as I mentioned in the past, I think Billy Crystal called German with phlegm.
Gives you purpose.
Thank you. I know some of you heard that before. That's why they know. Shall I say it again, David? One more time. Billy Crystal says Yiddish is German with phlegm.
People who are on the island.
I'll cut that piece out of the internet. So he argued that the Jews should speak German well. They should not be speaking with country bumpkin accents, even though German and Yiddish are very closely related languages. They should be, able to express themselves with the height of fluidity. There should be no hesitation. They should have total command of the language and so on. He argued that, there's no reason for Jews to hold fast to customs that have no clear basis in the Jewish religious tradition, meaning modalities of clothing, of grooming, various, attitudes and behaviors that are sort of like cultural equations that are not necessarily something that is in the code of Jewish law, and certainly not in earlier texts. The argument that many of his followers would, this is not his phrase particularly, but he says a person should be a Jew at home and a man in the street. Meaning, just like everybody else in the street, but at home, that's where you practice your Judaism. And in fact, many of his followers took this to a much further degree. They preferred to use the term German of Mosaic persuasion, meaning they were true Germans, even though they didn't have citizenship yet. It happened that the church that they worshipped in was a synagogue. Right? So there's this is a whole attitude which was enshrined in what was called the Haskalah, or enlightenment. That's the Hebrew translation of the term Al-Klero. And Mendelssohn was kind of like the flashpoint of it, and the first real mover of the Haskalah as a movement. His followers would take it to tremendous lengths. And in fact, just one or two generations after him, many Maskilim openly advocated slavish imitation of non-Jewish norms. We see it in areas like, particularly in areas like synagogue architecture, synagogue decor, synagogue ritual. They successfully actually moved Shabbos to Sunday, but popular resentment simply couldn't handle that, so Shabbos was moved back to Saturday. And we can see all kinds of interesting, movements that the later inheritors of the Haskalah would go to any length trying to demonstrate that they were good German citizens. The conversion rate to Lutheranism in particular was off the charts. As the second, third generation of followers of Mendelssohn felt like, hey, this is not working. It's just not, we're not getting where we want to. I think we just have to make a pro forma conversion, and then things will come to pass. And one of the saddest things I think about Mendelssohn's life was that all of his grandchildren converted to Christianity. He was not able to have any heal. I believe I read recently that one branch of the family may have returned, but
measurable.
I'm not 100% sure about that.
We talked about that the other day. They fucking
now, and one other key fact that's fascinating, I think, Mendelssohn's prime literary achievement was he wrote a translation of the Bible with a commentary called the Beal. And it was written in Hebrew on one side and in Judeo-German on the other side. And while the Maskilim thought it was a great idea because Jews could learn German properly, they knew the Hebrew text very well, and they could learn German properly by following his translation. The traditionalists were aghast because it meant this was a window open to the outside world, and in fact it would lead to the dissolution of Jewish body politic, and they were not far wrong. So he was extremely opposed to the works of Mendelssohn. Let me just remind myself what I'm talking about next year. So I have to talk a little bit more about this right here. So in his writing, very sharp writing against the works of Moses Mendelssohn, the Psalm Sofer emerged as the leading figure of 8th century Europe. And he had an incredible wit and a fighting tongue. He was not hesitant at all to put his words to paper in a continent-wide polemic against the gains that the reformers were having throughout the period. I use the term reformer with a small r, but there are definite links to what we call the reform movement today from Mendelssohn's side. Perhaps the most famous of the Chassam Sofer's positions was he borrowed a text from the Mishnah that is, you have to just give me a second to explain this because it's sort of weird. There is a particular harvest of wheat. There's a period of time when the wheat is harvested called new wheat, or in Hebrew chadash, and it may not be consumed until after the holiday of Shavuot, which occurs usually in late summer. And so this chadash, this new wheat, is forbidden by the Torah. So it actually says explicitly in the Mishnah that this new wheat is forbidden by the Torah. But in Hebrew, you don't have to say the word wheat. You just say the new is forbidden by the Torah. The Chassam Sofer took this phrase and he made it his clarion call, saying the new is forbidden by the Torah. Anything new is forbidden by the Torah. And the Chassam Sofer took a very aggressive stance on this, saying that the onslaught of the Enlightenment is so profound that giving it even an inch, giving any compromise to it, will bring the entire structure of Judaism to collapse. And so he took a very hard line, and he said there is no way that we can budge on any of the suggestions, even if they seem rather innocuous. He said the new is forbidden by the Torah in all circumstances.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you.
Very, very strong political position, which is contrasted with several other strategies that were articulated at the time. For example, the strategy of Samson Raphael Hirsch, that I have not shown here, I've probably should write a picture of him, who was also in Frankfurt at this time. Samson Raphael Hirsch argued that the Enlightenment was really too strong for traditional Judaism. He's living, we'll call, a little bit further west in Germany as opposed to in Hungary, where the Chassam Sofer is. And he felt that the gravitational pull of modernity is so powerful that Jews cannot resist it outright the way the Chassam Sofer is. So he argued for a careful moderation of the demands of Judaism with the demands of modernity. Not to say that he would compromise any of the core beliefs or practices of Judaism, but he said, listen, it doesn't say anywhere in the Torah that a Jew is forbidden to wear a short coat like this, for example. This is called a dature, a German coat, because this is what the
like carpets and ancient
horribly
leaves that are hundreds of years old.
It's risque, you know, like
I think
this is
even
something you wouldn't wear it on a beach
so
back in the
some of
1860s,
these
right?
they think are 1,700 years old,
revealing.
and some
So
of these
he
are
said there's nothing that
as
forbids
recent
a Jew
as
from
4
wearing
or
a
5
short
years old.
coat. It's true
Look
that
at this-
traditionally,
look
at least
at
for the
this
last couple
tissue,
of years,
elongated
we've worn
skull.
these
But,
long
look at how
costumes.
everything
But how is a Jew
is in
different from
like,
wearing a
this is a
short
piece
coat?
of art
And so
from
Samson
1,700 years ago.
Hirsch's
Somebody
philosophy
created this.
argued for a careful
That's
practice by
nuts, man.
practice
That's an
evaluation
amazing piece
of
of work if
Jewish
it's
norms
really just art.
and to adapt
If it's
those
not
to
art, well,
what
they've
can be
managed
adapted
to find
to
some
modernity.
kind
And
of
this is
creature that might have been
Yeki
another
is
type
jacket,
of human.
exactly right. They're
that
called
we didn't
Germans.
know
Are called
existed.
Yekis because they wear these
There
short
might be-
jackets, right?
They find
There
out,
you go. Thank you
Jessica
for
was telling me
reminding
this
me.
on the phone, like,
So
look, this is the scan
this is
of this
again.
thing's bone
This is
structure.
I'm using
This
this
is
as
the
a
actual
contrast
thing.
with Sam Soper. The Sam
Like, how
Soper
nuts
said,
is that, man?
"Whoa,
If
my
that's
gosh!
fake,
If
that's
they're
fucking
suggesting that we should
extraordinary,
wear
'cause it looks like a
short
real
coats,
creature. I mean, the amount of
absolutely not. We are not changing our coats at all.
incredibly real.
Even in
I
the
mean, this is
middle
incredible.
of the
And
summer,
the
we're not
head is
changing.
very
Not at all.
different
Forget
than
about white
ours.
hats after Labor
Very
Day. It's
different
nothing.
than ours.
Reminds me, once I was walking
Elongated,
down the street in
but
Florida. I
also
lived in Florida
matches
for a
up
long
with
time.
so many
And one of my
descriptions
friends
people
was
have
a
encounters
Guerra
with
Cushion.
beings,
And we were
including
walking to
the
shore
James
an
Fox
August
movie,
day, and if you've been
Moment
in
of
Florida in
Contact,
August,
about
you know, it's like
Varginha,
having
Brazil
a
in
big
the
hot
1990s.
blanket
They
on
describe
your
things that look
body.
exactly
You know,
like
a big
this. Very
50-pound
small,
blanket.
like 3 feet
And
tall,
just the
3
humidity,
fingers,
and we're
3
schwitzing, and
toes.
he's walking
That's what these
along
things are.
in his full
Like,
regalia
they
with a
might
big
have been
hat and
another
a long black
form
jacket.
of
And he turns to me
human
and says,
that we just don't
"I'm
have any
so
evidence
glad
for. Well, like,
they
Dennis
did not
Ovens,
have
they just found
galoshes
recently.
in
I think it
18th
was in the
century
last
Poland."
decade, right? And then there's
Otherwise,
those
we'd
new
be wearing
people
rubber
with
galoshes as you're
Juliet,
walking
is that
along
what
the
it was?
floor. So, the Sam Soper,
December of 2024, they released this paper. They found another type of human.
they never met.
The Flores
They never met. I
people,
think he
the
died in
Hobbit people in
1786 or
Flores, they look like,
1762.
I think, the 90s.
I'm not aware of them ever
You know,
meeting. I
it's
do not believe they ever
interesting.
did.
All of it's interesting.
So,
It's like there's a
very
bunch of
harsh
stuff that we're
criticism,
just now
and
finding out.
the strategy that the Sam Soper articulated was
we know the
complete
entire
and utter
landscape as far
resistance
as
to
like
modernity.
what different types
Stay
of
away.
timelines.
There's some interesting
What the fuck
kind
is
of
that,
counter
then? If that really is
intuitive
1,700 years old, that's true. Or 700
gestures
years
that the
old.
Sam
If
Soper
that really
indicated, like
is
for
that,
example,
and that's a
he's
real
very much
being,
against
and then there's more than one.
secular studies in the
Has
yeshiva,
a
not
fetus
surprising.
inside of it.
But on the other hand,
also has 3
was
fingers and
much
3
more
toes.
tolerant of, for
So they're
example,
trying to get
physical
better
education.
scans on
He
this thing, but
believed
it has a
that
fetus
it was
inside of
important
it.
the yeshiva
Like, if
students
that's a
all knew how to
hoax,
swim. He used to have swimming classes in the Danube River
like, I
to
want
make
to
sure
know.
that Jews knew how to swim, things like that, which is,
what's the
you won't find
results?
too many
Done it more
yeshivas
than
doing that
once.
today.
Okay, do we know
Another
for sure
thing
how old
that
it
is
is?
extremely important
Yeah,
for
one
our
of them has like
times,
an
and
implant
this
on
is
the back
so
of its head.
close to us today,
Yeah.
those of us who are
I can't
observant of
recommend
the
this
tradition,
episode enough.
that it's hard to
Alien Mummies
recognize
found
how
in
we
Peru,
got to
and
this
it's on
place.
Jesse Michael's
But
channel.
Sam Sober had a very important
American Alchemy, great fucking show.
Let me just
He goes
introduce
deep, and
this
he actually
point
went to Peru
by
to see these
describing for you one
get the
situation
studies
when I was
scanned,
learning in
and
yeshiva in Muncie.
There's biologists
And
who
I
look
was
at this.
studying
They're saying
Mishnah
this is a
Brura, which
real
is a
creature.
classic
Whatever this is, we need to
20th
do more
century
tests, find out
treatise on
more.
standard
And
behavior.
they're very
And
suspicious about the
I'm
actual
reading through
location of
various
which the guy
things,
said
and I
that he
get to this
found
one
them, 'cause
passage,
basically
and I'm
these are
reading
like
it,
grave robbers.
reading it again,
They
reading it
find
this
these
time,
things,
and it's confusing because
yeah, and they found more than one.
what it's
The
telling
crazy
us
thing
to
is,
do
show them the
is
ancient
exactly
art
the
from Peru
opposite
that
of
shows
what
3
people actually do today.
three-toed
Got to
beings.
do with how a particular
Because they
blessing
look
is
just
recited.
like
And
that.
I looked it up in the
This
Holy
whole
Art
chart is
Scroll Sitter, and
hundreds
I
of
looked it
years
up in all kinds of
old,
places, and I saw that in fact,
the fucking
we
3 toes and 3 fingers.
contemporary American Jews and the
This is all
Canadians
Jesse's
do not
episode too.
follow what
Just
it
go
says
watch
in
that
the Mishnah
episode if
Berurah. So I was very
My
troubled
theory
by
on
this.
our
I
reality
went
is
to
every movie
Rabbi
you've ever
Kokas,
watched in your life all
Benzion
going out at the
Kokas, who
same
was
time.
Mashgiach. I said, Rabbi, I don't understand.
All of these movies,
We're not
just
holding like the
kinda
Mishnah
tell you what's
Berurah.
really going
And he
on.
said to me, I'll never forget it. Who says we hold like the Mishnah Berurah? Which I thought was like such an earth-shattering concept. This is it. This is the code. This is what we follow. It's the law court. I mean, this is everything. But in fact, you should understand that halakha does have a certain amount of
if you're religious,
the phrase of wiggle
and it
room.
goes down to
Right? We have the
crickets and all
phrase
that
in Torah
stuff.
of the dalet
So
amos
it's
of
like
halakha,
you
the
only see
4
what you want
cubits of
to see,
halakha.
and it
If
shows
you
up
ever
in
measure
the
out 4 cubits, it's a lot of space.
Right.
4 cubits
So
is
I
close
think,
to 6
when you go
feet.
Bigfoot,
In 6 feet
100%.
square, you can put a lot of different
100%. One of the
opinions
craziest
with a lot of
stories
different
ever
people.
told to me
Now, it's
was
true
by a
that
guy
we
I met at
tend
a
to
show,
coalesce
and
around
he was
certain
telling me
opinions.
he
Sephardim
did
will
a show where
follow
people would
certain
send in
bodies
their
of opinions. Ashkenazim will follow certain bodies of opinions. And God forbid that I'm
stories.
suggesting that
And he
anyone
said that a guy
deviate from their their customs or their theory and things like that. But one of the things that the Sam Sofer, one of his strategies that has affected us is that he absolutely canonized the Shulchan Aruch as a text. Now, the Shulchan Aruch is a very important text. It is the code of Jewish law, but
and they're just staring at it, and then the thing stops, notices them, they're camouflage stuff. He looks down at his dog and ran back and abandoned him. And he ran back and his girlfriend saw him. They're like, let's get the fuck out of here. And that gets into like,
fundamentally
kind of like the whole,
what the Shulchan Aruch has to say. Notably, the Ramah, Rav Moshe Isserles. And it is in the debate between the various commentators that we make contemporary halacha. It's not a straightforward, just look it up, what it says there, and that's all you need. Like they say, the Litvak says, what do I need a rabbi for? I have a book, right? I don't need a rabbi because there is no. But the fact is, not everything is in the book, and the book is a rigid, dead text. It's not sensitive to the immediacies of the social and chronological and geographic and cultural moment that a rabbi, a human being, could be. But sensing that the flexibility of halacha was something that would not serve the Jews well in a time when compromise was so dangerous, the Sam Sofer rigidly adhered to the words of the text and urged his followers with great success to turn to the text, specifically the Shulchan Aruch, as the primus inter pares, as the great work that is the last word on halacha. Even though intrinsically it is not, he himself added to halachic interpretation by writing about the Shulchan Aruch. He definitely focused us more as a text-based people, and although we gained, we became much more grounded in an authoritative tradition that goes back many centuries. It also enforced a certain level of rigidity that is perhaps somewhat artificial on a historical level. There's a classic article by Dr. Soloveitchik, related to the Soloveitchiks, of course, but the historian Soloveitchik, that looks at the issue of something as simple as how big was a Kiddush cup back in the 1800s.
That's what it seemed like.
Today we have, if you've gone to a Passover Seder, like at my table, we have all these measurements, and we all get a little bit OCD trying to figure out how the matzah fits into the box, how much matzah exactly we're eating. They never had things like that in Eastern Europe. They just said, this is the way Zaidi did it. This is the kind of organic Masorah, the organic tradition that we followed from our ancestors. This has changed quite a bit because in certain part, the Sam Sofer's emphasis on the Shulchan Aruch as our text figure. It also is something that unfortunately we suffer from because we are an orphan generation, lacking connection to Europe often because of the cataclysm of the Holocaust. So those two aspects are especially important for the Sam Sofer's son. On the one hand, it's incredible opposition to reform, and secondly, his adherence to the Shulchan Aruch as the defining halachic text of the era. So let us conclude appropriately, I think, with his last testament, which I think is very illustrative of his time. This is actually the handwritten manuscript version in his own hand of his last will and testament. And I have it here in translation by Yaakov David Shulman. I'm just going to read to you a couple of sections, and you'll recognize his voice in this translation. I'm not going to translate the whole thing. It's only a few pages, but I'll translate a couple of them. So he writes here, my sons and daughters, sons-in-law and daughters-in-law, grandchildren and great-grandchildren, lend me your ear and you will live. Let not your heart turn toward evil. Do not join the company of evildoers who follow the modern ways and depart from Hashem and His Torah. Do not dwell near them and do not associate with them in any way, shape, or form. So, by the way, that he probably, my humble opinion, his greatest work was his commentary on Chabad HaLevavot, where you really get a sense of the deep, abiding ethical sensibilities. But it is definitely monochrome and unitary on the issue of how to deal with the
All angels,
Do not go near the books written by Moses Mendelssohn.
Because nobody
Right?
wants to
Straight up, this is your last will and testament. If you were a direct descendant of Islam Sofer, I wouldn't live on the same block as somebody who had a book like Moses Mendelssohn. Study Tanakh with the commentary Rashi and embrace yourself in the Torah with the commentary Ramban. Teach the Torah to your children, for it constitutes the underpinning of our faith and embraces the universal wisdom of the ages. And if heaven forbid you will be saved by the veins of hunger, thirst, and poverty, please stand this test and do not turn to false gods. Do not omit Hashem from your thoughts. Let the girls study books written in German, which are based solely on our tradition and the moral tales and insights of our sages. Obviously, this is well before the Beis Yaakov movement and things like that. Women did not get universal literacy in Hebrew. They would have most likely enough to pronounce the Hebrew prayers, but they would not have reading facility. I positively and unconditionally forbid you to attend theater performances. We inherently hold the sweetness of Hashem and the joy of His children speaking in our days.
Christians go get
Guys,
I don't know what the answer is.
The girls can't go to theater, probably the boys can't go to
spiritual man, like one God, Jesus.
Well, it's hard to, I imagine you would forbid them both. No theater whatsoever.
Vibrate at a higher level, but
okay.
If you study
I'm going to read some more, it gets better. Be strong and resolute. Study Hashem's Torah diligently and with concentration. Disseminate the Torah among the masses. He was an incredible public teacher. He apparently never missed a single day of teaching Torah in his adult life. If your knowledge is limited, make an effort to teach others whatever you know, in purity and sincerity. Hashem knows you have no ulterior motive, and that in your sincerity, your holy name is to be honored to His great name. For hypocrites not which sounds like every single mother. Beware of adopting. It's interesting how the will kind of like alternates between positive panegyrics to traditional behavior and kindness going to dire warnings against the deviant behavior, such as beware of adopting non-Jewish names, of speaking the language or dressing in the style of the non-Jew, right? Which is exactly against the whole platform of Moses Mendelssohn, right? He says, just stop it in its tracks, don't go anywhere near them. Never say, times have changed. We have an old father, praised is his name, who never has and never will change. A very strong statement. You can imagine how his thought would specifically inspire the ultra-Orthodox in Brooklyn and Israel behind. Now, there's one more little addendum. There's like 3 pages or so to his children specifically. Then he leaves instructions to his yeshiva, his community. Don't forget, he was the leader of the Jews of Pressburg, and by extension, all of Central Europe during his lifetime, right to the very end. He writes to the Jews of Pressburg specifically, you are today one of the outstanding communities in the world. Never allow a person who deviates from halacha to assume the leadership of your community. Please, I implore you, do not allow the rabbinate to remain vacant for more than 2 years. It's actually kind of funny because maybe it wouldn't take that long to find someone who was not going to deviate. Appoint only a Talmid Chacham who has a reputation of being God-fearing and who is uncompromising in his adherence to the Torah and halacha. A man who does not lend credence to heretical philosophies and who does not preach in the German language. This is, by the way, it was one of the hottest debates at the beginning of the 20th century in America, was whether or not American Orthodox rabbis should deliver a sermon in English. Delivering it in English was considered by the old generation to be a gross violation of everything Jewish, and by the younger American-born generation, that was considered like, what's the big deal? This is the language of the street. Why not speak about Torah in English? It shows how much has changed in over a century. I posted something on Facebook on Sunday. I went to a class with one of my favorite local rabbis, Rabbi Yaakov Trump. No relation. And I posted a picture of him giving this class. It was a great class, and I wrote in the bottom, best ways to be Sunday mornings, young Israel, go on see her. And a friend of mine who is a local historian, he writes in the comment section, make young Israel great again. Okay.
So deep, dude. Why would it?
Select a man who delivers sermons like you heard from me, expositions of teachings and sayings of Chazal, a man who gives no special consideration of anyone and cannot be bribed either by honor, glory, or flattery. He should be a humble man who will deliver Torah public lectures to his community. The curriculum and schedule of Torah classes should not be changed in any way. Anyone wanting to introduce changes shall be removed. Anyone promoting a traditional system of teaching Torah shall be supported. The order of prayer and the layout of the shul shall be maintained in perpetuity without the slightest change or alteration. These are, by the way, all areas where the Haskalah sought to quote-unquote modernize the synagogue by changing the decorum, the rituals, and so on. Let no one dare make any changes either in the arrangement of the interior of the shul or in the order of our prayers. It concludes, our Father in heaven, raise high the pride of your people, and that of the people of Pressburg in particular. Grant them material wealth, glory, and long life dedicated to the fear of Hashem and the study of Torah until the coming of Mashiach.
They're doing a bunch of stuff.
Okay, with that, we should conclude the. Do I have any other last points here? I've forgotten whether I have any points. I got so carried away.
It seems like some
He was published after his lifetime. He only wrote a couple of things in his own lifetime that were produced while he was alive. Afterwards, volume after volume of his manuscripts were committed to print. As I mentioned, his yeshiva was transplanted from Pressburg after the war to both Brooklyn and to Jerusalem, and his philosophy is largely animating the Haredi world today. Very strong orientation to the modern world, which perhaps because we are, after all, sitting in a college that studies secular studies in order to advance students in their career and professional interests, is somewhat foreign to many of us, but nevertheless, it is an effective strategy that allows the Haredi to maintain their group integrity to the present day in an impressive way. Thank you very much for your attention. I look forward to speaking with you next week.
That's why I'm looking at cutie pies. Bring back the cutie pies. But then they're all going to get eaten. Because you're going to have to eventually let them go, and then something's going to fucking prey on them. And then you're going to have a disaster. Or they're going to wind up eating a bunch of shit that they're not supposed to eat. And they're going to kill some species off. That happens all. That's like Australia's like.
Max Nordau, one of my favorite things about Max Nordau
and to combat different animals, and now they have like feral cats everywhere.
Jeez. Have you ever heard of orphan trains? Have you ever heard of the orphan trains? I remember when I was a kid, I would see cartoons and like. This orphan train's gonna go off the tracks. I'm like,
I was thinking, I suggested to my wife that perhaps I could get away with that.
This is where cabbage
inches, but my wife was not interested. Nevertheless, that scored quite a Leon I image, and certainly no match for Daniel Herzl was first match with a source of very dark ribbon and he was really famous for his work. His name was not actually Max Nordau. He changed it from Sundfeld because he felt that Nordau was a little bit more dramatic, a little bit more modern. He actually changed his name artificially when he was a young child. He was first published works, and he published very precocious young age. First in a school paper, and then before he was 17, he was already publishing in some of the most important German language publications in Hungary. He chose the name Nordau as the pen name, and then eventually he officially changed it. But his actual name was Sundfeld, Simon Maximilian, or Sundfeld Mayer. Sundfeld, his years are 1849 to 1923. His profession was a doctor. Like many intellectuals, he was also a prominent public intellectual from the late 19th century. Before these world's Zionists, he was absolutely famous throughout the entire European continent as the foremost social critic of his era. His understanding of the world was unparalleled and very widely received. In fact,
many people really came to the first Zionist Congress, not necessarily because of the idea of Zionism, nor because of the figure of Herzl, but because the great Max Nordau would be speaking there. He was a draw. He was like already like a, it's like an ultra that would come to my lecture. It was right? Because it would be a huge endorsement. And Ultra has very little to say necessarily about 19th century Jewish history, but her presence would make that kind of impact. So Nordau himself was one of those people. As I mentioned, he was the co-founder of the World Zionist Herzl relied on his extensively, but he has no less forgotten in his shadow by and large. So we're not going over his life and his activities, his sense of who he was as a human, as a person, and also as a thinker, and specifically as a scientist. So great influence there. His youth and family. So he was born in Pest, which is one side of the Danube River. It's half of Budapest. They were eventually united several decades after his birth. And his father was a rabbi in Maleme who taught basically in schools and tutoring as a private teacher. Very humble individual. Later on, after he passed on, Nordau was going through his father's papers, and he found that his father lived to write novels, plays, and poetry in several languages, and he was quite humbled by the sense that his father had really quite a deep intellectual life without his awareness. Nordau rebelled against his Jewish identity fairly early in life, along with his sister. It was the second marriage of James Schusterfeld, and the two youngest children, and his sister, were not particularly observant of Jewish law. In fact, even when his sister was about 14 years old, we have letters in which she writes to Nordau saying, I'm writing this in the shed right now because it's almost summertime and it's Shabbos and I don't want flies to catch me writing on the Sabbath. So they were part of the generation of Jews who were on that transitional liminal stage where the parents were still adhering to the older traditional lifestyle, but the children were really thinking about as outdated and outmoded. In many ways, it reminds me of, I think it was Marshall Sklar, the sociologist, who once coined the term the ever-dying people, with reference to the Jews, of course, meaning that, it sounds so familiar to talk about, an older generation keeping their traditions and a younger generation not. And also, Michael with a joke, which I think is totally awesome. It's a true story, actually. When I was at a funeral once, talking to the Israeli consulate, I was once at a funeral, it was very sad occasion. One of my adult students passed away.
They go back to page 18.
So sorry about the she was missing. I was sitting at the graveside, during the funeral, and the consul general from Miami was there at the funeral. So he's talking to me. He sees I'm an observant individual, so he's talking about you. And he says, when I was young, I grew up on a extreme leftist, anti-religious, communist kind of travel back and forth in time. On our table on Pesach, Passover, we have everything. Beer, pasta, bread, everything on the table on Passover. Nowadays, the young people, they don't keep the traditions like we used to. Companies can just like this time, really, in the 21st century, things have not changed that dramatically in this particular regard at the turn of the 20th century. Here's a little phrase. Today's analyst, I just wondered about which I read. This is a kind of a questionable biography because it was written by Max's widow and daughter. So it tends to present a rather glowing and maybe some hagiographical impression of their husband and father, but nevertheless it has some really good insights because, of course, they heard everything from the principal himself. And you have his letters. So he writes his letters. These are letters from 1867. He writes to his his sister with whom he was very close. And he talks about how, he used to hate it during the month of Elul when he was 6 or 7 years old, and his father would rouse him before 5:30 in the morning to go to shul for the sluchas. This part of the world, sluchas for Ashkenazim, I think the earliest they get is about 5 a.m., maybe a little earlier, 4:50 a.m. Spartan have it a lot tougher. And by the way, he was descended from Alabama of Spanish fame. So even though it's Spanish background way back, it's actually Ashkenazi right. Anyway, he used to complain about how hard it was for a young boy and wasn't it terrible to bring him out so early night. Then he writes, it was foolish, you may say, to rouse a poor little 6 to 10-year-old to sleep. Yet today at 18, I wouldn't mind exchanging souls for the sake of 7. I wouldn't mind exchanging my worn out piece of dirty soul at all with the pure soul of Wilson. I think very different. At that time, my incredibly vivid imagination surrounded those sleepless mornings with 1,000 mystical solemnities. I truly felt that I was standing before the gates of that hope. Such very high levels on the throne, desirous of purifying a degraded and wicked world. Today, I believe in nothing, except perhaps in the flavor of a good dish garnished with fine sliced onions and potatoes. Of course, I'm doing myself wrong. I still believe in something, in what is more beautiful than and outward with any religion. I believe in love and virtue and the power of true duty. All I hope is that in the next 10 years, that if you once walk in this faith, as the past men have betrayed my faith in God, that nothing moves me like the memories of those days or like those of the Savior. Great to bring me sorrow and rich memories and move me as Christmas seems to move the believers among the Germans. So he still has, 18, and he's left the religion beyond quite fond of, he still has some nostalgic feeling for the ancestral faith. And of course, they will return in the form of his very intense Zionist activities about 20 years later. He also was extremely respectful of his parents' faith. After his father passed away, his mother was still very firm, very religious, mother to his home, and she lived with him until her passing in the year 1900. As a child, as an infant, he was used to medicine early on and showed absolute fervor as he went to medical school and became a practicing doctor. But it was journalism that was really his passion, and his remarkably early successes as being published at the youth of 17 was really something quite significant. Also very important in this regard is that he was fairly Germanified, which was very typical of Jewish Hungarians at this period. Jews, often as a minority, seem to identify themselves with the state power. This is just something that was part and parcel of Jewish life, and as a minority, living sometimes in a hostile urban environment, when they have to choose between competing nationalities. And you'll recall that the Danube region was filled with so many different nationalities, all up and down the Spanish. The language question was often first and foremost. And identifying one's language was just one piece of the entire package of national identity that minorities had to determine for themselves. Jews frequently chose the larger power to ally themselves with linguistically and culturally than the indigenous population. So initially, before the 20th century, Jews tend to be very Germanophile, and then when Hungary started to get much more significant designations, then they belatedly joined the Hungarian business. You can see the same thing happening in places like Ukraine, even in my ancestral homeland in Lithuania. My ancestors were all very they were actually Masculine, speaking large Hebrew and speaking German, but they would never speak Lithuanian. It was only when Lithuania became its own country in 1980 that all of a sudden they started learning Lithuanian and getting very strange Lithuanian names like that. So that's the same kind of thing that happened in Northtown. He was highly identified with the Germanic tradition. When Hungary went through its initial period of modularization, meaning the Hungarianists, language and requirements on. Then he found himself displaced, and his father in particular suffered tremendous economic losses because he could no longer tolerate German language.
I remember being a kid and seeing on the news
Quebec
we were sending aid to Russia.
when the Quebec law came to
Why are we
power.
sending aid to
Then
these
all
people
of
if
these
we're in a
groups
cold
were
war with them? And then I
strongly
realized
identified as
because Russia was never
Anglo,
going to be
being
able to
oriented towards
that was just a
English-speaking
use it as
Canada, which was a
a
minority
screen
to Quebec as a whole, although not so much Montreal. They suddenly found themselves politically displaced, and that's why the bagels in Toronto suddenly got so much better. It was part of Montreal Jews migrated over to the Anglo-Speaking part. Anyways, here's a couple of things. He married, and he did not marry a Jewish woman. He had two very love affairs before he eventually married a Jewish woman. Ironically, part of the reasons for the failure of his second love affair, which was fairly terrible, she was his marriage didn't include scuttled the relationship, and he waited quite a while longer before he eventually married. His third love affair resulted in a marriage and a daughter, Maxa, who is shown here with Nordau. She eventually became an artist of some fame in Paris.
And people are running a lot of it. It's the weirdest video I've ever seen. It makes no sense. There's
This
an 9/11 on it or
picture gives you a sense of where the text is. This is the Buddha side of the river, and with Abraham Cooper from the Simon Wiesenthal Institute.
I'm not saying that did happen.
And in the background is Tesh. Here is another, just a picture of where we were standing. Which was a really cool picture. My wife took it. Kind of like a sort of castle. And this is on the Tesh side at nighttime picture. Look, I'm even wearing the same kind of clothes. Anyway,
we're trying to climb in.
let's go to explore a little bit of his thought. Why was he getting out of it? His most important early work was a critique of European society, showing you here's the front page, conventional rise of our civilization. In the title itself, you get a sense of his personality. He was a gadfly. He was a critic in the common sense of the term. He tended to take things apart, look for the flaws. He was extremely intolerant of it, no matter how minor. And he pushes all kinds of negative things in civilization that he felt had to be changed. Very little Jewish content in his early work, but it was extremely popular. Translated into 15 languages, including Chinese and Japanese. Just think of how
he said it's like they were never going to be not
that they were never going to have 15 different languages, including 2 Asian languages. And since you got no translation, I wanted to show you this is just purely because I like it. This just came out last year. This is the Ukrainian translation of my first book. It's a very cool book, I think. And this just came out last year. Spanish translation of a different book. And I feel really proud that what I wrote in English is now being read in other countries and other languages. Available on let's just go back. Let's look at it
the first things we go to are the museums.
His book was also banned in Austria and Russia, which is one of the reasons why it got so popular, because if you're not to make a Jewish book popular, you have to ban it. I'm hoping someone will ban some of my books. But it's not a Jewish book. It's like no significant discussion of Judaism and anti-Semitism. Even though this was written by the son of a rabbi with a fairly extensive Jewish knowledge, a very bright person, but he just did not feel it necessary to show his Jewish background whatsoever. This was going to change dramatically in the next few years. In fact, ironically, probably his most well-known
That's what you think of
was called regeneration. It's not really the most emblematic of his thought. Neither in the Zionist period, which was the majority was like more in the pre-Zionist period, but for some reason it really struck a nerve, and it was even republished in the 1960s. It's very rare that you have a book published in 1893 that is then regenerated again in the postal era. But it was so regeneration essentially attacked a whole category of art and culture, which he felt was catering to the most base elements of human thought. His number one target was Oscar Wilde, shown here, for reasons which I think we could probably surmise, but we need not delay our stare as we look at his more Jewish-related He also claimed to another one of his books, Muscular Judaism. When he eventually got around to Judaism, a lot of the ways that he formulated his social critique of Judaism was the sense he felt that Jews had essentially cowardly receded into the background, that they folded into themselves, and they had not taken the first little step forward to redeem themselves in the modern environment. The book was called Muscular and it was a tremendous inspiration for Vladimir Jabotinsky, who was a very prominent Zionist that we've spoken about last year, who tended to take a much more aggressive approach to what would eventually become the Israeli Arab problem. He felt that Jabotinsky felt that Jews could not rely on the goodwill of the nations of the world or of the Arab neighbors of Israel to reach for coexistence. He felt that Jews had to step forward and be muscular. And this concept really owes to Northern This is a counterpoint to his philosophy, which is known as solidaritarianism. I was just about these spelling. I'm sure after this lecture I'll probably forget it spelling. But solidaritarianism was actually the subject of a dissertation written here in New York. I don't exactly understand what the real major thrust of this philosophy is, but it seems to be a lot, as the name solidarity implies, a basic belief in the ultimate goodness of humanity, the value of cooperation, the value of collaboration, and things like that. But very much a counterpoint to muscular Judaism as a philosophy for achievement. Okay, so any questions, arguments, or discussions?
UFOs for the 21st century mind.
Jewish or the secular thought?
When we were talking about the crash of a bunch of high-altitude explosives, nuclear bombs, in the 1950s, like just shot them up 150 miles in the sky.
I think it's an excellent question. The things that come to mind, the ones that I remember reading and here's the reaction, were primarily foreigners, people whose ideas he rebelled against. It's interesting to me because in this area I would cite Henry Chamberlain and Comte. These are figures of the mid to late 19th century who began to define this theory of race. And specifically, they argued that the Jews were a vermin race that was bent on dominating the world through infecting healthy body parts. And it's a very noxious kind of doctrine that eventually would become German Nazism and ultimately Nazism. There's kind of integral nationalism in general. But, more down the
frontline troops advance future potential
strikes may occur in areas of Zionism. Which Herzl's right hand man,
interference device that causes freeze up.
Herzl was also a native of Dutch. They had the Hungarian language in common, but more so living in the German language. And he was 11 years a junior, but both involved in journalism. And of course, they were both in France at the time of the Dreyfus Affair, which had a huge impact on the two of them. The Dreyfus Affair, I'm sure all of you are familiar with it, but just to give the very broadest outlines,
Yeah, who knows, right?
There was a discovery in the French military that someone was selling secrets to the Germans. And of course, the French and the Germans had a long-standing feud. They had a war basically every 30 years, which means that we're just about losing one part of the enemy. And there was a military side to the military to pin the blame on Alfred Dreyfus, a Jewish captain who was not especially well liked by his peers, and Dreyfus was framed for espionage. He was tried 3 times and found guilty all 3 times, and eventually sent off to a prison island in Belgrade. And ultimately, largely because of the efforts of Norwegian liberals, like Salvation Army, he essentially laid the blame not only on the upper echelons of the military, who were complicit in this frame-up, but of the French judiciary, who had participated in a sham trial, and he essentially said the entire law and order system was shot. Ultimately, it was clearly obvious that it was not Dreyfus who had actually sold secrets to the Germans, and he was released, but he was not pardoned until 100 years later. His rich stain on French society at the time. What's relevant for our purposes is that both Nordau and Dreyfus witnessed these French crowds screaming for the murder, for the capital punishment of Dreyfus, calling him a traitor, and yes, not just this particular guy who's a traitor, but all Jews, and he was kind of like a huge reversal of everything that had happened in France since the emancipation, fully 100 years prior. So both Herzl and Nordau were amazed. How did this happen in the country that first gave Jews emancipation? How did it happen that they turn around and, you can see that it was all just for show. I'm going to read you a little bit of the text of what he says about that at the first time conference. Anyway, Herzl himself goes to attend Dr. Eno's shift, and he says, I have this amazing idea, and I'm serious about it. Why don't we move all the Jews of Europe, or at least those Jews who are suffering and persecuted, why don't we move them to the ancient land of Israel in the Middle East? I was showing this very carefully, and then said to him, now that I've heard you say this idea, I have a person for you to talk to. Someone like this.
Have you ever heard that most
wars are racing history? You need to see a psychiatrist because you are definitely experiencing some crazy. And he's told you he's essentially crazy. Herzl has no luck with his friend Richard. So then he went to Nordau and he experienced the same story. And Nordau said to him, you are insane, we are insane together. So it was extremely important friendship, relationship, personal relationship that lasted until the end of their lives.
Okay, so this is
and of course, the first major moment was the convening of the World Zionist Conference in 1897, an extremely important event 2 years after the Dreyfus affair, which represents the first gathering of world thinkers from all over Europe in particular to get together to seriously discuss in Basel, Switzerland, the possibility of creating a Jewish state in Palestine in the land of Israel. Here, of course, all the delegates who were right at the center is Herzl and so many that we were right here, you see on his right hand, quite literally, is the number 2 guy. So that's an excellent question. But we're definitely delegates who are religious,
guys from high school that I'm on Dexter all the time. It's kind of where I got my ability to kill hecklers because we just shit talked each other forever. Like we started fighting at one age and we just started annihilating each other. So then it's just like natural to me. Like what's trauma as a kid sometimes becomes your strength as an adult. So I got rid of that. They're all every time I fly home, they just like amazing things. So when I go to college, my friend Tony, he goes hell for he comes back, he gets religion.
a joke about the Septuagint, which is the translation of the Bible. That's a very quick, it's actually a joke that I heard in the name of Rabbi Rothschild, very quick Rabbi podcast. The story goes to the Talmud that Ptolemy got 70 Jewish scholars,
in the late 90s,
and he put them in 70 different rooms,
that's got a
and
great
he
scene in
gave them the Bible and said, please translate this to Greek. When they all came out later, we compared their versions. It was a miracle. Each one of the versions was identical. And Rabbi Rothschild once said that you call that a miracle? That's not a miracle. Take 70 scholars, 70 rabbis, put them in one room.
There's a great video on Instagram that breaks down it's animation. It's so fucking good. So do you think that those planes were remote controlled? I would take missiles that look like planes over passenger planes, yes. Because
Zionism seeks to secure for the Jewish people a publicly recognized, legally assured homeland in Palestine.
You can't
To break that down a little bit. First of all, the whole idea of getting together was to agree on what exactly we are going to do and how we are going to do it. So it should not be distracted by the term Palestine. This is
pilots say they could never have done that greatest technology for them to take
the term Palestine was coined by the Romans way back 2,000 years ago because they wanted to replace Judea, which obviously has very Jewish connotations, right, named after Jehudah, with a name after the enemies of the Jews. The most well-known enemies are the Philistines and the Philistines, and so they chose the name Palestine after the enemies of the Jews.
It's just another
It's just a descriptor. You often find Jews before 1948 referring to the land as Palestine without any political connotation. So anyway, what did the Sikhs do? For the Jewish people, publicly recognized, that's the term that's written out here.
They track it, they know where it's going. It flies straight Operation Northwood. They literally tell you what they're going to do. I know that. Which is what they fly to know that Operation Northwood, they had a drone plane.
And all of these 4 words were the subject of tremendous debate. Some delegates wanted internationally recognized, which would have a very political connotation. More down on others said, look, we just want real estate. We just want to be able to put people there. Similarly, the book used the word check alone, state. We used the word high check, which means like a holy land. Which could mean state, could mean a political entity, but it's a little, softer. It could mean simply a protectorate. Could mean a province or, something like that. So it's softened. But they, right to the last moment, they were debating, and that's why they had to have the curriculum openly recognized, meaning it shouldn't be something that happens behind closed doors. It should be they call it
just a mass of people.
So how they make it? They came out of this purpose that Congress considers the following service domains. This is what we're going to do. Number 1, the promotion of the settlement of Jewish agriculturalists, artisans, and tradesmen in Palestine. This is the inheritance of the Sion movement that was very active in the 1880s, which actively promoted the agricultural development of the land. It would feed very much
just take a chance like that when you're planning
who wanted Israel not to be another kind of like Western European capitalist nation, but wanted it to be some kind of social paradise, communist paradise even, where Jews were actually getting involved in the land. This is very much in contrast with the 19th century values of the thought that people derive their identity from their connections specifically to farming. Jews who overwhelmingly urbanized, overwhelmingly involved in trade and commerce, lacked that connection to the land, and Zionism was viewed in many ways. I'll take your questions in that. But Zionism was viewed in many ways as an attempt to rectify that. Secondly, the Federation of all Jews, which was local or general according to the laws of the various countries.
Just because
This is kind of number 2 of the Zionist program which
wizard.
essentially argues for the
Just because
organization
he
of Jews
dresses like
in
a
other
wizard
countries,
in a fucking
that they
Hobbit
should be
movie
establishing themselves
doesn't mean
as
he's in it.
organized
You
groups.
study Michael Jordan.
Kind of like
Dresses
what
exactly
federation
how I would
means in
dress, except
America,
for when he's at
although
Irish
sometimes this is
Starbucks.
envisioned as a
Have
much
you ever seen
stronger
that
entity
beach?
involving the national register
You've
of
never seen that? You're
Jews
not good.
who would pay taxes to a central authority, have those taxes then be redistributed.
He's in a
things
bride
like that.
lingerie and
So
hat.
element number two really argues to the organization of Jews elsewhere. Zionism
It
is
looks
seen not
exactly
only
like,
as
you're not going to believe it, but I totally think that's it. This is all my images that you found online.
something that you energize
And I said, oh, he's
all
in a
over
Dick
the world.
Cage. I think he's
Third,
looking at
related
Dick
to that,
Cage.
the strength
Go on,
of
look
the
at it.
Jewish
Tell me
feeling
that's
and
not him.
consciousness.
Tell me that's not
Some
him.
of the impact of the
Dude,
Zionist
you're that saying
on
weird shit.
and
It's a
many places
Facebook.
back with Nordell, and eventually, as you will see, they're eventually buried right next to each other, arguing that Zionism should inspire us to be more Jewish, which is much more consonant with their religious values, fraud, Torah, and things like that, without necessarily demanding, that the borders should be drawn here, flags should look like this.
That guy is into the weird. You're the head of
Generally
you're
dedicated to
into
the benefit
the
of Jewish
weirdest
people.
shit.
And finally, that was sort of secondly, anything that brings governmental gains will become necessary to the achievement of the Zionist purpose. This is Herzl down here. Whose main Zionist activity was essentially shuttle diplomacy, going from government office to important figures to celebrities, and trying to garner support by using and lobbying and kind of traditional type of approach, which is serving the Jews so well for so long. So this is a main achievement of the first Zionist convention. With your permission, I'd like to read to you a little bit from what Nordell is electrifying address of that time. So here it is. I'm just guessing that he probably spoke based on the length of this English translation. He probably spoke for someone in the neighborhood of 20 or 30 minutes, so I'll just give you a couple of pieces here. And he has kind of like a
Someone who dresses like that would be fucking weird. Now he steals clothes. Where's the clothes to like China vets? Where people one lady's like, that's my dress. She said just so you know it was a one-off.
The nations which emancipated Jews have mistaken their own feelings. Remember, it's around 1897. At this point, every country except Russia has ultimately emancipated its Jews and given Jews equal rights. Russia did not do so until 1917, when the Romanov dynasty fell. But even Germany, even the German lands have slowly, technically given Jews equal rights. In order to put this instead of emancipation, first of the complemented incentive by law.
The difference between
They may have given us equal rights on paper,
Trump's
but they
all
didn't
close
believe
to
it.
neocons, and
Broad
Kamala's
swath
would be
society
BLM,
did not really want
fat
Jews
feminists, and trans.
But someone made those people liberals in the government with high-flying ideas who would like say, okay, Jews are equal now, but really, you walk in the streets now.
These people are just absolutely ridiculous. Thinking it would be anything different.
The history of Jewish emancipation is one of the most remarkable narratives in the history of European thought. The emancipation of Jews was not the consequence of the conviction that great injury had been done to a race, that it had been treated most fairly, and that it was time to atone for the injustice of 1,000 years. It was solely the result of the geometrical motor thought of French rationalism of the 18th century. This rationalism was constructed by the aid of pure logic, without taking into account limiting sentiments and the principles of the certainty of mathematical action. And it insisted on trying to introduce these creations of pure intellect into the world of reality. The emancipation of the Jews was an automatic application of the rationalistic method. The philosopher Rousseau, in his Ideas and Legislative Declaration of Human Rights, out of this declaration, the strict logic of the men of the Great Revolution produced Jewish emancipation. As the French Revolution gave to the world the metric and the decimal systems, so it also created a kind of normal spiritual system, which other countries either willingly or unwillingly accepted as a normal measure for their state of culture. In other words, what I'm saying is that just like the French came up with the metric system, which is like really a sensible system, which is probably the reason why the United States of America is not yet fully adopted. Everything's based on a number 10. You know, you have 10 milliliters or 100 milliliters, you have 10 deciliters, 10 centimeters, a meter, 1,000 meters a kilometer. It all makes sense. Water boils at 100 and freezes at 0. Not like American water boils at 212, like you would remember. Freezes at 32. Like very simple logical numbers. So the French, they invented a really great system of measuring things. So too, they invented ideas like logic and government, which other countries felt constrained to accept based on logic. But they didn't believe it in their heart. So in other words, what he's saying is that other nations accepted legal emancipation for Jews, but they didn't give them social emancipation. They didn't really want the Jews in their country clubs.
Fatter, but there's also a segment that is getting more attention than jiu-jitsu guys, CrossFit guys, Thai boxing dudes, they're all getting more and more fucking shredded than ever. Yes, there are a lot of fat people. But there's also way more shit people too, because they're just more people. There's more shit people than ever before, but I think the average person is more shit. The average, there's like outliers, people that work out all the time, there's more of those than ever before, but we're getting fucking poisoned, and our food is terrible. It's certainly more than ever. The RFK Jr. thing was one of the most important things of this administration, I thought. We're getting there right now. These companies have this great
on charity, and they're really broken
companies
in
have this
many
great
ways spiritually.
with medications.
Certainly, this is the heartland of Torah Judaism, and you have some phenomenal, great people raised in Eastern Europe at the time. So the broad swath of the Jewish population was completely shattered by their horrible living conditions. And in the Western world, in Germany and France and England, the Jews had a tremendously advantageous economic situation, but spiritually their lives were played out. They didn't have the Torah of peace, but they had all the
That's the same company that makes stuff that they send to Canada and does other
they were seeking for meaning for
crazy.
all the
You know, I saw me and Carol talking about this, how
together,
they drug
you felt the
that causes
Zionism
hair
put on
loss,
the
and
one
then the same
hand,
company
meet
sells
the
you
needs, the actual humanitarian needs of
yeah, well, this company's right now
Eastern Europe, and also meet the intellectual, spiritual needs of the Jews of Western Europe. This is kind of interesting. The fifth college, sorry for the writing, but it's beautiful. And
There's a
it says here
particular
in Hebrew,
NBA legend.
the secretary made Shulman Timberani, and our eyes will once again see your return to Zion University, which is obviously a messianic kind of
And now,
invocation.
when I
And
listen,
in the
because I
background
still
here is
listen
the
to sports
sun
talk
setting.
radio,
You'll see a Jewish farmer with a plow. And over here, it's kind of like an angelic feature, kind of like, what's the name of the artist?
that's the craziest storyline I've ever seen in my life. The guy who was
It's very popular.
this was the guy who was a civil rights leader.
This angelic figure is conservative. This impoverished old Jewish figure with a large yarmulke are controlling to the Zion in Israel. This is kind of a move of early Zionism.
But this was the guy who was full on in the civil rights movement, who understands, who have a great understanding of the black community's relationship with pharmaceutical companies and, you know, that famous thing where they have everybody have syphilis forever, and then they sent like black nurses to
this, by the way, this edition of
so he was a guy who was
published in 1931.
With Pfizer too, and he was the guy who was pushing everybody to get the jab. He was like really going after LeBron James, who didn't want to do it. And then now he's doing these commercials, which is so crazy. But did he have that before he got the jab? I never heard that. It's possible, but I never heard of it. But it's crazy.
The Second World War, which was so much more awful.
It is kind of crazy. A lot of old people got real scared. That's one of the things that happened. A lot of old people, when COVID came around, got real scared, and they wanted to believe that the pharmaceutical drug companies had an answer.
Are held by which declarations are delivered against the war, and law and arbitration treaties are completed by dozens towards prevention, while the great philanthropists has looked for them. Vast studies of the treaty will never land from the foundation of hero funds for the reward of great goods and service of humanity. In numerous great cities, rich libraries are founded for the spread of culture.
very fine,
crazy things.
very
Watching a
beautiful.
compilation of all the
But the
newscasters
virtuous
saying,
government
"Oh, dude,
work with
there."
such noble
How about when they
zeal
see
for
something
the spread
and
of
they
eternal
freak out and then they
peace,
fall down?
and
That's the
acquiesce
weirdest
in the
thing. It's all
downfall of
weird.
6
It's all weird. It's
million
weird. We all
creatures.
watched it in real time.
Acquiesce and no one, except
It's
the
almost like
victim,
the universe
raises
has a
the voice
script,
against it.
right?
Although this is
The
an
McDonald
incomparably
video,
greater
she's like,
crime
I got
than any
all
war,
the jab.
for
Yeah,
no war has ever yet destroyed
like the perfect
6
punchline at the
million
right time.
lives.
You know, if you don't have evidence of a simulation like that,
reference
seems
to
fake. That's so crazy. It's
demographic
caught on
lines
camera.
of the Jews.
And then she falls to acting. You know, so I don't know if she doesn't try to raise her girl. It was so bad. I feel for her. I
And all the borders of the
that was
world
bad.
are closed. This is in 1911.
It's just crazy how it lined up that
It's
way.
incredibly
And crazy how brought to you by Pfizer.
Okay, now let's
You see
turn
those
to
commercials,
Uganda
those
crisis,
compilations,
which is
rather,
the low
of all
point
the
of his
different
career
newscasters
and a very
flying over.
important moment in the
It's
history
like,
of Uganda.
wow.
So,
And
in
no one
1903,
got suspicious other than these weirdos online. All the newscasters get suspicious. No
back in
media
Bessarabia,
got
on the
suspicious.
Black
New
Sea,
York Times, they get
next to
suspicious.
Ukraine.
Soccer
A
players are drowning.
horrible pogrom with hundreds of lives lost. It was the context that inspired the poem City of Slaughter
No one
by
wants to
the
admit that they made a
poet
terrible mistake.
Nachman
And then
Bialik.
they got
Very
duped.
important
So they continue to do the work
poem
of
in Jewish literary history and also in science history because
their
they
family.
condemned
They
the
got bit by
Jews
the
for
vampire and they tried to bite
cowardice
other
in
people.
the
It's
face of the
weird.
pogroms.
Yeah. Have you
And
ever
it
heard
was such a horrible international event
No,
that
from
the
you?
British colonial secretary, Joseph Chamberlain,
I don't
said,
believe
listen,
you. They don't
Zionists,
believe
I
that
know,
they
you
should have
appreciate what you're trying to do.
Oh,
It
that the populace
really
is
makes sense that there should be
yeah,
some kind of
yes.
refuge
And
for
then
you
there's all
somehow.
this data
At
that
this
kind of
point,
lines up
England
like
does
the
not
amount of
control
problems
Israel.
and
It's under the
trouble
Ottoman Empire.
China's
But
lied
tell
about
me what?
they made all these
Of a
they listed all these fake kids going to school that aren't really
Now,
going to
he was
school.
referring
And
actually
the
to
weird one
Kenya.
is the amount of
The
salt
reasons which are not
that
clear to
they
me, this became known as the
from
Uganda
China, from
proposal,
Japan,
which is
has
a
gone down
neighboring
half.
land. The
So all
land he
these
was
people
thinking
in
about was
China,
actually in
all these
Kenya.
guys tourist vloggers,
But he said
they're like, there's
to
no
the
one
Zionists, listen,
there's no
this
one
is part of
there's no
British
one here.
territory.
Where's everybody?
We
This is
Brits
because if you
feel
go to
in a
India,
special fondness for
they pack in there to see that
Jewish people. There's a very strong tradition of vital
how many
sacrifice.
people are in there?
And
We see this over and over again. When people go to China, they're like, there's nobody
Herzl,
around you.
who was a raison d'etre for Zionism, is fundamentally based on the refuge model, meaning that the whole point of Zionism was to give Jews a place of freedom, a place of shelter. So obviously Israel itself has a great poetic value, but would it be better to have Uganda than to have nothing at all? So he decided to bring it to his second in command, and they brought it to the Zionist Congress that year, and they argued that in fact they should take the British up on their offer, not necessarily abandoning eventually the idea, the messianic idea of return to Israel, but at least for the sake of providing shelter for those hundreds of thousands of Russian Jews in particular who were endangered by the pogroms.
14,000 miles of stone wall built by hand.
Norwell was not enthusiastic about the plan, but he was a faithful deputy. Given that Herzl felt that it was was at least something. So Norwell went along with it, and he endorsed it. He called it not a seal. He was a German coin for meaning night asylum, night rest, right? Some place where for one night, because they're on the run, because they're haggard and tired and bedraggled, let them at least have one night's rest in East Africa. And so he himself took it to the Congress and said, let us vote on this proposal of the British. Amazingly, the Congress voted 295 to 178 in favor of taking the British up on this, at least to consider it, at least to engage in an exploratory commission of it. Now, even though the Congress actually voted in favor, and it was by a significant margin, the fact that of those 178 delegates who voted against it, The vast majority were from the East themselves, had a huge moral stake in it. If the Russians, they needed this more than anybody, were the ones who were opposing it, then what right do the Western Jews, who have no intention of going to East Africa, how did they push this down their throats? So in the 1905 Congress, even though they did push it forward technically, they decided to abandon the project in 1905 and it went forward.
Once you're done,
Interesting footnote,
does it say
a young man named Chaim Salad actually pulled out a gun and shot at Nordau. He did not harm him, but he showed that death to Nordau the African as he did so. It was just indicative of the sense of betrayal that ordinary Jews felt for the votes of the Zionist Congress in favor of the Uganda proposal. Nordau himself, and his great magnanimity, actually testified at Uganda's trial in his defense and argued that the young assassin should not be punished because he was simply passionate about a cause that so many of them cared for deeply and he could identify with the betrayal that he felt. This is, by the way, not especially relevant, but just to show you instead of Jews going to Africa, or Israel goes to Africa, and this is just nice to join many of the interesting projects that Israel advantage to people. So everyone's going to want to do it. You don't want to be a regular people when all these fucking geniuses are around here reading your paper for mind. They're doing that they can test IQs already. They're doing genetic tests. These really rich people want to smart kids. So they're making sure that Nordau was Herzl's handpicked successor, but he refused it. He did not feel that he was worthy to be the leader of this movement, and he preferred rather, and this is really much of what was his standard operating style, the critic on the outside, very productive and significant critic, but to be a constructive leader was a very difficult thing for him. But it was a period of tremendous brutality against the World War I erupted in 1914, and short on the end of it, around the third of the month of 1919, that swept across, particularly the region of Ukraine. That book that I showed you a while ago in Ukraine is actually dedicated to this period of time, which, by certain estimates, some 50,000 Jews lost their lives in the bloodshed. When you have family, by the way, any other period of violence since the destruction of the 1648-49 massacres were smaller than the 1919 program. These are recent processes to this day do not credit primarily because the Holocaust so vastly overshadowed the violence of the so during this period, Nordau was driven to the defense of how did you destroy the Zionist goal, especially not in the leadership? And he advocated forcefully wherever he could to specifically just get Jews physically from Eastern Europe into Israel. Whatever it takes, whatever the political configurations have to be, that's what he specifically argued for. His tactics were straightforward. He believed the Zionists would be advanced by having this population movement, which is here we go. You can go to the Living Church of God. It's YouTube. That Jews actually living there, and it's thirdly, together with that political activism, which was Herzl's main strategy as well. He had disagreements with many other Zionists in the period. Actually, earlier in time, he wanted Zionists to take on a much more cultural task than a political one, certainly than a military one. But he also pulled advice from practical Zionism, which was going beyond what I really want to do today. But he ended up inspiring Jabotinsky in particular. Jabotinsky was proposed to create a Jewish region. He wanted to have a military force so that he could defend Israel once the English raised the conflict in the Ottomans, or once the English left, as it turned out. One of the distinctions with Jabotinsky is that Nordau wanted to be strictly neutral, didn't want to be officially affiliated with any country.
What happened where, like, these altercations are fairly regular. Like at airports, you see brawls at airports all the time. I have a theory. What is it? They don't want you flying. No. You think I'm crazy? You think I'm crazy? I'm dead serious. There's like Agenda 2050, and literally in there it lists no more commercial flying. And you see them at all these like WEFs and all this stuff in Davos. There's that's literally the plan. For real? You think that can't be responsible for brawls at the Spirit Airlines? Yeah. They send in all these people all the time. I mean, it's crazy to me. The flights are always late. Right. A lot of that happened because all these military planes are all sitting commercial. I'm telling you, dude. If they want you at a 15-minute sitting, why do they want you flying around? Okay. I see what you're saying about the 15-minute sitting. I think that's true, but I don't think it's this grand they play slam at each other. I think it's a lot of it's incompetence. Whatever happened to Black Hawk in DC, that was clear. Apparently that lady was instructed to not go in the direction that she was going. Right. What was the specifics of it? Well, she didn't. They looked the wrong way. Like they go, hey, they looked this way and it was coming that way, or they looked that way and it was coming this way. They looked the wrong way when they just tried to say,
ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming tonight. This is going to be a fascinating discussion. I really have a tremendously good feeling about this topic because I learned so much in doing the research about Veritable. Just out of curiosity, show of hands. With the exception, perhaps, of the little things that I sent out on the internet as teasers, how many of you have heard the name Veritable?
Fire chief or whatever was like, oh, if I come get you, and you're too big, you're in the wrong place, wrong time.
Exactly.
Why would you say
tonight
that?
is going to be mind-blowing because, first of all, I chose her because she lived on a Danube. She comes from Vienna, and of course, she has a very important role to play in the history of psychoanalysis. She is, of course, the famed Anna O, the pseudonym of a woman that is described in great detail by Joseph Breuer, who was essentially Freud's teacher, and Freud built on that to build modern psychoanalysis or Freudian psychoanalysis. So what I was totally unprepared for was the trajectory of her life after her psychoanalysis. She's an incredible hero, really a phenomenal role model who deserves much more attention than she has been given. Just to give you one little nugget of information, and of course we're going to go into much greater detail over the next hour. She's a good petite 4'11" woman who would walk into, because she was one of her prime causes was to end human trafficking. And she did this world tour walking into bordellos in dangerous places like Cairo and Constantinople, staring to procurers right in the face and trying to shut down their businesses. And she saved thousands of young women, Jewish women and non-Jewish women, in her crusade against human trafficking. It's amazing accomplishment at the turn of the 20th century. It boggles my mind that few people, including myself, know about her, or if they do know about her, they primarily know about her through Sigmund Freud. So let's take this hour to really explore her life in a very brief, cursory fashion, but at least to hit the highlights of the contributions that she made to human civilization
when Karen Bass, here's the crazy thing about LA. Very few people are calling out anything anymore.
What do we know about her? Her years are 1859 to 1936. As I mentioned earlier, she is most well known because she underwent a significant period of mental illness that we will discuss in some detail in this presentation. And she was treated by Joseph Breuer, who later developed that into the nucleus of what will become psychoanalysis, especially under Freud's work. But her life did not end after she had her recovery when she was in her early 20s. She went on to this famed leadership role, particularly for Jewish women in Germany, but worldwide as well, and specifically taking on those difficult causes that I mentioned. The sources, and of course, at the end of her life, she had to battle the nothing less than the Nazis. And in fact, one of the last things that happened to her was she was interrogated by the Gestapo because she was betrayed to the German secret police, and she had to endure a grueling interview. But she refused to give up any information that would have harmed her charges in her orphanages or halfway house. Let us quickly go on to do a little bit of good welfare, and then we'll talk about her. So tonight's lecture is based primarily on two big sources that I relied upon for my research. In many ways, these lectures, although I'm really glad that you enjoyed them, they're not really that super sophisticated. It's basically I'm one chapter ahead of everybody, reading the book the week before, and then I get to talk about it. Sometimes I know a little bit more. In this case, we're relying on Melinda Gibbons Richmond's biography called The Enigma of Anna O, a biography of Bertha Pappenheim. The reason why it's called The Enigma is because you know so much about the very dysfunctional young woman that went through psychoanalysis or psychiatric treatment when she was in her 20s in the context of her father's death. We don't know anything about everything that happened to her afterwards, but in fact, 3/4 of her biography is dedicated to a tremendous literary and academic career afterwards. Also related to this is Mary Kaplan's classic work, The Jewish Feminist Movement in Germany, the campaigns of the Jüdische Frauenbund, 1904 to 1930. She was not only the leader, she was also the founder of the Jüdische Frauenbund, which stands for the Jewish Women's League, a very important organization in 20th century Germany that ultimately grew to have tens of thousands of members in hundreds of locations throughout Germany, and had a tremendous impact on first wave feminism, as we shall discuss over the course of the year. So these are my two primary sources for our talk. I'm very indebted to their pioneering research in both of these areas. One more good welfare point. Tonight is, of course, the last lecture of the fall 2018 semester. The next 2 weeks are going to be occupied with Hanukkah, and I'm going to be occupied with my students, my undergraduate students, and with my family. So we're going to pause for December. I'm not sure exactly what date we're going to come back, but I do know what we'll be talking about. God willing, we'll be spending spring 2019 looking at the Jews of Italy. A very unusual history. It's a very ancient community, goes all the way back before the Common Era, a continuous settlement of Jews in the Italian peninsula. And it's connected with my ongoing relationship with this organization called Kosher Riverboat Cruises, because we'll be going to Italy in July. If any of you would like to come with us, please check it out online. The only announcement I'll be making for the page and for the calendar will be online, so please make sure that you visit the website and sign up to get your emails or follow it on social media, whatever you prefer, or just check back frequently, like once every 15 minutes or so, to see if I've released the date. She was known as a high daughter, or in the German, it's spelled with an umlaut, so I think it was a Töchter. My grandmother, she always said to my mother, Töchter, clearly without the umlaut.
Surgery, but he realized he couldn't. There was no way.
So she was one of the Töchterin, wouldn't it be like that?
Yeah, he's savage. Took a chance. But he needed to get it
thank you. Okay, so that saves me from making all kinds of embarrassing mistakes. Töchter, plural, like leg or be plural camps. She was one of the high daughters, meaning she came from a very wealthy, prestigious background. Her extended family include the Goldschmidts. Her mother was a Goldschmidt. A Goldschmidt married a Rothschild. These are all very wealthy families. Unlike many of them, she remained, and her family remained steadfast to the Orthodox tradition. So she was one of those highly acculturated, very wealthy Jewish families who were nevertheless quite punctilious about their Jewish observance. They did not sacrifice their Jewish identity in the 19th century. Fairly rare, especially in a city like Vienna. Fairly rare that they retain their Jewish identity and practice, even while they're moving really within the highest circles of society. Her family comes from Vienna. She was raised in Vienna. Her father came from Pressburg, which is just down the river from from Vienna. She was the eldest of two children. She had a younger brother. There were two daughters born before her who did not survive to adulthood. All of these things may come together, perhaps if we had a psychoanalytic background to look at the kind of complications that arose when her father ran into a serious illness. One thing that I think we should point out is that she harbored a certain amount of resentment for her younger brother, who received all of the privileges of a high education that she did not necessarily receive. There was definitely a gender disparity that was attached to the educational pedagogy that each of them received, and her brother, who ultimately became a successful lawyer, really was the beneficiary of much more formal schooling. She nevertheless was an incredibly intelligent woman. We have some phenomenal testimony, a very detailed testimony from Joseph Breuer, who indicates that even in her early 20s, she was fluent in English, French, and Italian, and she also developed very strong Hebrew skills, Yiddish skills, as we should see. She actually translated from Yiddish into German, so it's really a very, and she had a very high literary sensibility as well, published significant things during her lifetime. This is a picture of her in the 1880s, right at the height of her psychological problems. In fact, this picture is taken when she was at one of these sanatoria for wealthy people, where they were sort of like, it was not an asylum like where people were locked down with all kinds of medical conditions, but they were kind of like, there were grounds, and there were the rich and the noble who had family with psychological difficulties to send their patients, clients to these places where they would often have separate cottages on the large grounds, and they would be cared for by caretakers of various types. Here she is in her riding gear while she was actually in a sanitarium. So what is the story with her mental illness? It happens quite early on in her life, and she was treated by this man, Joseph Breuer, who is the grandfather, if not the father, of psychoanalysis. Basically, her family went to a particular location for a vacation, and her father, who was then in his 50s, fell into an illness that over the space of 6 months did not abate. In fact, he eventually passed away from that illness. She was her father's primary nurse at the time. She was 21 years old, and she was very attached to her father. But as his illness failed to resolve, and her clock was, her circadian rhythm was completely turned upside down. She would spend the entire night by her father's bedside and then daytime sleeping. She began to develop a series of psychological tics, physiological representations of her illness, which are clinically described at great length in a book by Joseph Breuer, who ended up treating her. Some of those physiological manifestations of her psychological distress were really quite alarming. For example, her right hand turned outside and she could not bend her elbow. She developed very painful clenching spasms in her jaw, and could not speak properly for a while. Then, at one point, she lost the ability to speak German her native language. She would only speak in English, which proved to be very difficult for the caretakers who could not speak English with her. A whole host of these really bizarre kind of physical, psychological manifestations of a deep-seated disorder, which was obviously connected to her father's illness. At one point, towards the end of her father's illness, they actually insisted that she not spend any time with her father. They separated them, and in fact, when he passed away and was buried, they didn't even tell him much indication of just how far she was along that particular path. They brought in a family friend, doctor here, a medical doctor, who would visit her daily. They actually were associated with each other. The families knew each other. In Vienna, Freud also was a contemporary of Pappenheim, and in fact writes about her in complete violation of HIPAA laws today to his fiancée, even though she was nominally, protected by confidentiality agreements. It was an open secret that she was a patient of Dr. Royer. It was hardly but what Royer did with her was rather different. They spent many hours every day talking through her problems, which was something that was rather quite novel, and as you can see, of course, the genesis of psychoanalysis. Some of the more challenging research on Pappenheim argues that in fact it wasn't Royer, and it wasn't just Freud who invented psychoanalysis. It was the Pappenheim who invented it and pioneered it. Royer just kind of picked up on it. But what kind of things
and this dude gets on a plane and runs to Germany to give speeches and stuff like that.
For example, she did show certain signs of anorexia nervosa. Lost a tremendous amount of weight, would only eat apples and oranges for a certain period of time. She also lost the ability to drink water for some time. And Royer would talk to her about this, how can a person live without drinking water? And as they're talking, she mentions that once when she was on a train, she was traveling with one of the who took this, and she had a glass of water, and the other young woman had a little those debates poodles, somewhat larger than a rat. They're cute, but they're little tiny. And the dog lapped water from Bertha's drinking glass. And the other woman, thought that was so cute and didn't interfere. Bertha was very disturbed by this, and this image kept coming back to her and prevented her from enjoying the glass of water that was inside her. So in other words, really what they were doing is they're speaking through the problem to find its etiology, to find its roots in her memory, and then once they talk about that memory, then the problem resolves itself. Of course, she was able to drink water. This is classic. Again, I'm not a psychologist, but from what little I know of Freudian work, right? You have a person with some kind of psychological disorders, do this free association, the words come up, you explore the words, you look at the dreams, you find out what is that initial repression that's going on, and once you exercise that repression, then the problem resolves itself. And this is essentially what she did for about 4 years, 2 of them in particular, in association with Freud. The talking cure came to an end when there seemed to be an excessively close relationship between Royer and Bertha. This was not necessarily reciprocated by the doctor. Again, a classic Freudian thing, transference, right, where the patient falls under the doctor. But he came upon her one day where she was going through a hysterical labor, false labor, sympathetic labor, as if she's delivering Dr. Royer's baby. And at that point, everybody realized this was not a healthy relationship, and so Royer stopped treating her. She did not recover immediately thereafter. She had 2 more years of really going to sanatoria, trying to work through her issues, but then she managed to clamp down on it in ways that we shall discuss shortly. Royer published a book based on his experience working with her called Studies in Hysteria. The term hysteria has in itself a fascinating and bizarre history. It's related to the uterus, and it was believed for much of ancient medieval history that when women had psychological illnesses, it's because their uterus traveled up their body and strangled their brain. It was widely believed that this was the problem. They actually had manipulation techniques to try and bring the uterus back down and so on. We can tell lots of jokes, but I'm not going to do it because we're going to put this on the internet later. At any rate, any kind of bizarre behavior on the part of women was associated specifically with hysteria. And there are all kinds of behaviors associated with it, fainting and being over melodramatic and things like that.
She didn't even say
So in
underage
his
girl.
book,
She said
Studies in
little
Hysteria,
kid.
he really
And
treated
that's the
her
big
as
part.
if
I
she
said
was
this a long time
experiencing
ago.
this
Is
kind
that
of
they're just
disorder,
trying to
and he described
set it
how
up
the
so it's
talking
like,
cure
dude, they're high
worked
school
and
chicks,
how,
you know, they're
in
hot.
fact,
In
women
reality,
could
it's
be
like
effectively
really,
treated as
and
a
there
result.
were
Sigmund Freud
statements, I
was
believe, that you
completely
can't find
taken
that
with
on the
this book.
internet
It was a
anymore.
landmark
You know,
book,
they
and it
clean
formed the
everything
nucleus
up.
of his theories of
Like,
psychoanalysis,
people talking
all
about like
going
what
back
Bill
to
Clinton was
Anna
fooling
O.
around with.
Who, of course,
And
Breuer
it
did
was
not
a little
mention
girl.
Oppenheimer's
You know,
name. She's
and
a
I've always said
prominent
this, you know,
woman
it's like
from a
Bill
wealthy
Clinton is the
family.
dick of the White
He did
House.
not mention her name. He referred to her
He just
throughout
sees
as
holes he wants
Anna
to
O.
hit 'em, right?
But even though it was an open secret among the Jews of Vienna who this Anna O was, it was published in 1895
Oh my God.
when she would
You
have
know,
been about
you just
35
say that
years
if you
old.
don't know it's true, though. I
In
just did. I know he likes to fuck.
1953,
He was
the
a good-looking guy when he was young, super
papers were released
charismatic.
and she was officially
Love them
outed
ladies, which is,
as actually
listen,
being
that's
Anna O.
Kennedy. That's it's classic
Now,
presidents. It's just we found out about
all
bisexual
fascinating,
Kennedy.
and if this was a psych class, we would spend a lot more time talking about it. But look at how many, this was just one circle for the psychology. This is all the stuff you did afterwards, which I think is really the story that has not been told. So, one aspect of the talking to it, which Breuer thought was absolutely fantastic, was that Bertha had an incredibly fertile imagination, that she was frequently telling these complex and gripping fairy tales that she would make up on the spot. We should understand that fairy tales, as we understand them today, Snow White, Sleeping Beauty, and so on, these are all basically late 19th century German texts that we use, and they are related to, you know, the roots of memory and culture in the same way that myth serves that purpose for Greek culture. All of these stories have tremendous, you know, we recognize these stories and they're lodged in our brains no matter which culture we come from, because they have like kind of universal messages, right? Little Red Riding Hood, don't talk to strangers, right? That's kind of story you tell your kids, you hope they imbibe it, and then they move on. So she would make up these stories, many of which she later published under a pseudonym as Pete Berthold, which is a rough change of her name from Berthold Oppenheim to call Berthold, trying to keep the syllables and the letters reversed. And these were actually quite successful editions of modern fairy tales that had that kind of elemental power of Grimm's fairy tales and the like. She also was very heavily involved in translation as well. So just look at some of the things she wrote. The fairy tales from the Talking Cure, most likely from the Talking Cure themselves, were published when she was already only in her 20s. And then later she wrote her memoirs on a couple of occasions. She wrote these travelogues, as I mentioned in the warm-up before we really got started. That she took world trips, including to this city here, New York City, to promote her various causes, and she wrote these long descriptions of what she encountered. And many of those travelogues are fascinating because she went to quite dangerous places where no single woman should really be walking about, but she took those risks for the charges that she felt responsible for. She also wrote poetry and even prayers to be recited at the grave, prayers for her mother, her deceased father, and so on. Really beautiful things that are well included in Dr. Gutman's work. She also translated heavily, including Mary Wollstonecraft's Vindication of the Rights of Woman, late 18th century work, which is considered one of the ur-texts, one of the earliest texts of feminism, coming out of the French Revolution. But it's interesting because during this time, Bertha Oppenheim was not a feminist in the sense that we would recognize a feminist today. For example, she did not believe that women should get the vote. That was definitely going contrary to most of the suffragettes of the 20th century. She felt that education was far more important than the vote, and having women voting without having the prerequisite of education was simply going to make society decline further. So she puts all of her energies into the basic, concrete care of women, particularly those who are in populations at risk, and then furthermore into their education, because she felt that that would ultimately benefit society more significantly. She also had, as I mentioned earlier, a very strong attachment to Judaism that was not peripheral to her identity. It's ironic because last week we were talking about Max Nordau, who was such an incredibly important Zionist, and yet, he himself had a tenuous relationship with Zionism. Bertha Pappenheim, on the other hand, was definitely very much a believing Jew and a fervent Jew who wished to communicate her sense of Jewish values. She translated the classic Yiddish work Sanarena, which is a 16th century work written in Yiddish, which she considered
He's a male cheerleader.
She felt about it. It's called the Weibersprache, the women's language, because it was not the language of my culture. Jewish men would either use non-Jewish languages for commerce in the outside world, primarily with, buying and trading in the market, or they would use Hebrew as the language of liturgy and the language of ritual and the language of scholarship. And Yiddish was just, the pidgin language. Was not considered really a language. It was just kind of like an amalgam of various medieval languages all thrown together. Kind of like, you might say that about Creole or Ebonics, things like that. But definitely in the late 19th century, the socialist Jews in particular claimed Yiddish as a bona fide people's language, and she also claimed it as a woman's language, saying that this is the language that is really the true expression of women's concerns, and you can point to a very deep literature on this subject as well. The various Tahinos that were written in the 18th century, for example, 19th century in particular. So Sanarena was one of these Yiddish texts written primarily for women. It's based on a verse in, I believe, Ecclesiastes. Sana or Enna.
There's those people who fight. What is
Sana or Enna,
the cheerleaders?
right? Go out and see, O daughters of Zion.
I like all the flips they do
Something
and all
like
the jazz, and it's fun, it's
so
choreographed,
go out and
and
see,
when it's done
meaning
well,
go
it's
out and
entertaining.
learn about
Gary
Torah.
Rothschild has a
So
great
it's
bit about
basically a
it,
translation
what their purpose is,
of
they're like,
the weekly
the
parasha
players out
together
there,
with mixed in midrashim and stories and morals and things like that. And it was a
extra pageantry that adds to the
order
experience.
for many women, women to read Sanarena every week, especially on Saturday afternoon. So she translated that into German and made it accessible to another generation. She also translated the memoirs of her ancestor, Lippert Hamel. She was actually descended from Lippert on more than one part of the family line. Lippert is an amazing woman. If you're on the internet, I've got a fun lecture on her. I really find she's a fascinating individual as well. Here's Bertha Pappenheim. She was so taken with this Lippert, who lived in the late 17th and early 18th century, that she actually dressed herself up in Lippert's clothing and had this portrait made. So this is actually Bertha Pappenheim dressed as her ancestor, Lippert Hamel. Lippert Hamel, just a quick biographical snippet of who she is. She comes from the city of Hameln in Germany, and towards the end of her life, her children see that she's kind of depressed. She's had a hard life with all kinds of things going wrong, and they say, why don't you spend your day writing down your life story? She says, no, nobody's going to want to read it. So she says, oh, go ahead. So she writes down 7 volumes of her life history. It's fascinating. It has all the stuff going on with, her businesses. She was an international businesswoman. She was constantly traveling back and forth to Germany, especially true after her first husband died and she had to take over the business, and also true after her second husband lost the business and she had to build it back up again from zero, and she has, I think, 11 children, maybe it was 14, maybe 11 survived. It was a very large number, and she's constantly worried about this. She's with him, who are they going to marry? It's an amazing book that gives you a really a ground level view of what life was like for this incredible woman who does not think she is incredible, who just talks about how she deals with the challenges of life. It's definitely worth reading. It's available in English translation, and I strongly urge you to have a look at it, get a real sense of not only this woman's life and her personality, but her tremendously deep and abiding faith amidst adversity. It's really a phenomenal work. So anyway, she translated it as well and made a version available in German to a wider public. fascinating. It is actually at the root
But
of
that's a
the English
real
translation
human
as
being
well.
that did that, so we know that this.
So those are her literary
No, I mean
aspirations.
it's in the
But where
Bible.
she
Right?
becomes
Like
really
when they
famous
want to
is
take out
in
the
her
Canaanites,
care
and
for
like
exploited
atheists use as
populations.
like,
Now,
oh, he wants to kill all the women and children. What do you think
one
about
of the
that? Well,
things
the
that is sad
Canaanites
about her life
were
is that
practicing child
the
sacrifice.
occasion of her
There's a
mental
reason.
illness
Now the language she put
coincided
into
with
like the
the
Bible
most
language from the
marriageable
First
period
Testament,
of
like is
her
it the
life.
language of the
You know,
time, and
those
they were a lot
early
more blunt
20s.
with it.
And
The Canaanites were
symptoms that I
sacrificing
described
children.
to you very
I mean, that's
briefly,
a big
they're
part
much
of
longer,
it.
much
Goes all
more
the way
clinical
back to
descriptions of them,
Chronos, dude, the
would
first
have
god,
made
which
her,
is the god of
even
time.
with her
And the
wealth
whole
and her
story
family
about it was
background,
told that his kids would
would
slay
have
him.
made
So
her
every
perhaps
time
less desirable to
female would have
many
children, he would eat
matches,
the kids.
notwithstanding the fact that she's a highly intelligent woman, or perhaps I should say, perhaps because she was a highly intelligent woman, that also made it difficult for her to imagine. She never married. However, she clearly, and she expressed this explicitly in some of her writings, you know, the deeply cherished wish she had to bear and raise a child was diverted into a much larger scale as she sought to care for hundreds and thousands of lives of
How to stop
young
India's
children who did
superstitious
not
killings
have
ended in
similar,
exile. What's this
who did not have parents. So her first area of activity was
human
with
sacrifice,
orphanages. In
particularly that of
particular,
minors, has been
she
prevalent
worked
in
with
many
an
parts of
orphanage
India for a long
outside of
time.
Frankfurt
More than
for
85
Jewish
kids,
girls.
under
Here's a
13,
photograph
were
of some of
ritualistically
the
murdered in the
children
country the
kidnapped
last 6
to
years
the,
per government data. Last year, there were 14 cases of parents or relatives sacrificing or
She
attempting to
eventually, after
sacrifice
volunteering there, she
on the
became
advice
the
of
director
Assad.
of this, and she had hundreds of charges for several decades as she served at the helm of this institution, and then later on the board of directors when she retired her position. We should recall that this was a crisis in the status of orphans in Europe, particularly affecting Jews, primarily because it's a period of great economic and demographic upheaval. We discussed actually in a couple of different classes the context of the pogroms of Ukraine in 1881 to 1884. Most historians, unfortunately,
it's just because people want to make money.
Exaggerate the actual devastation of those pogroms in terms of casualties. Those pogroms were not characterized by large numbers of deaths. In fact, reasonable estimates put the number of deaths over 4 years, 3 years of pogroms, to less than 100. That's a tiny number. Even compared to, let's say, the pogroms of 1919, which we basically forgot about because of the Holocaust, but it's small in terms of the actual number of Jews that were killed. How it is very large, however, is the fact that these pogroms went on for so long, 3 years, within the Russian state, and the Russian government was unwilling and or unable to actually quell the violence. There's a lot of research that indicates that although there was significant anti-Semitism at the higher levels of nobility, right up to Tsar Nicholas II, for example, there was no real advantage for the Russian Empire to tolerate mob violence. It just leads to more insurrection and could ultimately, and did in fact, lead to revolution. So the Tsars, even if they wanted to, they could not hold back the violence against Jews. Some communities were attacked multiple times, especially those along the railway routes, because people would simply ride the rails, jump off at a given station, attack the local Jewish village, and then move on to another station, and so on. And this could happen, especially when the weather was warm, multiple times in a single season. So what ended up happening is that Jews said, you know what? We cannot rely on Russia to protect us. Jews are accustomed, unfortunately, to communal violence, but we always also rely on the basic law and order rule of the government. If the government has abdicated its defense of minorities, then Jews decide to go. So that's what really triggered this huge wave of migration to America and other countries after 1881, and the population movement and migration and displacement, especially on a gender basis, of men from these communities, because quite often the men would go to America and try to make their way. And like my grandfather,
that is heavy stuff.
Came to Canada and made his way and then sent back for his wife and brought her to Canada. But many times, the men came to America and they forgot about their wives, intentionally or otherwise, leaving their wives as absolute nuts, as chained women, unable to marry back in Europe. The first real modern instance of the Alberta crisis was in the 1880s. It was also a cause that Bertha Pappenheim fought against actively. But you've got all these women and unprotected minors in Eastern Europe, and they're flooding the borders, trying to make it out of Russia into Western countries. This creates a tremendous number of orphans that just gets worse with every wave of pogroms. There were very significant waves in 1903 and 1905, and of course then you had World War I from 1914 to 1918, and absolutely horrific pogroms in 1919. So the problem just got worse and worse. More and more unprotected minors coming into the country. Austria is the first Western country on the way out of Russia, and so as a result, a lot of Jewish kids needed some shelter.
All these different kind of cultural
when she established these orphanages, she set down some pretty significant rules about how the orphanages were to be run. And reading them even today, at the beginning of the 21st century, they sound like quite enlightened rules. For example, she granted the children tremendous degree of autonomy. She absolutely forbade any corporal punishment, which is unusual. We're talking now about 1895, 1900, no corporal punishment. I had corporal punishment in the 1970s. Maybe some of you remember what that was like. My knuckles hurt from the slapping I got from yardsticks. But she said absolutely no corporal punishment. She enforced it. She would not allow anyone to work on her grounds if they had ever they committed an infraction of that rule. She also insisted on structure and order for the kids. They had to have regular classes, which is, again, this is a period where you don't even have universal public education, and she's demanding universal education for her charges. The children were all to be involved in the organization of the home. They had to participate in the maintenance of the home, and she regulated the amount of luxuries. Even when she built the actual physical sites of some of these orphanages, she dictated there should not be, for example, running with water in each of the bedrooms. She didn't want the children to grow up thinking that life was a hotel, that you had water right at hand. You had to have communal bathrooms and they basically said the goal like is so she actually had a very I'm not an expert in this area, but it seems to be a very forward-looking kind of view. She also insisted on a spiritual and cultural component, which were actually very dear to herself as well. On Tuesday nights, every week, she would join her young charges in a cultural event. So when no Kings was happening in LA, there were like plays or hear concerts or read poetry, that they would have specific content that she shared actively. And of course, Friday night was Shabbat, and she very much enjoyed being surrounded by kind of Friday night for the traditional dinner. So we know a lot about her, the rhythm of her life was dictated by her experience at the orphanage.
Like there's a lot of people who don't want that
kind of life because they don't want her activity sort of followed a trajectory of greater care for more and more
working in their
attenuated populations. The next thing she was really involved with was called Fürsorge,
and then there's also the dispute about
care for themselves or care by women. And this was the first European organization for Jewish women that was completely independent of any other organization. She established it in 1802, and here she is, second from the left. Even looking at some of her confreres, she seems to stand out with a certain aura of aristocracy, I think, in her bearing, her dress, and so on. She was very particular about all kinds of things, like she was really very enthusiastic about things like lace. About, I don't even know the word of her is natting, N-A-T-T-I-N-G. That's the verb for making lace, right? You nat lace with a ball. I have no idea what that looks like, but that was apparently a really big thing, and she was so much into it, and she used to collect lace. But you get that impression from her in this kind of image here. So she established this because she was asked by B'nai B'rith to establish a women's auxiliary, and she says, I'm not interested interested in creating an auxiliary of
If you're
anything.
picking
This was completely
vegetables,
standalone and, in fact, was the model for German women's associations that followed her, later, of course, outstripping her in their size, but nevertheless, she was the original person who thought this up. This extended her work to children to women as a whole, not just to children, but later to women, occupied with the kinds of things that women may not have found in our society. This is essentially a kind of a social work, as we shall see. It grew tremendously. By 1922, that's 20 years later, 200 branches with 30,000 members across Germany, and with sister organizations in England and France and so on. I actually saw some much larger numbers, but I couldn't find them. I was putting together the lecture. I think it grew as much as 40,000 members somewhere there. Now, it's fascinating. Most of the things that she did in the Bible episode was basically helping women through crises, like especially if they were unprotected. Let's say an unwed mother who needs to find some kind of shelter, some kind of medical care for her child, and she has no education, and she has no time away from the kind of piece work that she's doing in a factory or something like that. So Bible Episode was make sure that there were women who provide childcare while she went to this office or that office to get whatever benefit, that they would set her up with the appropriate shelter. They would find for her advocates, find for her teachers, find for her training. It's kind of like the auxiliary stuff that social workers do before social work was invented. This is what she was essentially creating out of nothing in Germany. She felt, however, that there were some aspects of what eventually would grow out of her activity that were incorrect. She felt that this should be an unpaid profession. Social workers should not be paid. My wife's a social worker, and I can say, yeah, they basically still aren't. But there is the idea of professionalizing social work, meaning there are certain institutional values and standards of social work. Ideas of confidentiality, ideas of process, ideas of giving autonomy to your charges, and things like that. That my wife trained in at Woodsweiler School of Social Work up the street at Yeshiva University. They used to call me, and all my friends at the time, Woodsweiler widowers, because our wives would go and study all day and we were left with the kids, which is what it was like. But it was a fun time. Anyway, she felt that social work should be something that should be undertaken by women without remuneration, which of course made it exclusive only to those women who had sufficient means to engage in that kind of activity on a volunteer basis, which right away was a very small segment of society. And even in her own day, she eventually relented and would begin to hire professionally trained and paid social workers in place of essentially her friends from her network. One more thought. This is, by the way, a very significant problem that is the ironic success of feminism in the 20th and early 21st century, is that as women receive more opportunities in the secular world, in the world of education, the world of work, and so on, voluntarism declines. They realize how much we are really reliant on women's unpaid volunteer labor to make the whole system run. And they just don't all kinds of things in society are based on women's unpaid work. And when women decide to go and work for money, work for pay, then you lose all that free labor and you have to find a new way to recreate it. I just saw an article in the forward about this even yesterday. So she was at the beginning of this phenomenon that we have not yet solved as a Jewish people. It was also at this time that she began to experience what would be characteristic of the feminist movement as well, particularly Jewish feminists. And to put it in anachronistic terms, anti-Semitism on the left. Because one of the things that Jewish feminists have found generation after generation is that their interests in terms of gender often coincide with other groups that share those interests, but they have other values which clash quite ferociously. So in other words, let's say Arab women and Jewish women both concerned with issues like equal pay for equal work, or family medical leave act and things like that. But then if they start talking about the Middle East, they're going to be at each other's throats. Maybe that's a bit of an exaggeration, but not so far. The Women's March that we had here in Washington last year, of course, was early in the year. I'm not sure. I guess it was last year. That was also one of those occasions where some of the most prominent figures leading the march are also in favor of things like BDS, which alienates Jewish participants in the march. And they feel that they have a lot in common with their sisters in this particular overall goal, but at the same time, they very much vehemently disagree with them on other goals. So this is the kind of thing that she began to experience over and over again in Weimar, Germany in particular, as nationalism began to grow and German women began to celebrate the idea of the folk, right? The German values, specifically German values that excluded Jews, even if they lived in Germany for 1,000 years. And the Jewish women are saying, hey, we're with you on all 6 of these things, but these other 4 things are completely anathema to us. So this is an ongoing struggle that she had. She was often snubbed and hated by organizations that have borrowed from her intellectually and administratively, and then later, as they became more nazified, they distanced themselves from her. An ongoing struggle she had as a leader of this movement. This is where I find her work is absolutely incredible and beyond belief. She created something called the Jüdische Frauenbund. Excuse me, I think I associated with the that she created the Frauenbund. She was invited to create the B'nai B'rith Women's Auxiliary, which, as you can see in the name itself, implies that B'nai B'rith is the real thing. Oh, and this women's thing is kind of like, yeah, it's on the side. She didn't want to create anything that was on the side that was subservient to a larger movement. Even though she may have agreed with the B'nai B'rith agenda, she didn't want to be the auxiliary. So she created this independent organization, the Jewish Women's League, in 1904, that had an incredibly wide impact. Perhaps one of the most significant areas is she began to, in this organization, you can see the sort of trajectory from taking care of Jewish orphans, female orphans, and moving on to Jewish women as a whole, and then here in the Frauenbund, really engaged in political activity and international campaigning for Jews as women, at the same time women as Jews. Really at the same time looking at both of those series of values and priorities. I mentioned that she opposed the suffragette movement, but I think one of the most fascinating aspects of her life was in her campaign against human trafficking. I will remind you that one of the prominent aspects of the Jewish experience at the beginning of the 19th century was this demographic upheaval that was a result of the pogrom waves that were sweeping Eastern Europe. And so lots of young women, unprotected minors, were finding themselves in uncertain circumstances in the West. Unfortunately, many Jewish women were brought into prostitution as a result. You have imagined, let's say, a 16-year-old girl, possibly her parents killed in a pogrom, certainly impoverished, and a procurer, who may also have been Jewish, says, hey, we have work for young Jewish women here in Buenos Aires, or New York, or Hamburg, and they would say, just come with us, and we will set you up in a job over there, you'll be able to send money home, things like that. And these young, impressionable girls, sometimes without the permission of their families, maybe without families altogether, get on these trains and they suddenly find themselves involved in this illicit trade. It's absolutely horrible, scandalous kind of story.
But you don't realize how
it is until you're already
captured, right? And then you're like, whoa, what
this was called at the time white slavery, a term that I'm not so happy with because
it was a TV show on Apple TV.
It is slavery, it's definitely an enslavement, but I just don't like the word white added to it. It implies that it's somehow different than black slavery, and I'm not sure that would be appropriate.
But I'm watching this show, and then about 5 episodes in, I realized this is the story of a black man
she used her organization, Frauenbund to mobilize women to go down to the places where some of these runaway girls, sometimes in the hands of their captors, would disembark from trains or from boats, and they would actively present them with alternatives, and they would pull them aside and say, excuse me, you look like you're not from around here, who are you with, why are you here? We have a halfway house. She set up a network of these halfway houses to take in these women. Again, it's the same kind of principles that she employed. Just giving them tremendous respect and autonomy, but giving them a chance to earn a decent and respectable trade rather than rely on their bodies. This is one of the posters from the era that talks about a warning for runaway girls, right? Many women, just like their brothers or their boyfriends, may have been searching for a better life in the new world and thinking that all they had to do was get on a boat and everything would be taken care of. You know, even my own grandmother, Rabbi Rothschild, she went at the age of 19 to Montreal. Thank God, you know, she had older brothers who were already waiting to meet her and things like that. But she refused to go with anybody else. She wanted to go because she was a very independent-minded woman. She wanted to go on her own. She happened to meet on the boat my Zadie, with my own name, so it all worked out okay. But it's, you know, it's not something I would recommend for my own daughters, you know. But nevertheless, not that I could stop them from doing whatever they want, anyways. So she was very big into trying to stop the human trafficking trade. So I talked about the reason why there were so many of these girls. In fact, the statistics indicate there were thousands of them arriving in Argentina in 1903 and 1909, which were key years for this. Pappenheim actually got on a boat and traveled to the sources of the problem in Eastern Europe, in Constantinople, Turkey, in Israel. That was not actually the source of the problem, but that was part of sort of in Cairo, and she went into these houses of ill repute, and she stood toe to toe with the people in charge there and tried to find out if there were any girls that she could remove from there. And she challenged them on the spot. Absolutely incredible, mind-boggling things. One of the most moving passages I read about her trips in this nature was when she went to Cairo, and she spoke to the women working in one of these places. She described for them the kind of options they would have. They wanted to leave, and there was one woman there that didn't speak, an Arab woman, and afterwards the translator approached Pappenheim and said to her that this woman that listened to her the whole time told her to give Pappenheim a blessing, saying that God should bless her because she is the only woman who has walked into that house to speak to them about their welfare. It's an amazing thing that such a kid as Hashem, under such horrible circumstances, a very heroic woman indeed. Now, one of the things that got her into trouble is that she felt so passionate about the need to stop this that she actually organized international conferences dedicated to the topic of white slavery. Imagine the title, International Jewish Women's Conference Against White Slavery. Now, that's not necessarily something that a local community would be proud to have publicized, and so she actually received a lot of opposition from the rabbinettes who said you may not have this kind of open conference, open to the media, you know, where people can talk about Jews in white slavery. And so she pushed back against them just as hard and did hold those conferences, but it was definitely, she was a controversial figure in her day for that particular stance.
There's some papers flying out.
Towards the end of her life, she found herself retiring more and more from her duties in the orphanage and with the Yerusha Frauenbund. She stepped back from the leadership role to the board of directors, although at one point she did offer to come back because she was a little bit afraid that perhaps the movement was losing steam just when the threats against Jewish women was ratcheting up to such a high level under the Nazis. One of the policies that she began to change at this time was something I didn't mention earlier. She was actually an opponent to Zionism. She did not believe that Zionism was the cure for the ills that faced the Jewish people, and she consistently advised her charges not to emigrate to Palestine. She did have a very lively ongoing debate with Martin Buber, who is some 10, 20 years her junior, but they have a very active correspondence on issues of literary questions, philosophy, and Zionism, and she consistently maintained that, you know, Palestine is never going to be a state belonging to the Jews, and you know, we have all this civilization here, we have our population base here. This is where we should develop Jewish life. But under the Nazis, after 1933, she began to see that this position was wrong-headed. And she began to counsel her charges in the orphanage and the various women that had made their way to her halfway homes that they should, in fact, consider emigrating to Israel if they had that option. So she began to slowly shepherd them out of Israel. Some of the most moving descriptions of the last blessings that she would give these young charges, placing both her hands on their heads and pronouncing a blessing on them to live in health in Palestine.
And they made it out of paper and plastic. Generally,
They
don't stop being on fire until there's nothing else to burn.
Jüdische Frauenbund, the Jewish Women's League that she formed at this point, was completely excoriated by the various other Jewish women's groups. This is not an anti-Semitism on the left anymore, because the Jewish women, the German.
So then you get into the
at this point, the German women's groups were completely co-opted by the Nazis and also completely subservient to Hitler's threefold prescription for women in Germany, which was, I'm not sure if I get it in the right order, Kirche, Kinder, and Küche, right? Church, children, and the kitchen. I'm not sure what's the order. Kirche, Kinder,
some people are going down.
That's the kind of like anti-feminist modality that was so cherished to Hitler. The other women's groups began to adopt it. The Jüdische Frauenbund, of course, would have none of it, but that was not the only reason they were expelled. She was slowly dying of cancer when she was finally summoned to the Gestapo at age 77 and subject to a grueling interview. The people who accompanied her to Gestapo headquarters noticed that she remarked on the way about the weather and about the flowers, and she was still very much aesthetically involved in it. But she did not leave that interview unchanged. Her health deteriorated, and within a short while, she actually passed away. So we consider the legacy of this remarkable woman. It is such a distortion of the historical record. This is a woman who did so much for the Jewish people, and in particular for Jewish women and for Jewish children who were so threatened by the multiple challenges of the 20th century that all we remember of her, if we remember anything at all, is her mental illness that she suffered in the 1920s, which incidentally showed no signs of coming back for the rest of her life. It's as if she had decided that she was cured and she left all of it behind. She may have had certain, quirks, eccentricities, but my entire family has quirks and eccentricities. She was very devoted to a cause, and she put herself on that straight and narrow all the way through for the benefit of her charges for the rest of her life. The Nazis, of course, did everything they could to destroy her legacy, including evicting all of the orphans from the orphanage in Luxembourg and burning it to the ground on Kristallnacht. But nevertheless, they could not erase her memory. And in fact, in 1954, the West German government issued a stamp in her honor with her profile with the caption, where the Pappenheim helper of humanity. So with that, I'd like to close our Fall 2018 series. I really appreciate your presence here tonight and every night, and I look forward to speaking with you again, God willing, about the Jews of Italy in the spring.
Fresno, Mariposa, and Butte. Yeah. So I had somebody hit me up one time, and they were talking about how there's a weird percentage that insurance companies do on whether your house could catch on fire. Yeah. Right? Yeah. And fire insurance, stuff like that.
It's brutal in California now. You can't get fire insurance.
she was telling me
Hello,
that
fellow
everyone
students of
on
Jewish
her
history.
block
Last week I had this
had like
pleasure
a really high rating
to
except
Shavuot
for
breakfast
her
gathering.
house.
This is part of the
And I
post-wedding
go, well, does your
festivities
house have
that
a
are
smart
common
meter on? She
observing
goes,
Jewish
no.
parents. I was
I'm the
invited to
only
speak
one
on
on
a
the block that
historical
doesn't have a
topic
smart
by
meter on.
Mr. Saul Friedman, a
She
friend
goes,
of
holy
mine
shit.
who is a
Right.
very
So,
enthusiastic student of
what's
Jewish
really
history.
interesting
And
about the
although it
Sacramento
was
show,
unusual,
besides the
as
big
he
dude being
is
GD
somewhat,
person,
nonconformist in many of his ways,
is
I
I'm outside on
accepted
the
the offer
balcony,
and actually
right?
had a
I'm
really good
outside
time.
on the
This is
patio
an
talking to
abbreviated
everybody
version
after
of
the show.
that
This
talk,
woman
which was
comes up to me
specifically
and
designed
she
to give
goes,
a very
you know, I
broad
live in
and rapid
paradise.
overview
I go,
of
really?
the
I
historical
go, what
experience
happened?
of Hungarian
She goes, I have to tell you the
The
story.
Friedmans, like
She
many
goes, I was
Hungarian
just
Jewish
chilling there,
families,
like on her
have
porch or
demonstrated
something like
a
that. And she looked
remarkable
up
resilience
and she
in the
saw this like
post-Holocaust era.
silver
They have
cigar thing
demonstrated phenomenal
in the sky.
attachment,
Right,
ferocious
the silver
attachment
cigar thing, and she
to
said lights were
tradition,
going back and forth,
especially
back
in
and forth.
Brooklyn,
This is right
as we
before
shall
the fire,
see. So I
back
wanted
and
to give
forth.
the young
And then she
couple
said
a
suddenly
sense
the
of
lights all
where
just
they
went
come from
boom,
historically.
and then there were
This
fires
is a
everywhere.
very
And I stopped thinking about this story a long
and
time
especially
ago.
as everyone
Then suddenly
believes they
videos
deserve.
now are
So
popping up
let's have
all
a
over
very
Twitter.
quick
If you go
look
to my
at the
Twitter,
experience of the
samtripoli.com,
Jews.
there's a video right now of a
When did
guy
the
playing
Jews
catch
first
with his
come?
dog,
Well,
and he
apparently
throws the
the earliest
frisbee,
archaeological
and when the
evidence we
kid,
have
the dog
of
goes up to
Hungarian
grab the
Jews
frisbee,
stems
suddenly
from
you see
the
something
Roman
just
Jews.
fly through the
As you
air.
see in this
That
map,
is a
a
silver
large
cigar
number of
looking
Jews
thing.
made their way
Okay, let me see this
to
video
the
because
Italian peninsula,
there was a time where Eddie Bravo and I got way too high. We thought that rods were flying through the air. We watched this documentary on rods, humor rods.
I know, okay.
Some of the
You
great
got into conspiracies a
Roman
little later,
writers
son.
refer
I've
to
always
Jews.
been
But
conspiracy.
by the
This is
time
one of
we
the
get to
dumb
the
ones.
first century,
This
there
is
was
really
a
dumb.
massive
So
influx
there's
of
these
Jews
things that
after the
supposedly
disastrous
flew so
Roman-Jewish
fast
War,
through the sky that you could only see them in video footage. You couldn't see them with the naked eye. Turns out what it was bugs flying quickly close through where the lens is, and it's a video artifact. So it stretches these bugs out and makes them look like rods that are flying through the air. It's just because the video's not that good. So there was a show, I forget the show, something Finding Monsters or something like that on the History Channel, I believe. One of those shows, you know those shows? Yeah. And they were trying to find out what rods were. So they set up cameras just trying to see if they could capture them and film. And then they set up a super high speed camera in the same location. And they did it over like a little campfire so that bugs would be flying around. And everything was campfire. Whatever, some kind of light where bugs were flying around. And then they were filming it. And then on the high speed camera, you could clearly see the bugs. But on the low speed camera,
with his wife Baraka, clearly very Jewish.
Things we've never identified flying through the air, but it's just video artifacts.
Now there's strong indication
This thing slows it down.
and their 4 and 2-year-old daughters. The middle
Did you find
register
it's like
of the
it was like one of the newer videos I put out.
What do you think it is? Think it's a UFO?
Although it's hard
Well, I
to
don't
parse out
believe-
exactly what this stone means, it is an indication,
Do you know that
along
we've
with
had
several other
flying
pieces
crafts
that are
that have
roughly
been
in the
going
same
200
era,
miles
that
down
there
before
were
the
Jews
Civil War?
already making their way into
Here it
the
is.
By the time we get to the end of the first millennium, we know that there's
Bro, that
significant
dog's
numbers
gangster.
of
That's a
Jews
good
already in
steep
the
letter.
11th century. Several
And then
records of
just let it play
settlements
because it shows you what it is.
preserved, and the Jews had some significant economic successes. As we see, the same kind of pattern happening elsewhere in the European continent. Jews are sometimes caught between the
Okay, it's
nobility
gonna slow it down.
and the kings, primarily because of their economic productivity and the designs
Do you think
on
there's
the
that thing
profits that
behind
can
it?
be gained
Is
by
that
taxing
here's
them.
the thing? Is
And
that
in general, they are
the
protected
inability of
by
the video to catch it because it
there
doesn't
is a
seem like it?
significant
Because the video is
downturn
catching
in
it.
the community in Hungarian
I
life.
don't know
14th
enough
century,
about
after the Black
high
Death,
speed
there is a rash of
filming
anti-Jewish
or about
persecution.
what this
as
is,
Jews
the
were
slow-mo
thought to
filming.
somehow be responsible for the plague, and also the related blood libels.
The
There
blurry
was
shit
one
behind it's
not too
weird.
far from Hungary in
You know, where it looks like it almost has like a
1494 that
jet
resulted in
coming out
16
back.
Jews horribly
I
burned
think
to
that's all
stakes.
part of
The
it.
drums followed.
What do you think
Deaths
that
to
is, Jack?
Jews were canceled, and the
Right, but what's that
Jewish
trail?
community
You
suffered
think that's a
significant
bug?
downturn.
Yeah, as
But
it's
speaking
moving
of
fast,
turnout,
so
one
it's
of the most
stretched out as a
interesting
video
kind of
artifact, just like the
legends
rods.
that relate to
Yeah,
the Jews in Hungary is something everything is associated, Rabbi. It's like Isaac type thing.
Yeah, but what kind of bug looks like that? And what kind of bug is that fast here? I mean, I think it's a perspective thing. I think the bug moves. Bugs move pretty fucking fast. Yeah, but bugs moving fast in the right direction. And that
beautiful
way
daughter
little.
who
You're
is
going to see
known
it
for her
as far
intelligence,
little. It's
for
so
her,
little that as it passes
wisdom,
by,
things
it
like
gets
that.
small
And
so
so
quickly.
he
It
actually
gives you
gave
the
up the
illusion of
throne
more speed.
and
Because
traveled
it's so
to
little,
study
it
with
disappears
Sephardic
quickly.
rabbis in order to convert to
You ever see a
Judaism, and
mosquito
ultimately
and
he
you see
came
it
back
float
and
through
he
the air
married her.
and then it's
He
gone? You
lived
can't find a fire
under an
because there's just too
assumed
little.
new Jewish
Right.
identity.
They just, once they go a certain distance away, it's like they went into a
Betrayed,
how far
and the
away
church
that
demanded
is.
that he
I mean, that is way
According to
far
legend,
right
about which
over
we
the
don't have a
camera.
lot of
That's
other
what I think
sources,
happened. I think it went
he
right over the
refused,
camera,
and he
and I
was
think within a
burned.
couple of seconds, like, look where it goes.
Fascinating kind of
It's like
story.
right,
At
go
any
on, I
rate,
think
by
it's
the time
right
we
over
get
the camera
to the
in the
16th
right
century, Hungary
direction,
comes under
and
the
I think it
Ottoman
only takes,
Turks.
like,
That is
you know, a
the
millisecond for a
Muslim
fucking
forces
button to
that
hide.
swept over much of
Let's
the
see it
region
again.
and began to
Watch, here it
penetrate
goes.
into East
Stop it, it's
Central
fun. Let's just not
At that
stop it.
time,
There it goes.
Sephardim were
It's already
actually
gone.
attracted to the
That
region
is pretty
of Hungary,
fast.
particularly in the city of
Okay, I
Riga,
changed my mind.
because this is the era when
maybe,
the Spanish
you
Inquisition
know,
had
maybe
begun,
there's a
and the
type of boat
expulsion, of
that I'm
course,
not
in
aware of that
1492
moves really
sent
fast,
a
though.
lot of Jews
Where is that?
literally
Where's that
adrift
supposed
in the Mediterranean Sea.
I don't know where that comes from. That means a lot.
Welcomed them,
Like, we need to know where they've had crafts since
Spanish
before the Civil
Queen,
War. They were building
Ferdinand and
crafts
Isabella
that went
for
200
releasing
miles an
such
hour.
valuable
Okay, who's
human
they?
resources
And where did
into
the U.S. government
before
for the
the
Civil War?
Constantinople. So there are a lot of
before
Jews that come
1865.
from the highly
They had
educated
crafts
Spanish
that could go
Portuguese
200 miles an hour
lands
in
to
the air.
Hungary at this point.
Who made
One
You
of
can
the most
look it up.
important leaders of the
Pre-Civil
17th
War
century is Rabbi
aircraft.
Cohen,
Well, there was
who wrote the Shah of Prime, a very
a bunch of like German
ultimately,
scientists in
the
America
Ottomans are
that were
driven
working
back,
with the U.S. government.
and
So this
the
predates World
Habsburgs
War I.
who come in
I'm
are
just telling you,
subject to
right?
some
Doesn't it?
anti-Semitic
I
pressures,
don't
but
know
nevertheless
dates. I
Jews
think it
are,
does,
as we saw
right?
in
Isn't
the
it
High
World War
Middle Ages,
I? Is that
largely
the end of the
protected,
1800s?
granted autonomy, and
When was that?
they have a relatively secure lifestyle by the time we get to the 17th century, protected by
When did Orville and
when we
Wilbur
move
Wright
to
fly
the
the first
19th
plane?
century, we see an era of tremendous change. And have a look at this graph here, which shows you
You're telling me that in
population explosion of Jews in
1865,
Hungary from 11,635 to almost a million.
well, as long as you've done multiple shows on it, brother, I'm the truth,
One
okay?
reason is
Where the fuck did
in-migration.
you hear this? I had two guys, Joseph P.
Second
Farrell was
is
on, and
natural
he's like
growth.
amazing.
And third,
And he was breaking
very
down
relevant
that
to
there
our
was
own
Joseph P. Farrell's area of expertise. In history, he does a lot in religion, particularly as he's self-taught. No, he's really a great interview, man. I believe it. I mean, he's a self-taught. Does he have like a look at this role? Education and stuff, or he's written like 1,000 books on it. That's a lot of books, dude. I can barely read one book. I'm stuck on Alexander's second right now. And what is he saying? He's saying that in the 18th pre-Civil War and during the Civil War, they had crowds that were traveling at 200 miles an hour.
Nevertheless, in the 19th century, particularly in the
You can
city
find pictures of it on the internet.
known as Budapest,
Well, as long as his pictures. Well,
both
there's drawings.
sides of
They
the
get its own
Danube River,
time.
there would
Drawings.
be
Come on,
a
man.
remarkable
Why, Jamie, you're
explosion
leaving me here.
of
Hang on,
Jews
look at you. Look at you.
as they
It's gotta be
begin to
legit.
gain,
There. It sounds so legit.
incremental rights to
Will you look up
education
Bible had
and
Joey
political
Farrell so
social
many
Have a look at
years
this chart here, which
before
shows
they
you
flew the first
percentage
very primitive
of
plane
Jews
that
in
could barely get
several
off the ground
professions.
and credit those guys with
Beginning of the
developing
20th century,
the first plane.
you can see that they're, of course, very strong in
Oh, that's true. Thank you.
commerce.
Oh, so is it like a
60%
blimp?
of
Trying to dig down.
merchants
Listen
for
to Jamie
Jews,
get all
but
pissy.
also the professions, 40% of journalists, 45%
It's true. It's true. No, it's a good point. Yeah, I could. It could be a blimp, right? Like when they first started doing
much
blimps.
smaller percentage of Jews
That's a lot. What's that the whole point of like Led Zeppelin? That they
However,
want people getting
not
on
that
the
far
blimps, so
out
they
from
like
the
crash that shit.
percentage of the urban population, especially in large
Everyone
cities.
thinks I'm crazy. You guys think I'm nuts. I'm just telling you.
Traditionalists, on the other hand,
Everything's
were
a
championed
psyop.
in particular
I love it.
by
I want to hear
Rabbi
more psyops. I'd rather go that way than the other way. That nothing's a psyop. I want to hear that everything's a psyop. Everything's a psyop. Dude, someone should do a conspiracy
just a
news. It
little
would be
bit
10 times better than what you see on television. I was watching it. My girlfriend can't stop watching MSNBC. It doesn't matter how much they lie to her. She's like dug in, and that's her team, right? So I'm listening to Rachel Maddow the other day talking talking about like demonizing
and at
RFK
one
Jr.
point famously
about
made a
mRNA
pun on
vaccines,
the
right?
passage, which in
You want
its
a cigar?
original
Smoke cigar?
context
No, I don't.
refers to the consumption of the new harvest of wheat. But he said it with a rather different intonation. The phrase, of course, in the Hebrew is "Hadash
So she, you want to try
Torah."
one? No,
The
I'm good.
new wheat is
So
forbidden by the Torah, but
Rachel
the word
No.
is omitted in the original.
Just
So in
completely
other
told
words, he was
everybody
saying
if you get
the
the vaccine,
is
there's
forbidden
a
by the
100%
Torah.
chance you won't get
Anything moving
COVID.
ipso facto.
You know, so telling everybody how important mRNA vaccines are. So she was only off by 100%.
Was, for example, very pro-science.
It was a trying time that we didn't know.
But he was,
How did I know?
nevertheless,
I'm a
very much
Joe
against
comic
any
who's functionally
innovations
illiterate.
which
There's mistakes were made.
the traditional fabric
my
of the
part,
Jewish
no.
society.
Well, it's just, it
Now,
was weird
it's
to me, but a
important to
lot
note
of
that
lefties
when
all
we
of a
think
sudden were
about
trusting the pharmaceutical
the
companies. It's
populations
really
in
weird. Like, what
Hungary,
happened,
there
guys? Like,
are
what
very,
did
very
we used to believe in?
distinct
We used to think that the big pharma was like trying to
So
make
if you
money,
look at
and
this
you should
map
really
here
be
of
taking
Hungary,
organic food and,
that comes
you
from
know, taking vitamins and eating
Judea,
healthy and drinking
you can see
water
that
and going to
there's a
yoga. Like, what
major
happened?
center
What happened to everybody's like a
in
check
Budapest
page?
where you have
What happened?
the Magyar
And then,
Jews. That
you
is,
know, I
those
live in
Jews
California where they're
believe
all
that
about
the
my body, my
best
choice,
way
except for when it
for
comes to
Jews
vaccines.
to
And I had arguments with people. I'm like, I thought you were
is
my body,
to
my
essentially
choice. Now you're
align
telling me I have
themselves
to take a
with
vaccine.
the
They're like,
Hungarian
it's different.
nation.
It's not.
That is, remember that
It's
this
not
is a
at all.
highly
No, it seemed like it was to some people at the time.
with German-speaking
Because some people got
Austrians and
way more anxious about the
Romanian
pandemic than other
Poles,
people.
Ukrainians,
And those
you
people
know,
just,
and
they
all kinds of
reacted
other
so
people.
strongly, they thought that
The
other people that
Hungarian
weren't doing the right
nationality,
thing
known
were
as
fucking it up
Magyars,
for
were
everybody. Because that's what they
concentrated in
believed at the
Budapest, and there were a
time.
lot of Jews there who
Problem
felt
is,
that that
most
was
of those
the
people
best
never kind
way
of
for them
owned
to
up
move
to what they
forward,
did.
was by
Because
to identify
they were
with the
wrong.
Magyars and
And
take
what we did get
the second
hoodwinked.
major thing to think
And
about
there's still people that
is
are trying to defend
in-migration
it and like
to
stop
other
trying to
lands.
defend it.
The Danube
The
River
data's out.
certainly
Didn't
the
stop
most
infection.
important waterway
Didn't stop
that
transmission.
through
That alone would have stopped almost everybody from taking
You can see that sort of
or a lot
swoops
of
down
people from
from
taking
the upper left and then
And
makes a
they knew that.
dramatic turn
They
to
knew
the
that from
south.
the jump. They never did
So
studies
you
on
have,
whether or not it would stop
a number
infection.
of
They just
Jews
wanted
who
to
are
see if it
coming
created
from
antibodies.
the region
whole
which in
thing
this
is,
map is
when you listen to
Czechoslovakia, but
RFK Jr.
back
talk
then
about it, you're like,
it
this
would have
can't be
been Austria
be telling the
Germany.
truth.
And you
Yeah,
have
and then you
another
find out
group
he
of
is.
Jews
You're like,
coming
this
from
is
the
nuts.
Northeast,
This is
Russia in
nuts.
particular.
Right,
Poland.
and then have you ever
Here
seen
on
when
this
they
map
broke
says
down how long it would
USSR,
actually
but then
take
it's
to
very
make
discussed
like
within
5
Russia.
billion vaccines that
And
they
there was a
wanted for
region in the
everybody?
middle
It would
which
take
was
10
actually
years. It was just the
closed
thing
Jewish
that it
settlements
was,
before
that they had done it in front of everybody and
shown
everybody
by
agreed
this
to it. And then
great
once they
circle.
realized they
So you
agreed
have
to it,
two
they
very,
realized they
very
got
different
duped. They
communities
don't
that
want to
have
admit
to be
that.
considered
Yes.
at the top
They
part
want
of
to
the
be right, not do
First
right.
of all, you
Yeah,
have
and
the
then they're
Oberlanders, the
how many like
Uplanders, that is
really
because they're coming
nutty,
upriver
like
along
Marxist,
the
left
Danube.
wing,
And these are
lunatic,
Jews who are
like
largely
conferences do I see
under the
online
sway
where they're
of
all
the
masked.
Islam
Dude,
Sofer,
flag people are
and
masked.
also
They're
a
still
little
in
bit further
masks.
away, Rabbi
They're
Samson
still in masks.
Hirsch,
Everyone else doesn't have a mask where I'm living. They're wearing like super heavy masks.
That is, these are
It's
Jews
I
who
said
consider
it before.
themselves
It's
more within the
Democrats'
Germanic
MAGA.
orbit
That's what
of
yeah,
thought.
it is.
They are
It's you
German
let everybody know
speakers
exactly
by and
what you
large,
vote for.
and
You have a mask,
they
you're
are
wearing it
more
everywhere. I
open
love
to
it.
some
It's like I know who
degrees
the
to
retards are, but there's
westernization, but
like
clearly
groups
within a
online where they
traditional
talk about the
Lithuanian
importance of
Talmudic
masking and they
sort of
meet
heritage.
up and
But on the other
how
side,
irresponsible
on the
these
east, you have the
non-maskers
Oberlanders.
are, and
Here you have
COVID
a
hasn't gone
tremendous
away, and I have
Polish
respiratory
Hasidics
this and
moving
infectious
into
that and
northeastern
immune
Hungary.
suppressant this.
They are primarily Yiddish
Fuck,
speakers,
man. Yeah.
far
What
more
happened? It's not good.
traditionalist
But
in
it was
their
just one
orientation,
cold
and
that was a
that
little
creates a
harder
very,
than
very
most
different
flus,
population.
and
With three distinct
everybody got
populations.
duped.
Now, if you think about the relative numbers,
Yeah.
have a look at
And
this
then you
map,
go, what
which
about
shows
the
you
5G
the
they're
relative
cranking up?
density of the
What
Jewish
about
population.
what they're
See
spraying in the sky? So
certainly
now
in
is
the
an
middle there is a
acceptable
high density
fact
of
that they're
population
doing
in the city of Budapest
geoengineering of our
itself,
sky. So like
but a much
5 years ago,
thinner
you were
number
crazy
of
conspiracy
views,
theorists.
of
Now
Wilbur
there's
Van
laws
Buren
being
was
passed about it.
the more
And you
dramatic
put all that
speaking
together,
Jews
you're like,
in the Northwest, and then that
that's how people get
massive
sick. It's weird, like
block
even cloud
of
seeding,
Hasidic
you know, which
Jews,
is legal.
incidentally,
Like you can
the
seed
heartland
clouds
of
and you can make
modern
it rain, but
Hungarian
like,
Hasidim in America as well,
how
including the
exact
Friedman
is
family
this
and their
science?
descendants.
Yeah, how
They
you
are
know what I
often
mean? Like, what
ignored
happens
these
if you
days.
cause floods like they did in
And that's
July?
really
Did you see
where
that?
we
Yeah,
have the
well,
bulk
camels
of
just
the
flying
population
or
and
flowing down the fucking Lamborghinis, drowning.
and the geographic center of gravity.
Nothing about 200 miles an hour. But
The interwar period showed many signs, like many other countries in East Central Europe,
The South, Confederate Army.
a lot of
for a second.
legislative
Just to see if I can find
anti-Semitism
it.
I found it. I was digging through the
Bro, they had
trees.
that General Lee
that was
helicopter.
applied
Here's the transcript where he's talking about the
universities
history with his friend
severely
Beasley or something
restricted
like that.
number of
Who was saying this?
were allowed to
Sam was talking
presence
about.
What is his name again?
His
a
podcast.
number of
What's his name again, Sam?
discriminatory
Joseph P. Farrell.
pieces of legislation such as says the
with the
first
airship
Jewish law
mystery,
of
my friend Walt
1938
supposedly has
draw
written an interesting
boundaries
book called
around
Origins
where
about the Black
Hungarian
Projects,
Jews are
where
allowed to
airships that exist in this
participate
country
in
prior
larger
to the war.
society. And of course, during the
That's
war
it.
period,
We talked about it.
mass
It was either him or the two
especially
episodes later. They
for
talked
this
about how
rather
it went 200 miles up.
dramatic arts
Lincoln went to
installation
Congress
is
to get
on the
funding,
Danube
or is
River,
trying to get funding
and
for some of this.
it's
There's a
a
whole thing
series of
about
kind of like bronze shoes that represent
Corps of the Army
literally
back to the Civil War.
thrown into the
Isn't
Danube River
Lincoln
by
another one they got
fascists
rumors
to
about?
drown to death. Sometimes
Yeah.
tied together
Yeah.
with one of them being shot so that they would save
Closeted dog.
ammunition. It's a rather
Maybe like everybody did it back then.
permanent
That's what I'm
installation
thinking back then.
that I had.
So they just fucked. The thing with the Lincoln stuff is that they were like,
Bring me, come over here,
sleeping
Bob.
together.
The government, however,
No, that's
like
true.
any
That's
other
true.
East
You know,
Central
it's probably
European
not that
governments
weird
who
for
were
us,
allied with the
Back
Nazis,
then it was like
resisted the deportation of Jews
But
who
yeah,
were
airships.
Hungarian
Airships is
citizens.
what they're
And then
This
there's
is
a certain like,
rather
So was that supposedly a thing where a person could get
interesting
in?
phenomenon
yeah,
that you
yeah.
see in
Boats
several
with airbags,
parts
what I've
of
seen, other flying
Nazi
machines.
allied countries.
Okay, so what
where
that looks like
Jews
is
were
like
considered to be
sails.
part of the country
Right?
proper,
Can you show me
although
that
they are
thing?
exposed
Look
to
at that, Sam.
anti-Semitic legislation.
That's like
They're
sails, like
nevertheless
sailboat.
protected
But it's even
from
crazier
the
than
worst
that base.
depredations of Nazism.
So do you just jump
This
off a
is
cliff
not
with
the
that?
case
How do you get that
with
bitch off the ground?
migrant
One of them
populations,
was
refugee
describing, I think
populations,
it's there was a
find
traveling
themselves inside the
gas
country.
thing that went
This
along with it.
changes
So keep
in March of
refueling it. You see a
1944
gas generator.
when the Nazis, who are totally dissatisfied
Okay.
with the
Oh my God. See
progress
if you can
that
look up. That's
Hungarians
crazy.
have
Tinfoil
made
Hat
in enforcing
901. That's
Nazi
the
demands
episode, and
on
there's a picture
deportation
of the
Jews.
craft that
They
they
finally
made.
take
So
over
they're
the
just
country in March
refueling
of
these
1944,
balloons with gas.
and
So
they
these aren't even
impose
balloons.
those restrictions
It's like
Here you see
literal like
the
aircrafts that are going 200 miles an hour. What are they? So the reason I bring that up is because if we go, they got these silver cigar things. Like think about how long ago
He's
that
at the
was.
very, very end of the war.
Okay. Bug, spear, whatever you want to do. Yeah, whatever helps everybody sleep at night, you know. But they got the tech. That's it. That's what they had in 2000. In the pre-Civil War, Walter Mosley, he came out and talked about it. Who drew that? You can find those. I mean, I don't know who specific. The guy's name's up in the corner. That thing can go 200 miles an hour. Yeah. What's it powered by?
Deportations.
Oh, those are that's it. It's guys with
there are some remarkable efforts by
NYMCA
outside
arrows
parties to rescue
and the
Hungarian
signature.
Jews
Yeah,
at the
dude,
same
you know I'm
the
retarded,
so-called
right? I do now.
Blood
I want to know what that image is.
plan in which the Nazis were
Yeah, these are
blind.
them.
The Jews were actually
These are the crafts that they had. They were working on. So a person gets inside that. Yeah, look at that. And then there's a propeller back there. Who was working on this? The South? No, the North.
In the end,
The North
look
in
at the overall
Germany.
statistics of
You said the South has sort of
Jews.
Oh, the South had a different kind of thing. So, but this thing is different. Yeah, whatever this is. So, is it a bunch of fans?
And about
I don't know. Looks like a bunch of fans, right? Or propellers, you know? Right.
But as I mentioned at the outset
They had
of this
that way
video,
back in the
the
1850s.
Hungarian Jews showed remarkable resilience.
Look at those guys. I
particularly
think that
those
thing went 200 miles an hour. I think somebody
It's not
lied.
even to confront the veracity of
But they
this
have that.
journalistic
That's
reporting.
200 miles an hour. Step right up. Just think what kind of dominance you could have at that time with that kind
There's
of
a
craft.
really
And
large
that
and
quickly.
powerful and
back
vibrant
then they used
Hungarian
to thought
Jewish
if you
community,
went that fast, you
particularly
would
in
explode.
Brooklyn,
Right.
and it testifies
Yeah, they
to
used
the
to think
strength
that. Well, they
of
thought that before the
Hungarian
Germans. But again,
Jewish
Germany's
spirit.
involved.
We know that
Germany
by
basically
1900
funded
there were over 31,000 Hungarian-born
But they
immigrants
needed
in
money
New
because,
York,
you know,
and about 70%
Lincoln
of those are Jewish.
was
And just a
issuing
decade
green
later, there were
cards. I have one in
78
my house.
Hungarian
I
Jewish
bought a Lincoln
self-help
green
organizations
card.
who said a lot about what this community values, who they are, and why they have
It's like
become
one of
so
my favorite
strong
things I
today.
have. But
So that's just a very quick survey of Hungarian Jewry. There's obviously a lot more to say about the vibrancy of Jewish life in contemporary Hungary, and I hope to say more about that when I get there, God willing, later
Do you
this
think
year.
that
The
most of the
Ashkenazi
UFO
project. But
sightings
for the
that
time
people
being,
say
I want to wish
are
a
U.S.
mazel tov
government
to
crafts?
the young couple.
So do you think
and
it's
give them
back
my
engineered
blessing that they
stuff,
should be so
or do you think we invented all the
And for everybody else, thank you very much for that.
that give us technology. I mean, it goes back to what we talked before about, you know, Admiral Byrd and, you know, that whole thing when I think it was Eisenhower made a deal And I told you this, and that's where the missing 401 comes from. All the people go who disappear in force. That there's really weird like connections between all of them. They tend to be of German descent, high IQ, and they just disappear in the forest.
This
And Eddie Bravo has a really interesting theory about it, about how there's all these movies about all these people dying in forest and everyone dying in the ocean. You know, the scary for going out there. Like I'm afraid of sharks. Like I don't want to go in the ocean, but what's going on in the ocean? We see stuff coming out of the ocean all the time. What's going on way deep down there?
Challenges to Jewish
well, sharks are real. Sharks are real. Be scared of the ocean is unforgiving alligators, and it's a rational fear.
Basically, it works like this.
Yeah, but you know, Jaws makes this thing break your face.
Series of existential challenges which mirror the existential challenges that Jews face in higher purposes. Each one of those challenges is given students the tools to decipher how you would have survived in that particular scenario and the complexity of circumstances in that particular historical period. And you'll be required in open-ended discussion forum to discuss with other students your strategies for survival under those conditions. I'm going to provide you in this course with 7 basic rules of Jewish survival that will be explained in a separate video and separate readings, so you have those secret. But using those 7 basic tools of Jewish survival, you are to create a strategy for survival that may describe the actual strategy that worked in previous generations, or maybe a bold new strategy. At the same time, I would like you to comment on how that may affect contemporary situations, because, as they say, plus ça change, plus ça la même chose, the more it changes, the more it stays the same. The very same crises that Jews have experienced in previous generations are also quite prevalent even in our own generation. For participating in each of those discussion fora, centering on those existential challenges, you'll have the opportunity to communicate with other students and earn 4 survival points. 4 survival points are necessary to survive each one of the levels of the 12 existential challenges that we'll put to you in this course. I know many of you are thinking about the grade. I'm thinking about survival. Survival is really much more important, but those 2 things translate. So if you survive all of the levels, which means 12 levels, 4 points per level, then you will get A-. If you want to get that A, you need at least 1 scholarly creative contribution. I'll describe in such a video what goes on.
What do they have now?
But if you get 49 levels, and very significant numbers in Jewish thought, if you get 49 points through the 12 levels, then you'll get If you get only 48 levels, which means you survived by the skin of your teeth, you get an A-. And so on, how many levels you survive all the way down to, unfortunately, the sad lack of survival nobody ever talks about.
Right, that was like a
That's how we're going to grade the course. So basically, this is going to be an opportunity for us as a learning community to come together and to examine again those moments of existential crisis that the Jews experienced through the millennium history, to re-examine them from the light of a 21st century perspective, and try to shed some new illumination on strategy survival that may affect the scene. I'm really excited to be with you on this journey. I really find the course extremely interesting. Let me take this moment as well to give you a quick introduction to myself. You're going to see a lot more of me in this course because I've got all of these lectures online, and I regret that we don't have so much opportunity to interact face-to-face in an online environment, but survival is the key, and we'll use whatever tools we have at our disposal. So my current position is I am a dean at the Lander College of Arts and Sciences in the holy city of Brooklyn, New York. My background is, of course, in Jewish history. I wrote my first book on the history of the Jews of Ukraine, and I moved into art history and intellectual history. My most recent book is on the Hasidic thought of the Piaseczna Rebbe in 20th century Poland, and I have a couple of things on that.
It's hard to believe that the government
I'm from Canada originally, and I was educated at the University of Toronto, and I had the great privilege of studying in some fantastic yeshivos, most notably Or Sameach in Yerushalayim, Ryan, Muncie, Toronto, and of course in great universities as well, postdoctoral fellowships at Cornell, Oxford, Harvard, and the University of Jerusalem. I think that's really all I got to say right now. I'm really excited that you're with me in this particular course. Contact me anytime, specifically by email is probably the best way to reach me, or call into the office, and I would love to speak with you anytime you have any questions about the course or related materials. Just call in and set an appointment, and I'll make some time for you. Okay? Good luck surviving. This is going to be a really important course. We're going to change the world together.
100%. I think people can keep seeing us. I really do. And they have you looking over here when it's really over here. They do that all the time. Like
okay, gentlemen, welcome to SBLN 101.
And then it's really
this is
that's like 10 miles away.
Principles of speech. It's a public speaking course. Absolutely essential for anything you intend to do in life, and I believe it will be an absolutely transformational experience for me, if not for all of you as well. This is the very first time I'm teaching this course. It's a little bit outside my area of expertise. I'm actually a historian. I do most of my stuff in Jewish history. But for reasons that perhaps will become clear over the course of this semester, I've decided I'd like to teach this course anyways. How many of you already know how to speak? We have two brave or three. Yeah. I would hazard a guess that if you were accepted to college, at least if you had an interview, you would know how to speak. So the question is, why are you here if you already know how to speak?
I forget what her name is.
Because your parents forced you, because you want to get into a graduate school. But someone you may not ask, why are you here if you already know how to speak?
All of a sudden, her crowd
I'm sorry? It's a college course. Very good. They forced me to take this course. Tell me your last name? Mr. Kramer. Very good. Okay. Mr. Kramer says, well, I'm forced to, so I have to do it. Anyone else? Is there possibly a benefit? Is the wisdom of the curricular designers somehow inherent in this classical course?
The sound guy comes up to me and he goes, whoever sent you
Mr. Kramer, what do you think besides that?
Because this is the real This is where all of the satellites are.
Okay, the biggest room in the world is room for improvement. And that's kind of like a cliche, but it says a lot about what we're going to be doing here. Everyone, for example, already knows how to walk. But, you know, if you want to run a marathon, if you want to keep up with a fast person, if you want to walk with posture, with balance, if you want to express your personality in your walk, you're flat-footed, you know, your pigeon toes, these are all reasons why you might go to a walking coach. And even though you will probably get from point A to point B without any assistance, nevertheless, there are ways to do it much better. And if that's true about walking, how much more so is it relevant for speaking? Because speaking is really what truly makes us human. And this course is going to focus on how to speak like a munch. Obviously, we're going to get into primarily business applications of speech. We're going to be talking about presentation. We're going to talk about persuasive speech. We're going to be talking about interview skills. We'll be talking about a certain amount of interpersonal communication, but primarily one to many kinds of communications that you will need no matter what kind of area of professional development you go into after you read these, you know, Howard Halls of Touro College. If you're going to be a doctor or a medical professional, you're going to have to know how to talk to, unfortunately, grieving families. You're going to have to know how to express yourself and use your entire body in a way that conveys the deeper emotion of what you're trying to express at the same time as you communicate to them the content of the message that you have to deliver. So it's a really essential factor, not only in your professional development, but also I would hazard in your human development. Let's just look at a classic text. I'm sure some of you have occasionally seen this text. It comes around once a year. Hashem creates the human being and says here, but you talk about Nishmas Chaim, right? Someone want to translate that phrase for me?
Let's not.
Very good. He breathed into him the soul of life. What's your name, sir?
I agree, dude.
שמו last name. Mr. Adelson, good. ויהי אדם לנפש חיה. Mr. Adelson?
You know nothing about World War II.
Very good. What does this mean? Nefesh chaya.
Carter tried to get
A living soul. Good translation, Mr. Adelson. Don't give a
Justice, the former president,
superior to an animal. Okay, where do you get that?
that was set up by
Rashi, very good. Rashi is not on this selection. Something else is on this selection. Uncle Lewis, right? Uncle Lewis. What does Uncle Lewis have to say?
Nazi
How does he
collaborators
translate
given jobs in the
that?
United States. Some were later sent to the Soviet Union and parachute teams in
It's
an
right here.
unsuccessful attempt to perform assassinations and start civil wars.
Okay, how's your Aramaic?
That is great. We were flying
Fail?
Nazis into
Phil.
Russia to
No,
start
but
civil
Malay would be
wars.
good, right?
Find this guy
It
on
has this cool thing. This is a smart word.
dark journalist. He's
Isn't
done
that great?
great
Okay.
work.
Ruach, of course, is the same in Hebrew, like spirit. The Malala.
That NASA was
This is one of the most common words
JFK
in
wanted to give
the
Russia all
Aramaic
these
Bible.
documents and information they had.
Translates the word Vayomer.
I think that they were like
Or Namor,
nuclear
actually.
planes,
Malala.
like dropping bombs and stuff. And
Help me
because
out.
NASA was so
To
full
say,
of Nazis,
good.
and they
So please
still
translate
hated
the Ruach
Russians,
Malala.
they didn't want that to happen. Well, that might be one reason.
A spirit
Yeah,
of
there's multiple reasons.
Spirit of
It says,
speaking. Very good. Thank you. What's your last name again? Mr. Brookfield. So we're going to have Mr. Brookfield. Very good. The translation of Nefesh Chaya, a living soul, is the spirit of speech. And as Rashi picks up, of course, this is what primarily distinguishes us from the animal kingdom, that we use speech to express complex ideas. Now, animals do communicate as well. Lots of sources in the Gemara as well for this idea. But the idea of speech, that's something that truly distinguishes us as humans. So in many ways, what we're going to talk about the next few weeks is how we're going to define and develop our speaking skills, which are really the essence of our humanity. The very first descriptor, really, of what is a human being has to do with speech. Okay? Now, check this out. With this smartboard, I can just erase the whole thing, right? Look at that.
Imagine.
We love these smartboards. We got to get some next one. Okay, let's go to the next screen here. Let's have a look just for a second. This is a rather brilliant speaker. Anyone recognize the face? Very good. Dr. Martin Luther King. This is his famous mountaintop speech, the last speech. And we're just going to look at it for a second because he illustrates a lot of the concepts that I want to get across in this class. Basically, I want you to focus on three basic elements of speaking. It's all over the board. It's on your syllabus. You'll see it everywhere. Public speaking, to my mind, really is composed of three basic elements. One is content, which means what is it that you're trying to say? What is the message? The second is context. It's incredibly important that you recognize to whom are you speaking? In what setting? For what purpose? These are the contextual factors are huge. And then finally, there is the instrument. We'll talk about what the instrument is in a few minutes. But what I'd like you to do is have a look at how, in this 2-minute speech, Martin Luther King really is a master of context. He understands his crowd, and he is going to use two principal techniques. The first is going to be a balanced and parallel speech, where he's going to take certain key words and repeat them. Kellyanne Conway is actually very famous for this. We'll look at her style a little bit later. And secondly, he's going to tap into the shared meaning system of his audience that I believe you gentlemen will also share, and that creates a huge resonance in terms of how he conveys his message. It's a very powerful speech. Let's have a quick look at 2 minutes.
We say to America is be true to what you say on paper.
You did something weird. Like a bunch of politicians who are pushing all this fucking bullshit, whether it's COVID or BLM or Nazi Zionism and all this shit. I go, what weird shit do they got you fucking on video? Your shit. Damn body who was a part of the whole Jeffrey Epstein thing in Florida. And now she's like, yeah, there's video. There's no video. So when the first time he gets arrested, she was part of that whole thing. She was part of the process. She was like some AG or something in Florida. Was she involved in that case? Interesting. And you're like, what do they got you do? Well, there's so many people that would be implicated. That's what's nuts, watching it not play out and watching these powerful people sort of huddle up together and hold the line. It's kind of crazy. These pedal hunters, and they're doing a great job getting these guys off the streets. They're all low level. It makes you feel like, oh, we're doing something. No, you're just getting low level guys out. You're not getting, when the Me Too movement and they were accusing people of all this, they're trying to make it seem like these guys are a part of it. No, dude. If you're a 17-year-old going to a comedy concert and then you go home to your parents still, you're not a part of that. It's like 80% of the children who go missing are from foster. Like, people don't understand that. It involves dark ass shit. There was a story that was in some sort of a television show about a scandal that involved child sex trafficking with politicians. It was like in the 90s or something like that. There was weird stuff in different strokes. They constantly had episodes of TV show different strokes. And one where the guy owned a bike store was giving the kids wine. Yeah. I just saw that pop up on my feed. So wasn't there was some sort of a story? God, I can't remember what TV program it was. Was it the Franklin scandal or the Finder scandal where the FBI conspiracy societies camp investigates nationwide child abuse network reaching government officials, exposes systematic exploitation by power.
What about the balanced and parallel structure? You know, some repeating phrases he uses?
And George
Somewhere I read. And any others?
If you are a government official,
maybe, yeah, that's right. He uses that a couple of times as well. He says, maybe if I lived in China, maybe if I lived in Soviet Russia. Right?
I think they imagine how crazy. I think they get in there because they know that everything's about data. So you think they get pedophiles in the office knowing that the pedophiles
what about
and then they feed them.
What about the
and then they
now, well, there's one more I'm hoping you'll get. It's at the end. So this speech is called the mountaintop, right? Okay, so yeah, these are the mountaintop. I've been to the mountaintop, but this is called the mountaintop speech. So you see it 3 times. Now, hang on a second. What he says, somewhere I read, where did he read it?
That's why it's free. That's why
Does he say the word Constitution anywhere there? So what is he doing when he says somewhere I read? Right? It's an illusion. It's a little bit ironic, yeah, because he's sort of saying it's supposed to be there, but it's not. But what is he doing by not? Why does he just say, I read in the Constitution, or the Constitution says, Mr. Kramer?
That's what they did. They knew he was a super smart guy. So
what happens when you are in the audience and the speaker makes an illusion like that?
Do you ever watch the documentary?
It unites you. You share in that meeting. Mr. Eisenberger, is that right? No, Mr. Eisenberger's here. Mr. Hazelton is here tonight. I think that was this is what's called an educational theory zone of proximal development. That you just reach just above where they are, and when they catch it, the students feel like, oh my gosh, I'm getting it, I'm moving up, I'm learning it. So by saying, somewhere I read, people know it's talking about the Constitution, it involves them in his meaning structure. What about the mountaintop bit? What mountaintop are you talking about? Yeah, what is the biblical reference?
And no one's touching
him for
a long time it was. And then you get him involved in these LSD studies.
Just on the outside of Israel, he looks over, right? And so what does that make him, by the way? He's on Harner Road looking over it there. Yeah, he's making a house, right? And so in the African-American tradition, the whole idea of go down Moses, and Moses goes and speaks to Pharaoh and tells him he has to let my people go. That really resonated with them. You could hear it in the audience. So there's a lot of techniques going on in his speech. So even in 2 minutes, there's a lot more we can analyze here. We might come back to it later on in this class. But there's so many techniques going on that really made him an incredibly effective speaker.
You might look at a few other speeches of his. But what goes into good speech? Oh, by the way, this was his last public speech. He was, in fact, killed later on by an assassin bullet. And it was the reference to longevity. This is, we all like to live a long life. That is especially ironic. So what are the three elements? Let's talk about the syllabus now. How are we going to grade this course? I know you're all concerned about it. So have a look at the syllabus, which is here, and I'm going to show you online where you can find it on a program called Blackboard, which is our course management software. You'll be using it a lot. Basically, we're going to grade this course with no tests and no exams. But you will be speaking every single class, and you will be judged by your peers. I'll explain to you how that works. 40% of your grade is going to be my assessment of your speaking skills. And since you'll be speaking every single class, there's going to be a lot of data from which I can base that grade. Another 40% is going to be based on how your peers grade you as well, on the same scale. So we will have an open and transparent grading system where all of you will grade all of you, and the grades will be visible to everybody. So since you will be grading your peers, you have to be gentle but effective, and they will be grading you in turn. Right? So since we're all on the same page up front, that's how it's going to work. Now, I will also be paying attention to how you grade your peers, and I will give you a 10% grade based on how productive your comments are. And that means not just, you enter into a kind of a suicide pact and everybody gives everybody 100%, because I will kill you all 10% over here. But, sorry, I gotta go back. When I give you if you say things which are helpful, like, you're saying too much, or things like that, it shows that you're paying attention, and it's a useful kind of criticism, then I'll give you a check mark saying that those are useful kinds of critiques. If you read in the textbook, there's some really great discussion on exactly how to give positive feedback or negative feedback in a positive manner. And then finally, 10% will be my sort of subjective assessment, looking at the scope of your skills as they develop over the course to give you a little boost upwards. That's how we get 100% of the grade. Yes, Mr. No. Okay. All right. So, is this system clear? How we're going to divide these grades? It's a little bit like, what is that? It's a little bit like, the reality TV shows, I think, where they vote people off the island or something like that. How do you succeed in this course? There's three basic rules. Success is one, show up all the time. Right? This is an attendance mandatory class. It's possible during the course of the year, I might want to give you some time to prepare a speech. We might cancel class. We'll know it's in advance. But otherwise, you're expected to be here every time we meet. Obviously, you're being graded for every speech you did. The bonus is you don't have to do any tests or exams. So it's a great course for the summer in that, all you got to do is show up and you're already being 80% there, to paraphrase someone else. Second, prepare for class. You can prepare in a couple different ways. One of the most important ways is to read the textbook. We will only be loosely following the textbook, but it's an extremely useful resource. And you'll derive a lot of helpful information from it. So the textbook is available, used for about $10 from a lot of online sellers. I listed the actual ISBN and all the materials over here. It's called The Challenge of Effective Speaking. I've chosen the 15th edition, which is not the newest one. You can, choose the newest one, which is probably about $150. Or you can use older ones, but the pagination will significantly be different. Yeah, it's on Amazon, all over the place. It's a very common textbook. So that's one good way of preparing by reading. Another way is by reviewing these presences, which are going to be online. We'll try to put them up in advance. You can even look at them in advance. Maybe watch the speeches that are embedded into the presentation in advance, whatever you like. We will also have the textbook, which the textbook called is Prezi. We're going to talk about this at the end of this class. Prezi. It's like, what PowerPoint wants to be when it grows up, but it never will catch up. Okay, so another way to prepare for class, I'm going to give you in advance some assignments. So for example, on Monday when we meet again, I would like you all to speak about a moment in your life when you were afraid.
You're just born with it.
That's a theme for your speech.
And then you also maybe have environmental factors.
Share some of your opinions. This is not group therapy. It's okay. We don't expect like some kind of feedback, but the idea is to share a moving story and I'll give you some resources to prepare for that. And third and finally, listen to everyone. You have to show equal respect to those of us in the room who are not yet blessed with full beards, just as you would to the gray beard in front of you now. Right? Show respect for your colleagues. Lack of respect for your colleagues will be viewed with disfavor in your grades. So make sure that you give full attention, full eye contact. Be in the moment when your colleagues are speaking. Questions about the syllabus? Yes, Mr. Eisenberger, Edelstein, Eisenberger. And that's why all these speeches have if you look at the size of the room, and I figure I'm going to devote about half the class to speeches, it's probably about 1 to 2 minutes. We may have to break a few up over 2 classes when we get to the end of the class and doing the more substantive speaking. But for today, for example, yes, you are speaking today. Speech today is going to be 1 to maximum 2 minutes. Oh wait, hang on. Okay, can't give you so much time to share. Okay, so let's go on. The 3 elements of public speaking.
That's basically
this is the way I look at this particular subject. The first is content.
Based on
which is basically what is it that you are trying to say? Right? There are some portion, I believe the Chafetz Chaim says there's an idea that your life is measured by the number of words you utter in a lifetime. And so therefore, you want to preserve those words. You want to make sure you use them effectively. You don't want to blather on and waste your words. So the content of your talk is incredibly important. Related to the content is, of course, the organization, the manner of presentation. Like we saw with Martin Luther King Jr., he doesn't say the word Constitution, he doesn't say the word Moses, doesn't say the word Promised Land, or he doesn't say the Promised Land. He says these things because he thinks he can communicate the meaning much better by only alluding to them. We'll spend next week, by the way, we'll talk a little bit about the power of silence in a public speech. So content involves both what the tochen, what the actual material is, and also the organization of the material. So we spend a lot of time breaking down.
How are you?
It's in content.
Okay.
That would be clear now. Okay,
They had to change the color because they were seeing things
words in it, words organized in a sequential fashion.
Dude, why didn't you watch the UFC?
That's in content. Context is also known as a rhetorical situation.
It's what?
Who are you speaking to? Why are you speaking?
Oh, dude, it's baller as fuck.
People are there. Are you using presentational aids? Are you using a microphone? Is it a somber event, a celebratory
It was amazing.
event? What exactly is the reason that
I watched it in Aiden Ross's Discord. It was fantastic.
Context is where a lot of the art of speaking comes to play. And then finally, instruments. I didn't define this earlier. I don't want to have a hazard a guess. So what do I mean by instrument?
Oh, yeah, that's right. Thank you.
Body language. What's your name, sir? Mr. Roda. Yes, there's a school of acting called Stanislavski, the Stanislavski method, in which they coined the term one's instrument, and that refers to your body. That refers to when you're an actor on the stage, and speech is a performance art. When you're an actor on the stage, you use your body in its totality. You use your body in terms of your gestures, your
place
posture,
that
your
makes it
affect.
look like if
It
you go
also
to Jesse's
extends
show,
to the tools
go to
you
his YouTube
use,
channel
the
because he's
eye
got
contact,
some
incredible
video
number of things.
footage
We'll
of the
see in
actual
just a minute a little bit about vocal control. All of these things are related to your instrument. So when you get up to speak here, you're not just going to be reading off a cue card, or you're not going to be reading off a text. It's not a course in public reading. It's a course in public speaking, which is ultimately going to be very extemporaneous. So the instrument is very important, and we're going to focus on these aspects as well. If you notice, when Martin Luther King Jr. was speaking, his affect was very flat. I mean, his face was not like, you could see that there was a deep-seated anger and frustration over the injunctions that were oppressing the African Americans in the 1960s. But he was not like raging like a Hitler, and that he was just like quietly angry, with seething anger, and with determination. You know, the face showed that. You know how he ended his speech?
Look at how everything.
Yeah, he just does it like there's a microphone drop, right? He just said, my eyes have seen the glory of the coming Lord. And he leaves. Doesn't say in conclusion. Doesn't say thank you for your attention. He ends it abruptly. Right? These are all aspects of using his instrument effectively to convey the message. So those are the three things we're going to focus on in this course: content, context, and instrument. And in fact, why don't you have a look at the CCI rubric here, which is on the third page of the syllabus. This is the rubric that I'll be using and you'll be using for all the grades. Someone explained to, I don't know who said that. There we go, excellent. CCI, right? Content. Yeah, you got it. Okay. So it's a simple 10-point score that you're going to be giving each other for their speeches. Content, weak is 1 point. Incoherent, unconvincing, poor citations. Yes, yes. But they're online. So if you have a smartphone with you, you can do it while you're speaking on your phone. If you want to take notes and then go to a computer later, because it's going to be an online survey that, once again, everybody will see. Okay? You're going to see your grades, you're going to see how you grade other people.
Dennis opens, they just found
I'll show you on inside a second. It's through the portal, through Blackboard. You just click on the person's name, 10 questions. It shouldn't take you too long. Yes, everything, it's wide open, okay? So right now, no secrets. So every day you get the correct. Yeah, what would you like an example?
There's a bunch of stuff that we're just now finding out.
If you're not just speaking, absolutely. And you go back and correct it too. Your phones are a great way to do it. I'll show you online. Yeah, we have to make sure we got some Wi-Fi. See what I can do like that. We have Wi-Fi in the middle of the semester. When the women leave, we're going to go over to that building where we have Wi-Fi. But anyways, you're going to give 1, 2, or 3 points for content. You see this is the guide to like sort of what you think of the content. Then you have room for comments. And that's an important thing too. Give something productive to your peer. Let them try and develop so they can get better at what they're doing. Secondly, context, which is obviously the context is going to be this room. It's going to be us. I have some ideas. We might experiment. The weather's a little cooler. We might go out and try and speak in very different kind of environments. Maybe on the street. I was thinking about maybe doing a soapbox kind of thing to get a sense of what that's like, right? So the context is more the awareness of the context. Like how clued in is the speaker to me as an audience member? Is he making eye contact with me? Is he, using effective gestures? Is he, a material that is in the context of the assigned speech? You'll see what's going on there. Finally, we'll also have some exercises on how to deal with hecklers, how to deal with negative audience interaction. Finally, instrument. This is all about, proxemics, person moving around effectively, body language, timbre, prosody, a lot of different forms of speaking and so on. And then finally, I've added a 1-point bonus at the bottom, which I call magic moments. Like even if the speech was really not great, but there was 1 point that was excellent, you can give that magic moment point. Just say what it's for, do it right. I'll give you one example from my own life, which I think you might find interesting. When I was about 8 years old, we had a public speaking contest in my school. And I had a rival. I was a smart kid, and he was the other smart kid in class. And he and I always traded to try and get the best marks in class. My father was never impressed. I would come home with awards, and he would say, "So, Henry, it's a stupid class." Right? He was right. Most of the guys I went to school with ended up in jail. One of them for murdering a policeman, too. But anyway, we had this public speaking competition. I was about 8 years old. I gave a stupid speech, and then my friend Peter Chin got up, and when he gave his speech, he was talking about the theory of evolution, Darwin, right? And at one point he says, at one point, 8 years old, he says that humans are the only primates that can touch the tips of each of their fingers with their opposable digits, with their thumbs.
Something crawling on it.
And just like many of you in this room,
they're just staring at it, and then the thing stops,
if they were in
goes
fact
from
Homo
their camouflage
sapiens.
stuff, he looks
All
down
the
his dog,
judges started going like this to make sure, yeah, look at that, like, do that, you know? So that's like a magic moment. And when I saw that, I knew I lost that competition, which I did. But it's like just one little reading of the speech that would shine to something special. Okay? That's how you're going to grade each other. Okay? Clear?
The simulation doesn't want to render for just one
Let
person,
us
and that's why
continue
it
that.
disappears.
So, what are the three things, right? You should be using that: content, context, and instrument. Let's go into this context idea a little bit. So, it's a great definition of communication that comes from your textbook. And by the way, I welcome you to take notes. Certainly very helpful. But all of this is online. You can view this spreadsheet at any time, just by going online. So the definition here is communication is the process of creating shared meaning.
All kinds of animals will eat you. They'll
What
drag
does
your bones
that
away.
quotation
There'll be
signify?
nothing left. If there's bears in the area, there might literally be
The
nothing left. There's pigs in the
Hammer,
area,
you're
there'll
always
be
there,
nothing.
okay?
Nothing. They'll eat your bones. They'll eat everything. There'll be nothing.
Very good. So involving the audience,
If you're
but
just
then
a person,
that's
you go
not all of
missing.
it, right? Like, well, I can
You're
just
in a
like
deep,
ask you guys
deep,
about
deep
your day.
woods, like miles in, and you're
So that's the first part of it. The first part is the speaker has to like understand the audience enough to get their cooperation. He has to co-opt the audience, has to get buy-in from the audience, and then and influence them, right? And then in a dastardly way, get them to do what you want. Buy your product, vote for your candidate, or whatever it is. There is a creation of shared meaning. I have meaning in my mind. I have an idea in my mind of what I think is true and important and beautiful, and you have something different. So the idea is I have to bring you in and share that meaning with you, and then we walk out of this room with an elevated consciousness of each other's thoughts. That's really what speech is about. Communication is about creating shared meaning. It is not a one-way street. It goes both ways, and like this diagram sort of indicates, audience speaker, there is what's called limbic feedback. Like when I see your body language, when I see your eye contact, when I see your posture, I have a sense of how well is this working? Are you receptive? Are you getting it? Or am I just, talking into the wind? These are the things that we're going to work on analyzing for your own speaking. Okay, let's look at a little bit deeper. The rhetorical context, the textbook uses a little bit different phraseology for this, but basically, one nice way to think of a speech is in the form of a Venn diagram. Familiar with Venn diagrams? Right, when you have like overlapping spheres of influence, and where they overlap, that's where you have something that shares memory. So you have these three spheres: the speaker, the audience, and the occasion, the time. Why are we all together right now? Where those three things overlap is the speech. Like for example, you are here because you're forced to take this course to graduate from college. I am here because the college is paying me money. Actually, I'm not getting paid for this course, but I'm here because I work for the college and I want the college to succeed, so I want to give you a great educational experience. And the occasion is, we're going to talk about public speaking. So that's what the speech is. If I were to come here and talk about the Florida Marlins, that would clearly, have been the wrong occasion. And you guys are wondering why
just like we've
did
done
I
weird shit,
bother
created
trying to get
poodles.
into the leading Jewish
I
college
think
in the
someone
world?
might have
I
come
should have
here
gone to, I don't know, some other
for
college.
lack of a better term,
If I
monkeyed
were
around
to be
with our
absent, or for
genes
you
and
to be
added some
absent,
good
and you
shit.
can be absent even while you're still physically in the room, then the Venn diagram doesn't
That's
work.
a lot
We
of
all have to
ancient
come together
depictions of how the
for the
gods
speech to
treated
create
men.
that shared
And that's
meaning.
how
Okay?
Nephilim
That's like the rhetorical context. Rhetoric, by the
It's
way, is
weird.
a very
That's
important
where it
term
gets
in
weird
this
because
sense,
nobody
but we'll
wants to
come
even
to that.
consider the
But
possibility.
it's also recalled that
we
much
have
of what
been
we're going to be
genetically
focusing on is
No one wants to
distinguishing
consider it. It's kind of
between
crazy,
the signal
Also,
and the
guys,
noise.
look how
So
different we
what
are
do
than
these
everyone
terms
else.
mean?
Yeah,
Signal
it's
and the
Yeah,
noise.
and they can't explain the jump from monkey to man. Yeah.
What's your
There's
last name, sir?
no link to that. Well, there's
Mr.
some
Waldman.
links.
Okay, avoid eye contact when I ask the question. But that's the last what does that mean? The signal and the noise. What's the difference?
Because you see the difference. But there's a lot of weirdness in there that it doesn't cover. And one of them is the doubling of the human brain size over a period of
Mr. Eisenberger?
a million years. The human brain size doubled.
Nope,
And it's
also
just,
good.
what happened?
How many of you ever listened to analog radios?
It was also
Yeah, everybody's digital here, right? You guys are all born like in
that's
the
real possible.
21st century or something.
Life form that like exists
How many
on
of
our
you
planet
ever
and gives you
seen
life, and if you can sort of
videos
microdose
of
their
old
jujitsu,
TVs?
that's what I would like to do. I would love to
Where
do.
they got the
Did you just
rabbit
have that
ears,
one
right?
politician I'm
What's
talking
going
about?
on?
Rick Perry.
What's going on in when
Oh
you're
yeah, and a Polino. Yeah, you know, it's like
very
that's
good? And what happens when you're not quite getting the signal?
get really
Okay,
upset.
who
I
used the
don't know
word
what the
signal? So
answer
what
is.
is the
You
signal?
know, I mean, I'm a spiritual man, like one
The
God,
signal is
Jesus,
the message. What's your last name,
my
please?
Savior.
It's
That's what
subtle
I'm
with
into
an I.
right now.
Signal is the message, right? What's got to come through? The TV show, the radio program. That's the signal. What's the noise? The static. Excellent, Mr. Eisenberger. The static is like got some all kind of things. It's still there, but you got to learn to pick out the signal for the noise. And sometimes it's very difficult. It's the kinds of things that you might find in the signal and the noise are fear. Right? Next week on Monday, we're talking about fear. People are afraid to speak about that. And that fear is like all that noise in your head and preventing you from effectively engaging the signal. Another one would be this internal monologue, because you cannot shut down your own self-thinking. That's the essential. I see this is very big into this.
And a lot of people believe that first God.
Here I am talking to you. But part of me is also, like at home thinking about what my wife was making for dinner tonight, and part of me is thinking like, it's kind of hot in this room, or I have all these things going on in my brain, and I have to shut those down and focus on the signal. But nevertheless, it can also have worse things. You can also say like, oh my gosh, is my fly down? You don't want to look because I don't really know if it is down. I might say, oh my gosh, is my hair out of place? Stuff like that. Whatever it is, you got this stuff going on in your head. You have to learn to shut it down. The internal monologue won't be effective. Atmospheric conditions, like we talked about temperature, the lighting in a room, the distance from the speaker to the back row, all kinds of things like that are relevant. Audience control, you guys have been pretty good. I appreciate it. Thank you very much for paying attention. But sometimes, especially in our big audience, at the last school I taught, I used to teach a required course with 250 students in the room. It's a very different kind of environment to try and hold the attention of 250 people at the same time in a required course that they're forced to take. So you got to learn how to deal with that kind of environment. And finally, sometimes you have a really hostile audience. I'm going to show you a very brief 36-second clip. You may even remember this because it happened about 6 years ago, I think. President Barack Obama is speaking to the joint sessions of the House. Probably the most important, auspicious moment of the year in terms of public speaking in this great country, where the president will address the House of Representatives and the Senate together and lay out his or conceivably in the future her vision for the nation. What's going on? It's the State of the Nation speech. It's a really important speech. And if you recall, you know what happened in that speech? Yeah, that's right. At one point, one of the representatives, in a big breach of etiquette, shouted out, "You lie." And that was kind of nasty, because even if you disagree with the president, you still, when you're representing your district, you have to be polite and listen to him
There's a
attentively.
super
Let's watch
intelligent
how
entity
he
that's
dealt
above and
with that
beyond
bit
anything
of
you can ever
audience
comprehend.
hostility.
And the only thing it doesn't have is souls. Souls are a real element. It's just like gold, like a battery. Yeah, that's to believe you actually need a soul. Or the battery that runs the simulation. So deep, dude. Why would it? Like, why is that weirder than black holes? You know, why is that weird?
I think if it happened to me, I probably would have melted.
Yesterday. I still say Twitter.
I would have gone ballistic.
They were discussing this black hole that's as big as our
No
galaxy.
drama, Obama. He just said, it's not true, and then he moved on. It's pretty impressive. Let's look at Joe Biden here. You recognize these two people, by the way?
Genetically engineered seems like some shit that we would do. Like I met I've had
He said,
Ben
you
Lamb
lied.
and Betsy
Shapiro, by the way, apologized, and he said it was a breach of etiquette, and Obama accepted his apology. But the point for our purposes is just how do you deal with audience hostility? We will spend more time about this later on in this course. Who's this person here?
You can actually store five. So I
we gotta go.
he's like, you know what,
Nancy Pelosi, leader of the Democratic Party.
You could look it up, Jamie. The guy literally created that you could
Who's this guy here? Joe Biden, right? Former vice president. Here we go. Now the last element for our talk today, and the plan, by the way, is I'm going to wrap up in about 15 minutes. If you want, we'll take a short break, but then we'll go straight into the 1 minute speeches with grading. So let's talk through this right now. The last element, the first two is content. Second is context. Third is instrument. Here's an excellent TED Talk in which the speaker goes through some basic elements of the instrument, how to use it. He starts. There's a little bit about 3 minutes. This video is about 7 minutes long. The first 3 minutes is kind of like the ethics of public speaking, which is actually kind of welcome, and it's a nice thing, and I certainly endorse it, and I expect all of you to adhere to the basic principles that he's going to espouse. But then the second half of the video is really what I need to get across to you, which are some of the elements of using the instrument properly.
Into like the Florida Everglades. It's like they're just dominating. Just bring in regular bulls and they'll place fucks everything. Yeah. Like what's going on in Colorado? How about the Q animals? Can we bring back Q ones? Yes. That's what I'm like Q ones. But then they got brought back to me. Because you're going to have to eventually let them go, and then something's going to fucking prey on them. And then you're going to have a disaster. Or they're going to wind up eating a bunch of shit that they're not supposed to eat. They're going to kill some species off. That happens all. That's like Australia's like got multiple cases of like different animals they brought in to combat different animals, and now they have like feral cats everywhere. Jeez. Have you ever heard of orphan trains? Have you ever heard of the orphan trains? This reminds me of orphan trains. I remember when I was a kid, I was seeing cartoons, and they're like, "This orphan train's going to go off the tracks." And I'm like, why are there a bunch of orphans in the trains? And then you start getting into what that really is. This is where Cabbage Patch Dolls come from. Genetic. Yeah, what the fuck are you saying? Orphan trains, dude. What is an orphan train? The theory is, they kind of did this in Canada with the indigenous, where they sent them to other parts of the country so they couldn't learn any of their culture. And basically the thought is that either they brought kids from where they were born and brought them to the other parts of the country and gave them to the elites to raise as children or do whatever they wanted to do. Okay, it says orphan trains were large-scale social experiment in the United States where orphaned, abandoned, or homeless children were transported from crowded eastern cities to rural areas in the Midwest to be adopted or placed in homes. Between 1854 and 1929, an estimated 200,000 to 250,000 children were relocated primarily by the Children's Aid Society and its founder, Charles Loring Brace. This movement is considered a precursor to the modern foster care system. So that's a very clean version of it. But the whole belief is that these are the children of, I'm just going to throw out a name out there, Victoria or stuff like that, and that they're the children of this to kind of erase history. Well, it gets even crazier into Cabbage Patch Dolls, right? These Cabbage Patch kids. And they had these world fairs where they would literally sell, like, incubated children. Have you heard of that? And Jerry Seinfeld says both his parents were those type of kids. What is incubating children? If you look up World Fair Cabbage Patch Doll kids, they place almost like science laboratory children. What are you saying? What? You can't hear you, James. Something weird about that when I go and I'm trying to figure out what is it. We're not in here. Chloe, Cabbage Patch Kids and the Mystery of Repopulation postcards. And Psycho says his parents were both those. And they would have displays at World where you could go and get a kid. Wait a minute, what do you mean his parents were? What you said his parents were made of that? Is that what you're saying? I think he said his parents were either orphan trained kids or Cabbage Patch Kids. And a lot of people think that's where the NPCs come from. Orphan trained kids would mean that his parents were orphans and they were shipped off to another hand, whatever they were being told. You know, but that's what he said. That sounds like a centrally crazy thought to make sure that's correct. Okay. That sounds crazy. But I don't understand what the Cabbage Patch thing is, though. What are you saying that is? They were cloning kids. Well, when was cloning even possible? When did it first become possible? Hundreds and hundreds of years. There's a thumbnail that links to three things he said. Bro, you go down the wrong Reddit threads, don't you? No, dog. I'm reading on Cabbage Patch babies, so they're growing up in a Cabbage Patch, and then World's Fair incubator babies. Look at that guy over there holding two babies up. These are incubator babies. So what is an incubator baby? Is it raised entirely in an incubator? Like, what does that mean? How early in boardwalk attractions save thousands of premature babies' lives. Oh, okay, so it's premature births. That sounds like, I don't know, man. Because supposedly you can get a kid at the World Fairs. But I do know that people do that when a child is premature, right? They put them in an incubator. But the word is that you can get a kid there. So you can buy a kid. Yeah. So someone might have this premature birth and then put the kid up for sale. Maybe. I mean, that's what this is trying to tell us. I don't know if that's real though, but that goes back to the World Fairs we talked about before. It's just like technology beyond what we understood and what we know now. And they wipe that all out. So why would they do that? Do you think they wipe it out, or do they think they're hiding secrecy? Well, they probably still have it, but they don't want us to have it. Like, what do you think happened with all of Tesla's jokes when he died? Whatever organization. I don't know, because Trump's uncle or Trump's uncle got him. You went in there early because they should yell, and then they grab him all before it. And that gets into that little Barron Trump book and all that stuff that's like time travel, which I think is totally possible. I think time is in this, I think time is this, and everything's going on with time. And it's like a book. Like if you're reading a book, it would be on page 46. That's 46. That's reality at a time, but you can jump to page 320, and now that's reality at a time, then you go back to page 18, and that's reality at a time. I think that's. So do you think that you will eventually be able to manipulate that, or we think we already can? Who's we know? It's actually the masters of mankind. The masters of mankind, the 13 families. The 13 families make deals with all angels. That's not power. That's the power structure of the world. And what method are they using to travel back and forth through time? Whatever technology they got. So do you think that if, let's say, they back engineer UFO in 1947, and these companies get involved that know how to make technology, all these different contractors, Boeing, Lockheed Martin, whoever it is, they manufacture a time machine. They manufacture a time machine based on what they have learned, and they start to use it and go back and forth and move around. Do you think eventually they want to tell somebody? I think they know. Again, it goes back to data. They know who is crazy enough, who can keep a secret, who can do all that stuff. That's what they always say about if they fake the moon landing. They're like, wouldn't somebody in there say something? Well, people do say something and they end up going missing. But most of them understand that they're in on it. The only people getting into that room are the ones that they don't hit on. Have you ever seen when Amy landed on the moon? Have you ever seen that video?
It's just a probe, right?
It's not even a probe. It's like an Atari graphic. Puber had better graphics than that. And they're all cheering in the room. They're all high-fiving each other.
Let's go. Everybody stand up. I'm going to show you history.
I've had so many people that told them everything.
Yeah, that's what they're landing.
We're seeing just flashes of it. This would be a long video. Okay. Right. Because I want to see what happens when it actually touches the ground. Wait a minute. That's it. Everyone needs to go to jail. You guys all need to go to jail. You guys all need to go to jail. That's so fake. What did you do with the money? What did you do with the money? You got their own island, bitches. Yeah, how dare you. Imagine how much money they spent on that pro.
That's everybody in the room. So if you look at the JFK assassination, right? So he goes into that plaza. They're all assassins in that plaza. Everybody's in it. Yeah, and they all go missing and end up dead.
You know, my friend Evan, he had a really good point about that. My friend Evan Aver from Black Market Coffee. He said, during the Bay of Pigs, they told kids that when they told Kennedy about it, and he didn't allow airstrikes. He didn't allow air support. That fucked everything.
Yeah, he just had to take Northwood.
No, that was different. Operation Northwoods was the when they were going to arm Cuban friendlies and attack more.
That was all part of how to Cuban to war.
Right. So, but the Bay of Pigs thing in specific, those guys had a plan based on air support, and then they did get that air support. A bunch of people died. They shot and died. It's like those are the types of people that could have gotten to kill Kennedy.
Okay, Julian Treasure, that was really good. Now, what I like so much about that brief presentation is that it gives you a sense of some of the deeper elements of classical rhetorical theory, which we will touch upon a little bit in this course, but it will not be a major element. But for today, one of the, we should understand that rhetoric, essentially what we're doing right here, gentlemen, this is possibly one of the oldest curricular elements in advanced education. It goes all the way back to the Greek and Roman days, the Heraclean era, where you had groups of scholars who were expert in saying things. Not necessarily in believing things, not necessarily in arguing things, but in being able to express an idea. You would hire them to do your thing. And if you wanted to have some political gain, you wanted to have some monetary gain, you would hire one of these very well-trained experts in speaking to do your will. Plato and Socrates, really, more than Plato, his teacher, argued against this misuse of this very special skill that we have as human beings. And this is the birth of modern rhetorical theory, or say classical rhetorical theory, which addresses what exactly is it when we're speaking. And they usually divide it into three basic elements: logos. Oops, let's get the pen here. I like the pen. Logos, pathos, and ethos. I've translated them roughly down here. Logos, which you may see that word in a lot of disciplines, like psychology or biology. Logos is the Greek word for word, but it usually means in this context science or ideas. Logic is related to it. Logos is more like what we're talking about when we say content. What exactly is the information, the ideas that you have conveyed? Pathos, you may have heard the phrase, the word pathetic. Right? Pathos means emotion. Pathos conveys like the depth of feeling that goes along with the logos. So a speech has both logic and emotion in it. And finally, pathos, and this is what I like about Julian Treasure's presentation, and I really think it's very important for us here in particular,
you're going to go out to the world
China
for a very short period of time, and you are going to be representing the entire Jewish people, me included, in all kinds of contexts. Even when you're riding the train, even when you are, shopping for groceries, whatever it is, people are going to look at you and say, there's a Jew. How does he speak? Once you start speaking, you represent all of us. So we really have to make sure we focus on ethos, which refers to integrity. He touches on it in that video when he talks about how,
we were in a nuclear
don't argue for things you don't believe in.
I remember being a kid
Don't
and seeing
try
on
to
the news
misrepresent positions to abuse people's intelligence. It's a really important element, and that's why we will be talking politics a lot.
And then I realized
Not only because politicians do a lot of speaking, but also because politicians tend to do a lot of unethical speaking. We're not going to espouse any particular political position, but we will be definitely looking at a lot of politicians' pieces and analyzing, what do they say for the rhetoric as a whole. Any questions about this classical rhetorical theory stuff?
are even in the Taliban, and how many more they're recruiting because they're making.
When I'm gone, you guys can play with this barbecue light. It's actually a lot of fun.
I was like,
Oh, wait,
I wasn't a fighting fan, but
That's even
when
better.
somebody does something you like, you gotta kind of
Okay,
give
let's go.
their props. And it's like, we're leaving all
Okay,
the
so
weapons there.
what we're going to do
Have
today
you ever seen a video of the
is
plane
speaker
leaving?
introduction, right?
You want to look at something that's just a
Okay,
complete joke.
I'm going to give you the advanced stuff, what I want you to do today and in preparation for our next class Monday. And then I'm going to do my speech of introduction, and I expect you to grade me. Okay, so get ready. Here we go. What we're talking about is a 3-minute maximum speech, but since they're a little larger than I expected, let's make it a 2-minute maximum speech. And by the way, gentlemen, I will let you know up front, I will be savage. I will cut you off at the end of the period, whether you like it or not. That's it. Okay, so stay within your time. One of the worst things a speaker can do is speak too much. Right? Brevity is the very soul of it. I'd like you to speak for, let's say, up to 2 minutes. Who you are and what you are about. You're just going to introduce yourself to the rest of us. We're going to be in this little capsule here for a few hours, Monday through Thursday for a few weeks. So this is your opportunity to say your name. We will use surnames here, of course. And what's important about you? Who is you?
And these people are trying to climb in.
We talked about the grading, so if you do that. And here, now here's the last thing. I need you all to set up a Prezi account. It's PREZI.com. You use your Turo email, your student email, you'll be able to get a free account without advertising, which is a nice thing. And one of the elements of this course is a technology piece. By the end of the course, I expect you all to be using Prezi's in your presentations. PowerPoint is like so 20th century. I'm not even going to think about that. Let me show you online a little bit about how to get to the things you'll need for this class.
I mean, you get into
So everybody knows how to log into Turo One. Have you done that yet? Okay. So you log into Turo One. You click on Blackboard here like this, and then it'll take you to several classes. You go to SPI 101, which is this course. Under getting started, there are some helpful things on what you need to do, like general for this in our academic integrity statement. The syllabus is here on this page, and the ISBN and other information for the required textbook is there. If you want to reach me, there's instructor information, so on and so forth. You can check your grades here under my grades. But let's go to coursework by session. And so here are each of these sessions. They are not precisely organized by our meetings. So it may take 2 sessions to complete one of these folders, but they are 10 units in general. And you'll see in the syllabus how they correspond to the readings. So today's session is here, and inside it you will see the link to the Prezi that we've been watching, so you can easily review it. And then here, you have online a live link to the surveys for each of us. Many of you just registered in the last hour or so before the class, so I don't have your name up there yet. What we're going to have to do for today is please take notes on paper and once we're done this class, I'll upload them later tonight. You can go online and add them in. And subsequent classes, we should have everybody online, so you'll be able to do it live. Let's look at mine, for example. And since I'm speaking first, that makes sense. You need to look at it, click on it, and you'll see a little Qualtrics survey. It is actually optimized for phones, so it's really convenient to do it right online. There's only 3 questions. Each of them is divided into 2. The first is assess the content of the presentation, and you can choose weak, acceptable, or strong. There's a mark objected out here. And then provide your comments on these. You're going to do this for each of the members of the class. And then it goes down, and click on the little red button, and it goes to the second question, the third question, and then the magic moment. Okay, are we all clear? Have the sun at noonday? So now, gentlemen, point of order, it's 5 o'clock. How about I give my 1 to 2 minute introductory speech right now, and I guess we can take a break of 5 minutes or so, and then we're going to race through everyone's 1 minute speech. If we finish by 5:45, which I think we should, then we can go across the street to Dublin Mincha at 5:50. And if not, we have a minion here, but I think that would be ideal. So my speech, 5 minute break, and then we're going to rush through. By the way, guys, everything's going to be videotaped, and your speeches will be available in Blackboard as well. So you can review them and see how you looked on tape and so on. Yes, Blackboard is Torah. Yes, you go to Torah 1, it'll give you your email, and below that is Blackboard. Click on that link. Right, I didn't announce that yet. Or you go under coursework by week.
Some claim that strange
okay, John, you ready? So I would suggest you take the rubric out. You're going to have to make some notes on it in order to incorporate all the speakers today who are not, especially if you're not using your phone today. And I got my watch here ready, so I'll give you my quick introductory speech. Hi, how are you doing? My name is Henry Grimson. That's my slave name. My Hebrew name is Hillel. I was born over 5 decades ago in a small town in northern Ontario. My family were the only Jews living in this tiny remote community up in Canada. And when I was a teenager, they sent me down to Toronto, which is a big city, to get my education. That's when I discovered Yiddishkeit, and it didn't stick right away, but then later when I met my wife, she and I started exploring Judaism together, and that's how I ended up growing up here and going on to success here in higher education. Actually, it's a kind of interesting thing. My wife and I were both ski instructors. That's how we met. My area of expertise is Jewish history. I wrote my first book on the Jews of Ukraine at the beginning of the 20th century, published by Harvard University. And then my third book, by the way, was published by Feldheim University on Gemara. Sorry, not Feldheim University, Feldheim Publishers. I believe I'm the only person ever to be published by both Harvard and Feldheim, which I think says a lot about who I am. I have another book forthcoming actually next month on the Rambam. Tshuva, it's a commentary in English, and my major research right now is on the section of Hasidus, which is a 20th century Hasidic movement associated with Central Poland. I didn't think too much in advance about what I was going to say to you guys, so I think I'm not going to get such a great grade, but I'm really grateful to be here, and I look forward to learning with you over the course of this semester.
Where should I read it from? The third line of weather. Your problem. Hold on, it said something about weather rainstorms will be a problem in the southern area in 3 to 5 days. Some heavy weather movement is anticipated in near term in 1 to 3 days. Iraq will launch missiles into Saudi Arabia areas. Frontline troops will not advance. Future potential strikes may occur in areas B, where Iraq Army will have some type of interference with kind of free zone. Some type of energetic beam type of production. So it's such an interesting. Also, if I had to print in paper some shit that's like super top secret that no one's supposed to know that we have, I would say Iraq has it. So we could use it on
that we've created here in Cedars. And once we put this on the internet, we will hopefully transform the world into a better place to live through exposure to our Jewish sages and their teachings. Let me just go quickly into the nature of the shear, and then we will start right away. I will give you a little bit of advance warning. Tonight is a little exceptional. We started a little bit late. I'd like to start right at 8:30, but we will start right on time. And the format is very simple. I'm going to take just half an hour to speak about the historical background of the individual that we'll be studying, to try and place, for the most part, we can say his ideas in their historical context. And then the second half hour will be when we really get into the material, and Rabbi Teitelbaum and Trump in alternating weeks will actually guide us through a section of learning their text. The goal of this series is to enrich our appreciation of these fantastic thinkers and give us a sense of how they have shaped our Weltanschauung and how they have created the Jewish world in which we now live. The topic for today is, of course, if we're going to speak about any of the great thinkers in our shared heritage, we have to begin with Rabbi Rothschild Yisrael, the acronym for the great thinker Rashi. His true name, of course, is Rabbi Shlomo Yitzchaki, Solomon, the son of Yitzchak. But he is really the founding father of the way we learn text. In fact, there's an expression that in order to learn Torah, you must really learn it with two fingers. One firmly lodged in the actual biblical text itself, and the other in the commentary of Rashi. And learning the text in two ways gives us this unique, nuanced way to read the text, which creates an entirely different way of looking at the world Jewishly through the eyes of this great commentator. His years are 1040 to 1105. He is one of the greatest of the Ashkenazic figures. He is a rather liminal character in many ways, occupying the borderline chronologically and in some senses geographically. So let's have a very quick look at some of the major features of his life, and then we'll turn to the texts themselves. Placing him within context, and I realize, by the way, looking around the room, that there's a great deal of highly educated people here who have had 8, 20, 25 years of full-time Jewish education. I apologize if much of this is going to be basic review for you, but for the rest of us, I'd like to give you some more serious background information that will be useful. But perhaps I'll just start with a small personal anecdote, in particular because I have my brilliant son Boaz here filming, and I don't think I've ever told him this story. But I recall distinctively one of my personal most powerful connections with Rashi was when I was studying in yeshiva in Israel, and I came to Torah as an adult. I was in my mid-20s when my wife convinced me that I should really be studying much more Torah. And I remember being so frustrated just trying to work through a basic Rashi on a Gemara and feeling so terrible that, Rashi is something that is learned by young children and old people alike with great facility. And there's so many ways you can pose it. And I simply could not crack open this Rashi. And I felt tremendous, literally tears of frustration. I literally cried with frustration, thinking, how is it that, I'm in graduate school already, I'm studying for my PhD, I published articles, and I can't figure out Rashi. And I felt so awful and frustrated, and tears ran down my face. The next morning, when I went back to Shir, Rashi was all of a sudden my best friend. All of a sudden, everything that Rashi said, it felt like he was just standing behind me, whispering in my ear, guiding me through the Gemara. It was a transformational moment. I've always felt very close to Rashi and to textual study, really, as a result of that particular day in Yerushalayim. And I feel like maybe in a strange way, I kind of channeled the spirit of Rashi. That's really his goal as a teacher, is to give us access to the material, hold our hand, walk us through the text to a degree which Art Scroll only, in a pale manner tries to date. Anyway, here we go. Let's go back to the timing. So the periodization, we have, these are groups of scholars by Jewish Historiographic Convention. The Tanaim referred to scholars who were associated with the compilation of the Mishnah, basically to the early 3rd century of the Common Era. Then you have the Amoraim, who were associated with the Talmud, to the 6th century. A group of scholars known as the Geonim, primarily in Babylon, to the 9th century. And then you have the Rishonim, which is a very large group of scholars from the late 9th century to the 15th century. This is when Rashi, of course, lived. He's one of the early Rishonim, an extremely important one. And then afterwards, you have the Acharon in the 19th century. Everything after the 19th century is not really worth talking about, so we're not even going to mention it. Rashi is often associated with this script, the so-called Rashi script. It's a little bit of a misnomer. He wrote in the typical Ashkenazic script of the day. This is just a printing convention that is essentially like italics. Regular square or Assyrian script is what we're used to in most of our prayer books and other standard Hebrew textbooks. The Rashi script was just a little bit of a cursive and looked kind of pretty, and it helped in typographical conventions to place two different typefaces on the same page so you can distinguish between the main text and the commentary. For those of you who may be somewhat stymied by Rashi's script, it's really not that hard. It's almost identical to the regular script, except for a handful of letters, like the letter Aleph, which has kind of a flag on the top. The letter Shin is really quite different. The final Mem and a Samech are quite different, but otherwise it's really not so hard to learn. I'll tell you one also personal funny story. I wrote a small book on the Talmud that was published by Feldheim Publishers. I'm very proud of saying, by the way, I think I'm the only person ever to be published by both Harvard University Press and Feldheim Publishers. That's why I work for Tyrrell College. But the Feldheim, I went as a tremendous editor there. We went through 19 drafts before it went to print. We even had about a 3,000 word exchange on whether the word should be chuleh or chulah in a particular part, whether or not the chudah should be different. But there was one glaring mistake when I talked about reading Rashi's script in this book. I said all the letters are the same except for these underlined letters, and we forgot to put in the underline. And to this day, until I release this video on the internet, no one has found that mistake. I don't know what that means. I guess people are able to afraid to learn Rashi's script. But anyway, there it is. It really isn't Rashi's script. It's just because the fact that Rashi is usually printed in that script that it has taken that name, but it has nothing to do with him personally. Now, I mentioned that he was one of the generation of scholars called Rishonim, literally the first ones. And the kind of intellectual work, the kind of scholarship that the Rishonim were engaged in were extremely important for really setting the grundlag, or the foundations for what would be done in later generations. The kind of things they did, many of them paid a special attention to textual integrity. Is the text that we have correct? Are there scribal errors? Are there variant manuscripts? Things like that. Rabbi Rothschild is a great example. The grammarians, like Saruk and Ben Dunash, spent a lot of time trying to explain exactly what the Hebrew text meant on a grammatical level. And of course, that's quite significant because the Jews are no longer speaking Hebrew as a native language. It's always a secondary scholarly language, so you have to have grammarians to really understand what's going on. Many of them were involved in cataloging, especially cataloging the 613 commandments. The Smag is one of the most important, but we have several others, the Chinuch and others. Systemization, which basically refers to the taking of the entire corpus of Jewish thought and making sense of it, organizing it into chapter headings and separate books and so on. Maimonides is a classic example. And finally, in this context, resolution of apparent contradictions, which is the primary function, in my humble opinion, of Tosafot. We'll come back to who they are. Rashi's goal, however, as unique in many ways among the Rishonim, is he wants to provide access. He wants to simply say, this is a very hard, difficult text. It's arcane, it's convoluted, it's opaque. What do we do with it? He holds you by the hand offers you small, pithy comments to try and give you a sense of what does the text actually mean. Little side-by-side notes that help you work through the text. And secondly, he's also very big into integration. By that I'm referring to specifically the integration of the written Torah and the oral Torah. The written Torah, of course, being the 5 books of Moses, the oral Torah being a much larger corpus of Jewish thought that is encapsulated in the Mishnaic works, the Midrashic works, the Talmud, texts of the Kabbalah. He wants to try and bring them together. He chooses very carefully. He anthologizes with tremendous editorial skill, finding the right balance between how much is going to be enlightening and how much will be overwhelming. And he offers that to the reader on a very basic Hebrew level, such that we can appreciate the text and its tremendous nuances. That's really the genius of Rashi, is these two basic ideas, allowing access to the text and integrating the various bodies of thought that apply to that text. Where did he live? As I mentioned, he comes from Ashkenaz, which is an ancient Hebrew term that refers to the land from which Chinese food comes. I just made that up. I'm waiting for people to laugh. How's that joke going? Is this an audience or an oil painting? No. Okay. Well, you can laugh, okay? All right. Anyways, here's a map of Europe, and this map actually shows the emigration of Ashkenazic Jewry to Eastern Europe. About 70% of American Jews trace their ethnic origins to Eastern Europe. And the overwhelming majority of those Jews trace their origins to Ashkenaz. It's the term used primarily for the Rhineland in Germany, and for various reasons, which are not our discussion today, but there was anti-Semitism drove them towards the east, and economic opportunity was a vacuum that drew them towards the great cities of Ukraine and Poland and Lithuania. Lithuania being in the north here, of course, where Jews of unusual intelligence, fashion sense, and humor come from. So that's where, and then later, many of them, by the way, emigrated down to South Africa. We occasionally get a few hangovers from Lithuania coming from South Africa. The Rhineland here is the locus classicus for the Ashkenazi Jewry and the culture that developed in Northern Europe. It is most commonly contrasted with Sephardic Jewry, which of course was still in a period of tremendous, ascent. It was the golden age in Spain. That would be Sepharad or Sephardic Jewry to the west. There, of course, are Jewries in North Africa and in the Middle East as well that all have different between Trump's cabinet and Kamala Harris's Rashi himself lived in several places in the lands of Ashkenaz, both in what would be contemporary France and in Germany. He studied in the great school of Rabbi Gershom Meir Hagolah. We don't know a lot about the specifics of his life. We know that he grew up in an area of great viticulture, and he may quite likely have been involved in being a vintner himself, or at very least in the commerce dealing with wine and grapes. There are all kinds of fantastic stories and legends about his birth and his youth and so on. There are a couple different versions in which his parents, in one version of the story, his father, and the other version of the story, his mother, gave up the possibility of owning phenomenal profits through the sale of a jewel that was destined for the diadem of the Pope or something like that. I don't remember the exact detail of which ecclesiastical figure it was, but they really didn't want to see this beautiful jewel be used in that purpose, and so therefore they cast it into the sea in one version, and as a result there was a promise made to them in these versions of the story that they would have a child, the one child, Shlomo, who would enlighten the eyes of all Jews. Whatever the truth of the legends are, there's no question that he grew up to be this great enlightener. There's another amazing version of the story in which his mother was in the city of Worms, and there are people who today claim to have a place in Worms where this stands for this very day, where when she was expecting, she was walking in one of these narrow hallways, one of the corridors, and a horse and carriage came bustling through there with tremendous speed and threatened to run her down. And so she flattened herself as much as possible against the wall, but of course she was heavily expecting, and she would have been hurt. The baby would have hurt. So the wall, as it were, became concave in order to allow her and her unborn child to be protected as the It's an amazing story. There's no historical grounds to believe it actually happened, as said, but nevertheless it gives you a sense of what people say about it. He studied primarily in the region known as Schulz, which is the tri-town of Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. Three towns that are very proximate to one another in the region of Ashkenaz. And it was there that he was able to draw together much of the scholastic methodology of the South, where you have people like Rabbi Rothschild, the school of Provence, with the Ashkenazi proper way of the regimen of studying the Torah with great discipline and grammatical fortitude. He then, in 1070, opened up his own yeshiva, like many yeshivas probably today. His first students were his children and his grandchildren, and they went on to achieve great fame as well. He had a number of daughters which have been popularized in fiction. Very little historical data to support the specifics of the biographical depictions, although the author, Maggie Anton, did do a tremendous amount of historical research and attempted through a multiple volume series to provide a picture of the life of Jewish women in 11th century Germany with great success in many areas. There is a widespread fallacy that his daughters wore tefillin. We don't have any evidence of that whatsoever, but we do have some interesting passages in the writings of one of his illustrious grandchildren, Rabbi Tam, that he knew of women who did wear tefillin, and in fact they said the blessings when they put on the tefillin. The widespread idea that Rashi thought he wore tefillin, however, does not have any classical source in the period. There's also no reason to believe the assertion that the so-called pseudo-Rashi, Rashi was so popular that many texts were authored by others and his name was attached to them. It's very different from today's scholarly world. Today, in the academy, what we do is we take something that someone else wrote and we put our own name on it. But back then it was popular to take something that you wrote and put someone else's name on it. So we have several pseudo-Rashis, especially on the Talmud, sometimes because copyists found a manuscript without having a clear authorship, and so therefore they said, well, this looks a lot like Rashi, and so they added the word Rashi to it, but it's clearly not. So some have opined that perhaps his daughters did write some of the pseudo-Rashis. Again, there's no reason to specifically believe that, but the scattered references that we do have to his daughters indicate that they were literate, that they were learned, and that they did communicate with their father in learning, meaning they had a body of knowledge which was quite impressive, especially for the day. Not surprising, perhaps, if your father is Rashi, that whatever your gender, you would be a very learned individual. His major works, we will study some of them in just a few minutes. But his commentary on the Torah is absolutely essential. It is universally printed, typically alongside the commentary of Onkelos, the translation of Onkelos that we'll study in another class. He's also written a massive commentary on almost every tractate of the Talmud, almost every book of the Tanakh. It's in the very first place a scholar looks, or at any stage in their scholarly career, is what does Rashi say? How do we understand this passage? We always look towards the inside binding, which by long-standing topographical convention is where we place the commentaries of honor, the ones on the inside. Rashi's always on the inside. What does he have to say? And there's a whole engine of research in the yeshiva that is surrounding the question, what's bothering Rashi? Meaning, when Rashi says something that appears obvious, there's always a much deeper reason why would we bother to say something that we would otherwise know. And exploring that question of what's bothering Rashi is often quite productive as a scholarly venture. Now, at the end of his life, most of his life was lived with relative tranquility, which is not something that could be easily said about the Jews in Europe. But at the end of the 11th century, at the end of his life, really, was he was an aged man, he dealt with one of the most difficult social crises of the era. This was associated with the First Crusade of 1096. The Crusades were a tremendously heart-rending period for Jews in the Rhineland in particular. It was originally a movement that began in December 1095 when Pope Urban II called upon all Christians to gather together and to free the homeland from Muslim infidels, because there was some question about access to the holy sites for pilgrims. This happened to be an incredible message. It resonated with tremendous force throughout Europe, and there were other social and economic factors that combined to bring together a formidable force of soldiers from all over Europe. And they managed to make their way, following monks like this one here, Peter the Hermit, to Jerusalem. They had to repeat it several times because the Muslims were able to throw the Crusaders off the Holy Land. And of course, we have some of the most fascinating architecture in Israel from that period. But the First Crusade of 1096 was especially important from a Jewish perspective, because what happened was several of the kind of ragtag Crusaders who didn't make it into the regular army, meaning they were not noblemen, they were not professionally trained knights, they were just, adventurers. In some cases, and we have many first-hand accounts in here, they were like, hooligans, poor peasants, landless peasants. They would even do things like, if there was a goose that insisted on walking to the east, they would say that the goose was holy and they would follow the goose. Another famous crusader had his back tattooed with a cross, and he revealed his back to it. His audience said, look, I woke up and I had this mark on my back. It obviously means you have to follow me. And so they followed him off to the Crusades. There are a lot of kind of, marginal people involved in the Crusades. And a certain number of them up here in the Rhineland said, wait a second, why are we schlepping? They didn't use that word. Maybe they did, it was Germany. Why are we schlepping all the way to Jerusalem to fight the infidel, when we have the infidel right here in our very backyard? We don't have to go all the way over there to fight Muslims. We can fight Jews right here in Speyer, Worms, and Mainz. And so there were tremendous massacres of Jews in the tri-town that was the home of Rashi for many years, and horrible massacres which we recall every Shabbos when we read Av HaRachamim, a paragraph that's read after the Torah reading in memory of those martyrs of 1096. The reason why this was especially poignant for Rashi is because once that fateful summer had passed, we learned that many different things happened to the Jews of those communities. Many were, of course, killed outright. Many, amazingly, chose to take their own lives. We have some powerful first-hand accounts of Jewish families, deciding to kill their children first and then kill themselves rather than expose themselves to baptism. And then we have, of course, many Jews who chose to become baptized rather than submit to the sword. And then after the Crusades had passed, and especially because these were not legitimate Crusaders, so to speak, these were not like authorized Crusaders, then they found that the storm had passed and they could return to their Jewish lives. And the question was, could they return to their Jewish lives? You have to recall that this was not a period of religious fluidity when people could simply become a Zen Buddhist and then become a Muslim and then become a Christian at will. Once you left the religious community, that was it. You were gone. And so you had all these Jews who felt terrible about their choices, and they appealed to the greatest authority of the age, for guidance on what they could do. Rashi, of course, was the greatest authority of the period, and he wrote in his Teshuvot, which were extremely influential, that in fact they should be completely reaccepted as Jews. There should be no prejudice against them for the decision they made when they were on pain of death, and in fact that is a decision that has had huge consequences for Jewish history. So when we reflect on the life of Rashi as a whole, we should recall that this is someone who lived a millennium ago. And how often is it that we have a figure that lived 1,000 years ago that is so influential that he still plays a very vibrant part in our intellectual lives even today? When children in first grade are learning Rashi, when scholars at the highest levels of yeshivas are studying Rashi with the same level of enthusiasm and fervor, we get a glimpse of the tremendous power of this figure. So at this point, I've finished the historical part of the presentation. I'd like to hand the microphone over to Rabbi Teitelbaum to please give us some insight into the actual texts that Rashi authored.
Thank you, Dr. Abrams. That was really marvelous. We're going to look at a couple of the comments of Rashi on the Chumash, but before we do that, we're going to just think for a moment about what the Talmud would be.
And someone gets to decide whether or not that happens to the human race. Yeah, because once it happens,
without
you're
our
not putting that cork back on the bottle. It's out.
And without
Rashi. Give an advantage to people.
People in our time have said,
you don't want to be a regular.
What a fantastic job Art Scroll has done, and they truly have. Making it possible for literally all of us to open
they're doing genetic tests.
the Talmud, to read folios, to read
so they're making
sure that to be human, and it's glorious, absolutely glorious. One needs to understand that is what Rashi did, but I cannot even say how many fold, how many times over.
Fill in the blank.
The Talmud was a seal.
Whatever you're into. Too much tits in the ass up here. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be such a good time. There's going to be no sixes. Yeah.
It was inaccessible to the common man.
Adopted by the rich. Then it would just be like cell phones.
That's without exaggeration.
Fucking Mike Douglas had that big ass fucking
most of us, the vast majority, if not all of us in this room,
right? Now everybody has
living in the time before Rashi was written, would not have a prayer.
iPhones.
Not a chance.
We're going to have a revolution when
I'd study in Talmud.
people with iPhones. Like that.
If not with one's teacher, master, Rebbe, page by page by page by page, line by line by line.
I gotta wrap this up. I love you to death.
So what Rashi did in terms of opening up the Talmud
Last thing I want to tell you
is incomparable. Everybody else's work is built upon Rashi's. That's not to say that there aren't those who will dispute Rashi, and the Tosos, and the Rambam, and the Ran, and who will say, well, they have a different take of what this Mishnah means, a different understanding of that Gemara. Oh, of course. But in terms of being capable of navigation, nobody could make their way through the Yam HaTalmud if not for the rudder and the sail and the ship and the steam engine and what we have to say in our own time the nuclear power.
Here we go. You can go to the Living Church of God
that makes the Yam HaTalmud accessible and navigable to everybody.
England, the United States,
The
and
first
Israel
thing we have to
versus
say
the
about
pagans.
Rashi
The pagans will be
is that he has
before the
made
Assyrians who are
Talmudic
now Germany.
Judaism
And that
a
will be
reality.
true.
By opening up the
That
Talmud,
will be my third prediction I've got right. I
you
love
are
you
now
so much.
saying that
Thank you so much.
that which the Christian began by his saying in the second coming continued on with Mishnah and Talmud and the period of Gaonim, about which we heard briefly. And then the Rishonim, it was that which became for all of Klal Yisrael, Talmudic Judaism as we understand it today, Rabbinic Judaism as it's so-called, that can be embraced and lived and appreciated, and it isn't foreign to us. And it's not by rote, because anybody can open up the Gemara and study. That's only because of Rashi.
Yeah.
So that Rashi is therefore perhaps singularly responsible
man. Dude, like,
for the
what
success
happened where, like,
of
these
rabbinic Judaism.
altercations are fairly regular?
As we
Like, at
leave our
airports, you
focus
see
from the
brawls
Talmud,
at
let's just
airports
note
all
that
the
in the
time.
case of the Talmud, in the case of the Gemara, Rashi's work principally was to, as Dr. Abramson so beautifully said, take this by the hand, line by line by line, and say, well, this is what this means, and this is what the question is, and this is what the answer is.
No more commercial flying.
And that's particularly where, yes, the question appropriately is, what's bothering Rashi? People have authored books by that title, what's bothering Rashi? Because there we want to know what would have been another alternative interpretation. Today we have a new phrase, alternative facts.
Right, but a lot of that happened because
we have alternative interpretations. And so when we ask, well, what's bothering Rashi? Part of what we're saying is, what is that which Rashi says is not the understanding, such that he guides us to what he says is the understanding. So there, yes, Rashi is taking us by the hand, and it's appropriate to ask what's bothering Rashi. He is trying to not just answer the question of what's bothering Rashi. He's answering the question of, what's bothering God.
Right. Right. What was the specifics of it?
Rashi is trying to educate us
they looked the wrong
to
way.
understand.
Like they go, hey, there's, and they look this way and it was coming that way, or they look that way and it was coming this way. They didn't. They looked the wrong way.
And Remez and Bush, and so Rashi conveys to us the truth, the powerful truth of the fact that there are numerous claims of reality and existence, and therefore there are similarly numerous claims and realities of
LA fires.
Meaning doesn't have to be literal translation.
Do you remember when that one fire chief or whatever was like, oh, if I come get you and you're too big, you're in the wrong place. Why would you say that? Why would you?
Let alone
It's hubris.
Pardes, as they are called.
Listen, you got
That's
an all
beautiful,
lesbian
wide
crew,
pardes.
You got a woman
That is the
who's
reality
the
of what
first
Hashem
head of the
did
fire
when He
department,
gave us Torah. He gave us
a woman,
pardes.
and
He gave us an entire orchard, and He said, this is all for us to live with and to live by.
So they're wrapped up in that cookie ideology.
Rashi so beautifully, therefore, is not just all about what's bothering Rashi. What is the meaning of this word? How do you understand this passage? Rashi's telling us what is the message of this passage.
The guys that I
Why
knew
did Akash Baruch Hu say it this way? To us.
Guys that I've known, one of my
What's
buddies
its
is
meaning and
firefighters,
relevance
Brazilian
to
Jiu-Jitsu
us?
black belt.
Specifically to go back in time to Parshas Bereshis and Chumash Bereshis to a couple of citations in Shlosh.
I agree.
Because I want you,
like crazy
I
physical
suggest
things.
that you in the Parshas moving forward, go, Va'era.
Imagine
I mean, oh, Shalom, here's some Shvat and Truth, etc. That
so
you
I
should
agree with what you're saying.
look at Rashi
What
now
I'm saying is,
and find
what
both that
causes more
tremendous
chaos, what causes
Parsha,
more infighting,
that tremendous
is if you
idea of
push everybody
understanding
to
the
this is
Parsha,
DEI
and
messing up,
understanding
and
the
not that
textual
this whole
meaning
thing is
and
purposeful.
message of the Pasuk, and yet also seeing
So you're
the
thinking
broader
that they're
sense that Rashi
instituting DEI
gives
on
us, where it
purpose,
says,
putting in competent
don't just ask me what's bothering me, ask me what's bothering God.
So that people will complain.
It's not about what's
so
bothering
that it
Rashi
creates
so
more
much as
chaos.
why is it
So,
that
I mean, I don't know
tells
if
this
there's
to us? What's the bigger
the
message?
narrative easily
Let's take a look at a couple of Rashis. Please turn to the first Rashi in English.
Well, I don't know if they're
We'll do this one quickly because this is so obvious and so well known.
I mean, when Karen Bass, here's the crazy thing about LA. Very few people
I always joke that the first page of Chumash, the Stone Chumash, begins on page 2 because they wanted to imitate the Talmud, which, you have a shot block and then first page is daf base coming out. They started on page 2. Or is it because the Torah begins with the base narration? So anyway, on page 2, Rashi famously says in the very beginning, the Torah really should begin with the Parsha's going to read this coming Shabbat.
Never complain about what's going on.
If
you ask me, it's a
She
big
is
part
really
of
showing
moving everybody
it's
into
not
these
about
big
Israel.
cities.
It says the Torah is a guide to life. So, mitzvah number 1, Chodesh Elochem, Rosh Chodesh. That's the Parsha spell. That's where the Torah should begin. Not Tom, Pasach Bereshis. You should, because of the Pasuk of Elokech, Ma'aseh Yigdal, Losses Lemachos Goyim. Something important to us. Look at the Rashi almost prophetically saying, Shein Yom Rehumas Ha'olam Yisrael Listim Atem.
You go on to have this incredible life.
1913.
It's a when. The nations of the world say, you Jews are
You become that
thieves.
guy that everybody sees as the
You've conquered other people's lands, occupied territories. We have this whole earth short of
you have to conform. Yes, you have to say what they want you to say, whether it's about whatever political issue, social transition, climate change, whatever it is. You can't have any opinions that break from the narrative. I totally 100% agree, and that's kind of why LA nobody's saying anything. It's a culture, it's part of the culture.
We Jewish people have a homeland.
With the original
And the
way
whole point
that
of
LA was founded.
Bereshit bara Elokim es Hashem earth is that it all belongs to God, and He has a portion to every nation of their way He wishes that nation to live. That's their portion. That's their nachla. Ours is that little piece of land along the Mediterranean. Tell that to the nations of the world. It's the first pasuk in Chumash. Now, this is obviously not a simple shot of what Bereshit bara Elokim is, but it's an obvious way in which Rashi opens his commentary, almost announcing, I'm not going to write just a simple translation of Chumash. I'm going to share with you, take it from Medrash, take it from Talmud, Babli Yerushalmi. I'm going to share with you the point, the bigger point that the Baruch is trying to make throughout the Torah. Let's take as another example. Please turn to pages 94. Just briefly, as we go through the book of Bereshit, with a few examples. Page 94. Prayer, so important. Prayer is important, but so is prayer not just selfishly for itself, but prayer generally. And no prayer goes unanswered. There's a famous Rashi in Shiva. We'll talk about it some other time. That says as much.
I love jujitsu.
Sometimes your prayer is just a general prayer or a prayer for someone else, but if you yourself could benefit from that for which you're praying, perhaps you will. Pray this Rashi. Again, Rashi is conveying to us what tefillah is and what selfless tefillah is all about.
It's just the wheels are a
Pasuk
little off.
Yudches, the end of Simon Chav, Pasuk Yudches. Ki atzar Hashem ba'ad kol lechem lebeis Avimelech. Al tvar Sarah, Ishes Avraham. Because of what Avimelech attempted to do to Sarah, everyone was barren. All of the women in Avimelech's family, they were all incapable of having children. All became infertile. Hashem pakad et Sarah ka'asher amar.
2 knee surgeries because of jiu-jitsu. You have to make sure, and I have a bunch of packages, you have to make sure that it's not like a labor tear or something like that, where you're continuing to tear it and make it worse. Because you can get that fixed.
It's all because of
should be way better off.
Abraham's prayer
MMA fighters do it all the time, like Sean, before his fight with Marwan, he tore his labrum.
Forgive him.
And he was going to get a surgery, but he realized he couldn't. He wanted to make that
and
sphere shows.
let him be, and his family, and his wives, and all of them. Let's allow them to once again
And then he finally got
have their children and have family life. Like Spalo Avraham Elokim, Vayer Elokim, that's Avimelech, that's Ishto, Spalo also.
You just don't want to ruin it.
That same prayer of Avraham Avinu
which I know a gang of
also is answered when the pasuk says, "Vashem pakad et Sarah ka'asher amar." Says Rashi, "Samach parsha zuvakan."
I brought the kids back to the home.
The fact that the Torah, just after mentioning that Avimelech's family was again able to have children, the Torah says Sarah's son Yitzchak was buried. Why? The juxtaposition? Well, the Metzcha, Shekal HaMavakish Rachamim Al Chadreiro. If you set yourself aside and you're just davening for what your fellow man needs, if that's what's on your mind, if that's what's on your heart, you have to need that very same answer to a prayer. Who name it? It might just be answered first. Shneimar Vayisbalel Avraham Elokim. Vayer Elokim es Avimelech. The summer play. Immediately thereafter, the Torah says, "Hashem pakad et Sarah ka'asher."
You were missing calcium or missing meniscus or whatever it be. You're crippled for life.
Because Baruch had already provided for pregnancy for Sarah.
Well, at least for
even
20
before
years, you can like everybody knows
Avimelech's family was here.
Yeah, I want that so
But it
badly.
was that timing
You want
of
to
the
fix your
matter.
hip? Yeah, I know. So that's what I want. I want to fix my hip.
Avram's prayer at that time.
We'll get it looked at while you're here. Really? How many days
That
are you
caused that at that time,
like 7.
Sarah should become pregnant. Yes, it was promised, but at that time she became pregnant. Because that's when Avram became for Avimelech.
What you really need is an MRI.
Sarah became pregnant at that time because everything was praying for Avimelech,
in health insurance. I better get looked at.
Bro, that doesn't
who
mean
had
nothing.
somewhat
It's
unwittingly
nothing.
taken
It's unbelievable. Do you know what happened to Ben Askren?
Rashi's
Oh
point.
yeah, dude, that's so tragic
Power
and
of
sad
prayer.
and just disgusting.
But not
They should
selfish
be
prayer.
like, if they don't cover it, they should say
Prayer for
all your
someone
money
else.
back.
How crazy is that? He had
Even prayer
health
for
insurance. He got a terrible infection in his lungs that
So
led
she's
to, I think
giving
it's
us
called necrotic pneumonia.
more than the
He had to
shot.
have a
He's telling
double
us
lung
the big
transplant, and
picture.
health insurance is
What the
we're not
Torah,
covered.
what Kadosh Baruch Hu wishes to convey.
How is that possible?
In this
That
case,
is an
with the order
obvious
of events and the
catastrophic
sequence and
illness
the
that just
Let's
hit
move
the
on to
guy.
Pashas
Right?
Chayi
Like,
Sarah.
this is not. He's
The
not like a
moral
chronic
lessons Rashi
smoker. There's not
is
something.
constantly teaching us, he's educating us. Page
Terrible thing that he did.
108
He just got
in
sick.
Pashas
Yeah.
Chayi Sarah.
And isn't that
Famously,
what health insurance is for?
Ephraim acts as if, of course, Avram land for Laris and Machpelah. It's yours for free.
That seems to be like
Avram
a
understood
break
better,
in
but Yishma Avraham El Ephraim, he listens carefully,
something like
understands
that. It's-
Ephraim's
you can't
real
say,
intentions. Vayishkol
this
Avraham Le Ephraim
person's
as a Kesef
responsible
should be
for
the
that.
Bosnia
They did something they weren't supposed to do because of their insurance. Like, bro, this guy just got sick.
Yeah, 100%. That's what that whole Luigi thing was about. That company was using AI to determine whether you should be covered or not. And AI
Rashi
doesn't have
talks
any
about
emotion or
centurion,
calculating on what we
meaning
think
the
we should
full
cover
weight
this.
of
It's
each
very
coin.
analytical about it.
Overlap, so they're
I
accepted
guess he was having problems
internationally.
back and just got pissed off.
He points
and
out
that's what happens, man. And
that the
that
second
whole
time
thing was weird.
in the pasuk, not the first Ephraim, the second Ephraim, where it says that Abraham pays him,
that there's like he had a
it's written
break,
Chaser.
like
Take a look.
something went wrong in his life. But that might be
Vayishma Avraham El Ephraim with
connected
a
to the
vav.
surgery.
Vayishkol Avraham Le
You
Ephraim
know, if all of a
without a
sudden you
vav.
get discs fused in your
He
back
pays
and you're in
Ephraim
constant pain,
the
that
money,
can completely
but it's the Ephraim
change the
without
way
a
you
vav.
interface with the
And he
world.
quotes the
You know,
Medrash.
Michael Bisping had his neck fixed
Because he's trying to
It
tell
didn't
us,
go well, and he had
Rashi's
to
trying
get
to
it
convey
again.
to
It was
us
so
the
much
great
pain
lesson.
that he couldn't do anything.
And more
He could
Mahat,
only basically lie in bed and then go do his UFC duties
That's
and then
it,
go back to
exactly.
life. And just motherfuckers just in agony and keeping it together.
Don't just
I say
talk
keeping
the
it
talk.
together, but some people
Don't
don't keep
bother.
it together when they're in pain
Walk
all
the
the time.
walk.
Well, you know, a lot
Chaser
of people
vav,
think once
Rashi
you get to
says,
the
Pasuk
hospital, you're
Tezayin,
safe,
Vayishkol
right? That's where
Avraham
the
Le
safe
Ephraim.
place is.
Chaser vav, Lefisha
You know,
Amar
medical
Harbe.
malpractice is
Vafilu Mahat,
cause
Lo
of death
Basa.
out there. And it's a, you know,
Ephraim
nothing's
said,
an
oh, it's
exact
yours.
science, but
He took
yeah, they can mess it
more
up.
than the land
My
was worth.
grandmother on my father's side just went in to get a back change. She never left the hospital.
Shenema
She
Oivel
passed away.
So Rashi's
Yeah.
point to us is
I know this lady who
be like
went to
Avraham.
get a kidney removed.
Be one who does. Who does in earnest. Who does.
So she had one
does
bad kidney and one
selflessly,
good kidney,
and
and
not
they took
like
out her
Ephraim.
bad kidney.
Talks
Took
the
out her
talk.
good kidney and left her bad kidney.
But
Yeah,
does
and the doctor would not,
nothing at
would
all.
not admit it.
And then finally, and this is very, very important,
I mean,
Rashi
the whole thing
always is trying to give us the great
crazy.
moral push
But that's medical
in
malpractice.
interpersonal
Yeah,
relations.
the
There's a
denial
tremendous
of
amount of
insurance
Rashi that
claims and stuff like that.
emphasizes
It's
the
medical
evil of Lashon
miracle is
Hara.
they
And
did give him a
it's
double
almost
lung
as if he
transplant.
tells us
Then
that's the
after
whole point
and he's trying
of
to
the
build
story
himself
of
back up.
Yosef and his brothers. Take a look at the
Which is
beginning passage
absolutely
variation on
ridiculous.
page
That we live in
198.
America, and you have to have your friends and fans support you to have this like life-saving surgery.
Rashi's not just going to be content with telling us what it was that Yosef said about his brothers. He points out in the Rashi how each and every point of what it was that he said is revealed to us in the Psukim, and how Yosef suffered the consequences for each aspect of the Lashon Hara that he spoke about his brothers. Rashi, Divrei Amaskal, Diba Sam Ra'ah.
I knew Obama was like not the guy I thought he was.
Because
Obama's
you
first
know,
term was the last time I voted for you. That was the last time. So, you know, everybody wants change. I can get into how they basically rig that thing for them. You know, because America has the George Bush and Dick Cheney
when they
and then who do
slaughtered
they have?
the goat
Who do they have?
and ate it properly after slaughter. When they sold him into office, obviously, when he became an heir himself.
They have John McCain, who's the poster child for the mascot for the Yukons, right? So they basically run everybody to Obama, and we're like, yeah, we're gonna have change. And he was running on like everyone getting health care and all that stuff. And then so they're having this giant debate in Washington about universal health coverage. And this dude gets on a plane and runs to Germany.
That the greater picture of the story of Yosef and his brothers includes this tremendous lesson, this tremendous sense of how careful we have to be about our fellow Jews, how we say, how we speak about
it's all BS, and I've never voted for another.
Rashi again, in Shmos, page 298. These are all famous Rashis. We all know these Rashis. We sometimes call them a Rashi to live by.
And politicians and all that stuff.
And Rashi succeeded really in influencing, therefore,
and I'm like, why aren't you here fighting
shaping
for what you said you wanted to do? Now you're out of the country and not even part of the debate.
By this kind of a commentary on the
set those
for generations
at the same time when they knew he was going to be out of the country?
Yeah, but if you were on a campaign and they're like, this is in the heat of the debate, when you like, I can't go right now,
do you think
it's commented on Torah, not with simple meaning, but with the bigger message that it would be easier
to shoot it down.
God wants us to know.
On purpose.
Yes,
on purpose.
And when
so they scheduled those meetings at a time where they knew that they were going to be doing the debate.
Wider, greater Torah to
having to defend
and its message to be conveyed to us by the words of the Torah. That his belief was that all of those Midrashim and Gemara, that's all what the intention of the words of Torah were from the start.
They've got to be thinking like
and
this is how we can handle this. Like there's
profoundly
probably a bunch of
influencing,
nerds in the
therefore,
room and they're brainstorming, and someone says, "Listen,
what kind of
here's how we get out of it."
religious people we
we
are,
send them to
what
Germany.
the religious character
Saying
of
there actually are no files.
studies
They
for that.
say there's no video, even though we said there's 10,000 hours of video. Actually,
Thank you once again for joining us this evening.
should not have spoken. We can't find it. We don't know where it is. There's no list. There's nothing.
And I love how like when they shoot her just eating a salad and she's perfectly shot. You can hear everything she's saying. She's not. My whole thing goes everything is
who's eating a salad?
Oh, excellent. Yeah, I told you. Next week is going to be absolutely fantastic. Rashi is phenomenal, and as I said in my presentation, really has
the
a
video is her talking about how there's like tens of thousands of videos of him marrying children.
personal
So that
level, if that's
video
possible to say.
is
But the
so
Ramban,
that
his
video is
life
like one of
was
those
so dramatic.
Veritas type.
The history is going to be amazing.
He's
You know much
also
about his life?
Karen Bass's
You know,
phone
the
call
Ramban is the one
about her going talking. Have you ever heard it? The super
really,
creepy.
really wish I
Bro,
could
that guy gets
find
everything.
He
He gets everything. Dude. Usually chatty gay guys.
Yeah, and it's all they got is listen, send in some ads and they'll give away all the secrets.
So I didn't know that that was how that. I only read that she said that there was tens of thousands.
No, she talks about it.
Oh, interesting. Covertly recorded on April 28th, revealing previously undisclosed information about Epstein regarding tens of thousands of videos of little kids to a complete stranger in a DC restaurant. Okay, well, let's hear what it says. I want to hear how she says it.
It's easy to find because it cuts to her in a cafe. You'll find it right there. Just kind of jump. Oh, there it is. That's her talking right there.
Where they talk about his actual
Okay,
so
so
great debate.
so
We're talking about some of the aspects of
no, you know
the
what it is?
In the past, officials have spoken. Okay. She didn't even say underage girls. She said little kids.
Yeah. And that's a big part. I said this a long
It's very
time
brief.
ago.
I
Is that
will
they're
say
just
though,
trying to
Sof
set it
Maaseh
up so it's like they're the high school chicks,
Rabbi Trump.
In reality, it's like really, and there were.
I spent a few months this summer talking about how we could really create a series that enriched and deepened our appreciation of the major figures associated with the explanation of the Torah. And what we come up with is this fantastic series, which I'm so proud of, I'm very excited about. And I'm especially proud to be associated with Rabbi Trump because I feel that, 30 years from now when people are watching these YouTube stuff, say, wow, he was great, but who was that guy who spoke first? I never heard of him. Because Rabbi Trump is like one of those stars on a trajectory of greatness, and I am hoping to ride the coattails of his
classic
something like that. Okay. And it doesn't hurt to remain Trump too. That's also useful, no relation. Tonight's topic is the Rabbi. Very dramatic life and lots of excitement and a lot of tumult and fascinating material. I am going to just give you a very quick overview of the major events of his life, and then I will turn the microphone and the podium over to Rabbi Trump, who will take us into the text. So in the first half hour, we'll get a sense of who Rabbi Nachman Ben Moshe was as an individual, and then we will focus on a little bit of what he thought, so really get to know the Ramban properly. Okay, so let's start right away. His years are 1194 to 1270. For most of his life, he lived one of quiet, increasing achievements on a scholarly path of greatness, and he was well recognized, well regarded throughout his life as a scholar of international renown, and he lived, a life of shalva. He lived a life of relative ease in one of the greatest places where Jews could live in the 13th century, excuse me. And then towards the end of his life, when he was already in his 60s and 70s, then he encountered challenges which would have crushed a much younger man. But he steeled himself and was able to rise to two major challenges in his life, both of which we will explore in both parts of this lecture, to really achieve international, or I should say, millennial greatness by what he did in the final 2 decades of his life. He was known in his lifetime by his contemporaries as Harav HaNe'eman, as the faithful rabbi, meaning the steady, always predictable, always reliable kind of rabbi. He grew up, of course, in Spain, which is always a tremendous exception in Jewish history. The reason why this is so is because the demographic makeup of Spain was radically different from anywhere else in Europe or North Africa or the Middle East. Specifically, from the time of the first exile, the second exile, I should say, in the first century of the Common Era, Jews typically were a tiny minority living in one large majority culture. In the case of North Africa and the Middle East, there were a small community of Jews living amongst a huge majority of Muslims. In Christian Europe, small minority of Jews living in an overwhelming mass of Christians. Especially before the Reformation, there would basically be Catholics and so on. And so that was the kind of binary relationship of Jews to the outside culture. In Spain, however, you had the confluence of 3 major cultures. You had Muslims, Jews, and Christians. And because neither the Muslims nor the Christians had a lasting centuries-long hold on that peninsula, as a result, the Jews could parlay that 3-way triangular relationship into greater power and, in many cases, stability for the population as a whole. You have these phenomenal figures like Hasta ibn Shaprut, who was a major diplomatic figure in Spain, essentially the Secretary of State of Spain. You have Shmuel ibn Agrela, also known as Shmuel HaNagid, who was one of those exceptional figures who was not only a great intellect, writing a commentary on the Talmud that is still included in some Brachot even to this day, and also a figure of great political renown, and the commander of the armed forces of one of the nations of Spain. It's hard to imagine, the chief of staff of America, completing that theology. But that's only a fraction of what Shmuel ibn Agrela was, and that's the kind of character that was produced in Spain at that time. And of course, the Great Eagle, Hanesher Haggadol, the Rambam Maimonides also stems from this culture, and he, because the Muslims and the Christians were constantly fighting in Spain, the Jews could often use that space between those two cultures to create authority structures for themselves, as we see in the golden age of Spain a little bit earlier in this period. So that's when he grew up, and those are the kinds of things that informed the political culture of the day and actually had a major effect on him in particular. His family background was one of a really glorious background. The name, of course, Nachmanides, is the Latin for son of Nachman. His first name was Moshe, just like Maimonides, as we've discussed in the past. He actually had a non-Jewish name, that's little known. Bonastrub da Porta. I have no idea how they came up with Bonastrub da Porta. I mean, my Hebrew name is Hillel, and my English name is Henry, because they both start with the letter Hey, right? But Nachman and Bonastrub just did not fit one with the other. I think Bonastrub means one day will be a great rabbi. I have no idea what it means. I just know that. Okay, he was a member of a great rabbinic family. His first cousin was Rabbeinu Yonah, and the two families married with each other over many generations. For a career, we only have scattered references, but he apparently acted as a physician. Very much like Maimonides. He also achieved greatness as a communal leader, first as a Rosh Yeshiva, and eventually as chief rabbi of Catalonia, major region of Spain. So a kind of a steady increase towards greatness and leadership throughout his life. Just to look at a couple of episodes in his life, he was a participant in the Maimonidean controversy that we discussed in this room a few months ago. Specifically, when Maimonides was banned by the scholars of France, primarily in the first period of the controversy, when it was felt that Maimonides was too infected by Greek philosophy, that his ideas bore too much of an imprint of Aristotle in particular, and as a result, he fell under a ban. Later, by the way, in the 13th century, that ban would be somewhat shaped to affect only young men under the age of 25. Over 25, they figured they could handle Maimonides. But at the time, it was raging, and in fact, Maimonides would actually be burned in a square in Paris. Maimonides' books, that is. The Ramban, who in many cases was actually quite a fierce critic of Maimonides in print, or in manuscript more appropriately, he actually came to Maimonides' defense when he saw how imperiled the Great Eagle's works were in Europe. And he argued that the ban should be somewhat localized. It should only affect 7 countries which are known to have the majority Jews. That's all a big joke, and no one is getting it. It's bothering me so much. Okay, all right, thank you. I'm going to have to add a laugh track to this when I part of this. But no, the ban, he argued that the ban should be narrowed to only affect the scholars of France. It should not be extended to Spain. And in this regard, he actually hinted to a major historiographic discussion that would only ensue several centuries later, to the effect that Ashkenazi Jewry and Sephardi Jewry bifurcated around the time of the Crusades. Just to say it very quickly, after the Crusades, which I believe we discussed not too long ago, right, when we talked about Rashi, after the Crusades, Ashkenazi Jews, according to his argument, their culture began to look inward, began to become much more insular, regard the outside world as far more toxic, regard non-Jewish culture as far more dangerous for Jews to engage in, instead to shut down influences of the outside world. Spanish Jewry, on the other hand, which did not experience the trauma of the First Crusade, continued to be much more open to non-Jewish culture, much more open to using the vernacular. In fact, Shmuel ibn Abel, who I mentioned earlier, he actually wrote love poetry in Arabic. Yehuda Levi, similarly, wrote love poetry in Arabic. And some of it is actually pretty 17 plus rated when you look at it, because they were active participants in the wider culture. So Nachmanides' argument was, you Ashkenazim, they're a couple hundred years after the First Crusade, this is like dangerous for you because your youth are not trained to acculturate themselves to the outside world, and if they were suddenly to be exposed to Maimonides and by extension to Aristotle, it could be dangerous for their self-view and for their Weltanschauung as a whole, and so therefore this ban is really only appropriate for you. But us Sephardim, living in Spain, where we're regularly in commerce with Christians and with Muslims, and we're fluent in 2 languages easily. For us, we don't need this ban. His voice was not heard, and of course, the Maimonidean controversy only got worse. But nevertheless, he was a voice of calm in those difficult times. Perhaps the most dramatic period of Nachmanides' life is the disputation of 1263 that occurred in Barcelona. Some half-century earlier, a Jew converted to Christianity. His name was Nicholas Domer, and he presented an argument to the, I forget which monks it was, starts with a C. Help me out here, one of the monks. Anyways, he presented an argument to God. No, not Pablo. I'm talking about Nicholas Domer. Where is Dr. Levy? Starts with a C. Friars.
Jesus fucking name.
Dominicans starts with a C. I knew it. So Dominican monks, he presented this argument that, you've been trying to convert these Jews for so many centuries, 12 in particular, and it hasn't worked. And you know why it hasn't worked? Because they have a secret book that you, Dominican friars, know not, which is the Talmud. I, a recent convert to Christianity, I know the Talmud backwards and forwards. I know it like the palm of my hand, and I can show you that the Talmud is exactly the reason why the Jews don't convert. That and a steady diet of Chinese food. Those 2 things, and they will never convert. You have to cut off the supply of Chinese food, and you have to. Okay, so what ended up, thank you. So what ended up happening was that Nicholas Doman organized a formal disputation, and with one of the important rabbis of France, and it didn't go so well for the Jews. It was, and I don't want to take us too much into that particular disputation, but it was left somewhat inconclusive at the end. So 50 years later, another convert to Christianity, a man named Pablo de Cristiani, that was his Christian name, obviously, he decided to try again. He approached essentially Pope Clement VI, who brought it to King Aragon, the King James I of Aragon, and who insisted that they have a debate on the Talmud. Now, at this point, King James I was actually somewhat friendly with Nachmanides. He was on good terms. And again, this is Spain, this is not France. And James I did not have tremendous enthusiasm for this project at all, but there was a certain struggle between the papacy and the monarchy, and so he ultimately caved and said, okay, fine, let's do it. But I think we should use this friend of mine, Nachman, who I think will be a pretty good representative of the Jews. There was a certain number of negotiations about how the debate would take place. Nachmanides insisted on freedom of speech. He argued that he would not participate in this at all if he could not say what he needed to, and this was granted to him. Of course, later he revoked. But what ended up happening was Pablo de Cristiani took a disastrous strategy in the debate. He specifically said, he argued that the reason why the Jews don't convert is because the Talmud itself has the truth of the coming of the Messiah buried in it, and the Jews, because of their degenerate nature, refuse to believe what is in the Talmud itself. In other words, he wanted to say that the Talmud that you guys study, it itself proclaims the very divinity of our Messiah. That was his argument, which was a disastrously stupid argument because he was going up against a Talmudic master. And when they met in these 4 debates in the summer of 1263, Nachmanides absolutely destroyed Pablo de Cristiani. Among the many arguments he used, for example, there are references to Jesus in the Talmud, quite a few of them, most of them are rather negative in nature. And I won't list them here. I'm sure that in the YouTube version of this, someone will thankfully provide all of them for the rest of the audience. When public Christianity pressed Nachmanides on us, what do you say about these statements? He says, that Jesus? No, that's not the same Jesus that you're talking about. We have lots of Jesus. There's so many of them. And he said, look, who's the teacher of this Jesus here? Yeshua ben Zakkai. Well, Yeshua ben Zakkai lived 200 years later. Can't be the same Jesus. And therefore, you can say what you want, but you're not referring to the right Jesus. Which one is the right Jesus? I don't know. And so, in other words, all of public Christianity's best arguments were very easily deflected by this one single position that Nachmanides took. Fascinatingly, we have both sides of the debate in print. We have the Sefer HaVikuach, which Rabbi Trump will discuss in his portion of the hour. That's Nachmanides' version of the debate. And we also have the Latin transcript of the debate. So we have, because they kept it, they want to copy it too. And there's lots of overlaps. There's lots of places where the text was probably altered to,
this is fucking amazing.
But we can observe a few real salient ideas about the debate based on its conclusion. The church, of course, won. That was a foregone conclusion. But King James I said, Nachmanides, you did a great job. Here are 300 gold coins, and you better hightail it out of Spain, because you are in so much trouble. You did such an amazing job. You embarrassed the church. You can't stay in the Iberian Peninsula any longer. So anyway, he was kicked out of the Iberian Peninsula. He was forced to leave. It was a very, very tearful departure. Among other things, the legend says that he told all of his followers, his family, some traveled with him, some stayed behind. He told them they didn't know what would happen to him. His plans were to make Aliyah to Israel, and that's quite a different proposition in the 13th century as in the 21st century. And so he told that they said, we don't know what's going to happen to you. What will be your fate? And he said to them, apparently, that on the day I die, I was very close to my mother, he said, on the day I die, a crack will appear in my mother's gravestone. And according to the legend passed down by Spanish Jewry, that in fact happened, that 4 years later he passed away, a crack appeared in his mother's tombstone. But we actually don't know exactly when he died, or even where he is buried. There are several hidden sites for his tomb. He made his way to Israel in 1267, and what he found on arrival was amazing. In Jerusalem, there were only 2 Jewish residents, and in order to pull together a minyan for the high holidays, they had to canvass the local villages to bring in a minyan. He was absolutely aghast that was the situation in Israel, and so here, already in his 70s, he re-engaged himself and he put himself to the very difficult task of community building, and he single-handedly was able to attract more and more Jewish migrants, and eventually to re-establish a Jewish community in Jerusalem and in Israel, and Akko in particular. A quote he writes from one of his letters to his sons: only 2 brothers lived here. Dyers who brought their dye from the governor were joined up to 10 Jews in their home on Sabbath for prayer. Something about his thought and writings, and that is by way of introduction to my illustrious colleague, Rabbi Trump. He was a huge, very prolific commentator and the author of several standalone tractates. I'm looking at the back room, back of the wall. I see several volumes of his work right here. He was, unlike Rashi, much more of a Kabbalist, a very strong influence of Iberian Kabbalah. He was also influenced heavily by Maimonides, even though he differed with him on many areas. But he was a systematic theologian, unlike Rashi, whose main Jesus is a genius is as a commentator leading through the text. Ramban was writing monographs. He was writing books. This is a book on the afterlife. This is a book on the laws of family purity. This is a book on what we think about good and evil, Sade Corralo, things like that. One of my favorite texts, which actually I spent about a year studying with one of my daughters in preparation for a Bas Mitzvah many years ago, is the Igeras HaRambam, the letter of the Rambam, which is a letter that he wrote upon his departure to one of his sons. It's a very brief letter, perhaps 500 words in length. Very powerful statements. Essentially, it's a tzavah, an ethical will, in which he tells his child, these are the things that are really important to me as a human being, as a Jew. I want you to absorb them, and I want you to emulate them, you and all of your progeny. And this Igeras HaRambam has been associated with a tremendous number of miracles, particularly within the Sephardi tradition, such that it is read ritually by many Jews, regarding Ashkenazim, either once a day or once every 30 days. A good measure of whether or not a shiddur is worth buying is check out if it has Igeras HaRambam after Shabbos, because that'll give you a sense of where it's coming from my humble opinion. And it's a very short work, very worth reading, and very worth internalizing. So with that, I'm actually going to stop a few minutes early so we can hear more of the words of the Ramban offered by our glorious colleague, Rabbi Yaakov Trump.
I want to just start by, first of all, telling everybody what a distinct pleasure it is to work with Dr. Abramson. You know, not only is Dr. Abramson our favorite dean in residence in the show, but, you know, and really the genius behind this concept. This is content and context. But so many times in our lives we learn all about the content. And in fact, I think we spend most of our school careers and our adult careers learning a lot about content. The context roots everything. As we're going to be seeing in the next few minutes as we learn, you'll so much more appreciate exactly what's going on in the Ramban's life and his ideas when you get a sense of where he came from. This was beautiful, succinct description. How can you summarize the Ramban in half an hour? It was a beautiful description of his really, being as I do have a presidential name, I can say, think not, oh community, what your community can do for you, or you can do for your community. And Dr. Abramson's really stepped forward, and all of us have so many things we can contribute, and it's so beautiful to be able to contribute together with all of you, and led by Dr. Abramson, being able to get. This is what we're going to do, is I'm going to actually work exactly as we plan this together. We're going to work in almost the same format. We're going to take 5 aspects of the Ramban's life, and we're going to look at 5 specific sources. So we learned a little bit about the background of the Ramban. Let's hear his words. Let's hear what he said in each of those different 5 sectors that Dr. Abramson was speaking about so beautifully just a few minutes ago. But before we start, I just want to actually start talking about the importance of learning the Ramban. I want to share with you all what happened to me, my introduction to the Ramban. It was a number of years ago. And I was in Israel, I believe it was in my first year, just at the end of Sukkot for my Shana Rabbah. And I was at the privilege of learning in the Yeshiva of Camp Yavne, and one of the formative teachers in my life was a person by the name of Rav Blackman, who many of us know in his community, and he always used to host us on Saturday on Shana Rabbah night for a long learning session, 3 hours. He used to speak in 3-hour chunks, and you just really walk out there thinking in a different way. And what he said was the most remarkable thing. He said to us, boys, up till now you've learned about the bones and structure of Judaism. Now's the time to put the meat into the skeleton. He says, you need to be learning about Machshava. You need to be learning about Jewish philosophy. You need to understand why we do what we do. He says, you know what you should do? Go out right now and buy a Ramban. Learn the words of the Ramban. And so it was. That was my first year. I went to the shop. I was able to get to a bookstore, and my Ramban is just there on the table right over there, which I was supposed to do a 5-year cycle of Ramban on the parasha. Then afterwards, when I time in NYU, there were actually weekly tests on specific Rambans in the parasha, very difficult tests, which I put forth my Seder. And then a friend of mine and I often noticed that at NYU we used to just steal 15 minutes to read the Ramban like a book. So we used to go from the beginning. Let's start at Genesis and let's read creation in the Ramban's world, rather than even on the parasha. So many times we miss so many opportunities. But opportunity of in and out experience going through a little bit of the Ramban and Iyov, the Ramban and Shir is so much. And it has changed my life. The only way I can tell you how my Judaism looked before and after the engagement with Rabbi. So I can't even say, I cannot really tell you how much, I can even express how much excitement I have for this particular subject. So let's start at the very beginning. What a lot of people will say, and this is an important point, is what is the Ramban doing? Rather than opening up the Nikos Kedolos, we sort of randomly put our finger and drop it anywhere on the page and say, oh, that's what so and so says. Let's try to understand what they're doing. What's the thesis of the Ramban on the Torah when he takes it to the Torah? So let's take a look at the first section, which will be Parashat Notes. What is the methodology? What's he out to do on his Pirush on the 5 books of the Torah? So he actually, as all good books do, they explain themselves. So here it is. Here, if you take a look, there's actually sheets which went around, which have the sources, and I managed to translate a bunch of them. I did not manage to translate all of them. So we can start with some of the translated sources, and this is in his introduction. We're going to look at theory and we're going to apply. So listen to what he says. Very fascinating. He starts off very Kabbalistically. He starts talking about the names of Hashem and how they apply black fly and white fly on the expression of the Torah is, and then he goes into telephonic. Here's what he's going to do. Well, send me all from the main narrow from the Torah, and I'm going to place to the light of the candelabrum, Kirusha Rebbeinu Shlomo Ateres Tzidra Tziras Tiferes. Here's going to be the centerpiece of the glory. Here's the Kirusha Rebbeinu Shlomo. Who's Rebbeinu Shlomo? Rashi, which is why we saw Rashi last week, right? And this is the natural segue, of course, into the Ramban. I'm going to give the centerpiece of Rashi here is Rashi. Next time, we will say a mikra of the Mishnah of the Gemara. His crown, listen to the 2 parts there, with the sensitivities of the text of the Mishnah and the Gemara. Lo mishpat b'chora, he has the firstborn share, says the Rabbi. But the Gemara there again, his words, I'll gaze, I will certainly it's peeling through his love. Just listen to the love poetry about writing his words here. You can get a better abbreviation. We're going to have interactions with those words, and we're going to have debates. That's a very, very subtle way of saying he's going to disagree at times. The point is the basis is going to be Rashi. I'm going to discuss all his pshat, whether it's Medrash or his pshat. Now, folks, this is what depends on the problems of translation. You probably didn't realize that you keep it all lines. Okay, so a lot of these introductions, even Ezra, the Rabban, things are wording words. You translate the English, they're all flat. But there's a certain cadence to the way this introduction runs, which is why he's using very corrected words. And then he says, the thing is important to get in mind, he says, the Rebbe Avraham ben Ezra, and regarding the Ibn Ezra, who we're going to deal with in just a few weeks' time, I'm going to have recorded explicit rebuke and implicit love. Which means to say, when I'm going to disagree with him, it's going to be in a little more vociferous manner than it would be with Rashi. That's just, he's laying out what the primary description is over here. Where's his starting point always going to be? Always Rashi. Where's his counterpoint usually going to be? Ibn Ezra. Okay, so this is going to be the way he does. What is it not about Rashi? What is it about Rashi that he's so loves, he's so desires to learn about? Yes?
I couldn't give a shit.
The fact that he's got the sensitivity to 2 parts, the text and the Torah Rabbi. Let's see that special. Let's take a great example right now. We're around for us. Here we go. So, lost in translation, lost in one of the deeper areas of voracious Perek Yud, between the great flood and the dispersion. We have the following description. For Kushalan is Nimrod, so there's a gentleman called Nimrod is born, who started to be the strong man of the land. Who are you, Gibor Tzai, who is a great hunter, B'nei Hashem, Al-Ken Yamel, Nimrod, Gibor Tzai, B'nei Hashem. Therefore, we will always say, you're like a hunter, like Nimrod. So what is the Torah talking about over here? Well, what's really going on with Nimrod? Positive, negative, neutral, folks. What is going on with this puzzle?
And then about 5 episodes
so
in, I
what's
realized this is a story of a black man
sounds like?
who stops white hijackers
You've never hijacking up buildings through sounds like your name is pretty funny. Sounds very positive. What's potentially negative here?
And you don't realize it till you're
No, there's no mention of evidence here. That's
Mel Gibson directed. That one was good.
Because she's put in front of God. Very good. Means saying he is in front of us. So that puzzle that can go 3 both ways. It could be subservient or it could be actually putting himself forward. I didn't actually think about that perspective. It's very fascinating note. Another option that he has the word sign. Say, what kind of hunter is he? What is he hunting? Who are the victims of his hunting? Listen to the Ramban steps in. Here's a classic Ramban. Let's take a look at the next source over here. So let's take it right from here. He says the following. What's the format again? Starting point is always Rashi. Fantastic. So let's start with Rashi. He says, Sada data on the Shabrios, he would hunt, this is propaganda, he'd hunt the minds of people. He wasn't out there in the field of bow and arrow, says Rashi. He's actually going and with his propaganda, he's convincing people of his ideologies. The fifth, what is his ideology? Rebellion against God. Therefore, any person in history, as what the Pasuk is saying, any individual in history who's going to actively, intentionally rebel against their Creator, is going to be called a Nimrod. Right? And so, wonderful biblical name, and some children in Israel still have it today. But at the end of the day, the Pasuk is saying, this is the format, this is the model, this is for a person who actively rebels against God. Because who's he hunting? People. Hashem, as I was saying, against God essentially, not in front of God. That is what Rashi has done here. Why is this important in context? What's about to happen in the stage of anthropological ecological development of humankind is voracious heresy. Good? We have just finished the flag. What is the next step of the Tower of Babel? And we know that in fact Nimrod is heavily involved. So the way Rashi is really saying who was behind the Tower of Babel is Nimrod, because he's the person who said that's rebel against God. So now he's putting those two types of context now click into place, and Rashi has said this. And he continues to say, quoting Rashi, but Rashi is in fact quoting Chazal. So why does he like Rashi? Because Rashi is going with a traditional approach as to how to interpret this passage. Good. Contextual idea. Then he goes on to stage number 2. Stage number 2, as he already described his redaction was Ibn Ezra. He has Ibn Ezra. Already Abraham. Pirush Hefech he went the opposite direction. He went to the positive territory. What type of hunting was he doing? Well, what do people hunt in those days? Animals. So he was just a very sophisticated hunter, right? Purely in front of God. Listen to what he says. What else could it mean? If he's not taking people against God, how's the hunter relating to God in front of God?
Yeah, see if you can find a video.
So says Ibn Ezra, he continues to end this paragraph, he says, that he used to bring sacrifices. So he'd hunt all these animals, bring them in front of God. So according to Ibn Ezra, how was Nimrod posing in front of God? Positive and neutral? Very positive. Nimrod is in fact a very outstanding leader in the community. According to Ibn Ezra says, I wish to talk about that to say. Range war is near. No, there's no word for what Ibn Ezra says. Now you must take Russia. He is actually justifying an evil person. Because what's the reason of the Ramban's rejection? Our rabbis knew via tradition that he was incorrect, that Nimrod is a bad person. This is such an important point. See what's happened over here? Ibn Ezra has essentially cleared the deck from any tradition and analyzed the concept by itself. He said, no, it is a hunter, it's in front of God, maybe the hunting is in front of God, he's bringing these sacrifices to God. Isn't that a wonderful thing? What is he missing? He's missing everything that Rashi added, which is the tradition. We don't just understand the Torah because one day we open up the Torah and analyze it with no context, with no sense of tradition. We have to analyze it going back. We have to go to the Gemara and Rabbi Rothschild and understand where it comes from. That's what Rashi is doing. That's the problem that Ibn Ezra has over there. Well, this is a very important point over here, is to sort of stop and appreciate what Dr. Edmondson said just a few minutes ago. The Ramban does not spare words for people he disagrees with. Okay, so, and it's very clear, and this is why you get so much enjoyment when you read that, the transcript of that debate. But in Warsaw, the Ramban wrote, this is an opportunity just to footnote and say, if you click the HTML here, the Ramban wrote many books about people who don't know the keywords. One example is a book which was written called the Baal HaMa'or. The Baal HaMa'or was a young man who wrote the book, that's the Rabbi Baal HaMa'or, who wrote the book on the list. Rabbi Yitzchak was the first halakhic codification of the Gemara, was written by Rav Yitzchak from Fez. And what happened was is that this young man, this young upstart in the view of the Ramban, wrote the Pirush in one called Baal where he disagreed with the Rif. And the Ramban said this was inappropriate. It was inappropriate, some say he was actually 17 years old. It was inappropriate for somebody to do such a thing. So on the Ramban right, he wrote a book which the title actually explains the whole agenda of the book. It was called Milchamas Hashem, the War of God. And the War of God was no less than a War of God, and he spends no words in every single page where he disagrees with those Rav Yitzchak in terms of much more sophisticated than this. So this is a point to see when the Ramban does not spare time for people he disagrees with. Now, this is where we jump into the third section, and this will be Parshanot. The Ramban says the following, and now he comes back to his own period. Take a look at the next paragraph. There we are. That which was good in my eyes. So now Ramban is moving away from Rashi. He's moving away from Ibn Ezra, and now he uses his own realm. He says, people are telling us Moshel, who are sorry, in fact, what's it talking about? It's talking about this is the first imperial nation in the world, led by Nimrod. What do you mean, Gibon Chayil? It means to say, in Gibon Chayil, he was a person who, in fact, now took his will and imposed it on not just the Babylonians, he goes on to describe the Assyrians as well. This was the first country, the first king, the first imperial subjugation in history, which is fascinating because there's a beautiful essay by Jonathan Sachs on Parshas Noach, very well worth reading, in which he quotes Paul Johnson. Paul Johnson, of course, is the author of History of the Jews, and Paul Johnson says that the beauty of Judaism is the ability to be able to balance the community and the individual, the collective and the specific. What's interesting over here is this is exactly what is going on in the Dor HaPlaga, in the Dor HaPlaga, in the generation dispersion. What was the problem with the generation dispersion? As Jonathan Sachs argues about it, is that one thing had one language. It meant to say that one person imposed their rule, their language on the entire region. There's only one way to live society, details didn't matter. What's the Ramban say? That's exactly what Nimrod is doing. That's what it means, Gibon Chayil. But you see what the Ramban has done? He starts off with Rashi. He knows this person's bad. Rashi tells you how he's bad because he used his propaganda against God. But he notices God can't be. He takes the same ideology as Rashi. He must be bad, but he now adds a sophisticated legal to it. He's not disagreeing with Rashi. He's going further in that vein, which is our notion of imperialism and the rise of imperialism. That is a classic Ramban in the Torah. When we listen to this Ramban, there's our Derech HaEmes, which we use in the H is Kabbalistic edition. That's the most of the translation of Ramban stock translated. We do not get this over here. They come up a little later on in the Torah, and it's certainly in the first chapter of Genesis. Fascinating as a format of time. Let's move on. From Parshanot, this is just about methodology. What was he trying to do? Let's move to the next realm that Dr. Adamson talked about. Mysticism. So he has a book. He wrote a book. He wrote many books. And one of the books he wrote is called Torah Sha'ada, the laws of humanity, what is a human. In it, he discusses many halachic aspects of Vedas, which a lot of arguments of the Vedas are based on his works, as quoted through Shulchan Aruch. But at the end of the book, he's got a section called Sha'ar HaGemur. Sha'ar HaGemur is about the end days. And in this section, he talks about this world, the hereafter, the revival of the dead, how sins work, how punishment works, different layers and mechanisms of sin. And to me, the first time I had the opportunity of learning this book, it was the first time that there was somebody who synthesized everything. Oftentimes, a lot of here, a little Gemara here, a little Mabra there, a little statement over here. You don't know how they all work together. The Ramban takes everything, puts it into the funnel, and produces this magnificent, articulate edifice, which is the Sha'ar HaGemur. Let's take one example over here. What he says, we're not going to do it all inside, but just to give you a sense of the types of issues that he's dealing with over here. He starts off, and this comes back to what Dr. Edmondson said again, is his view in regard of the Ramban. Let's take a look at just the first moment for what he starts off by quoting the Ramban. He says, "My Yikra Divrei Harav Hagadol Rabbi Moshe Zechron Yisrael." So remember, when he quotes Ibn Ezra, it's not on the same level as this. He quotes in Rabbi Moshe Zechron Yisrael, the Rabbi Gadol. I believe he disagrees with Ramban across the Torah and across his works, but the way he says things with great deference and respect. He says, in many short and long instances, the Rambam says, he talks about the last chapter of Sanhedrin, where the Rambam goes into these types of mystical aspects of afterlife. He says, "Omar Kibana Rabba, Yaskil Nafsosenu, Shom Nisoda Sabore Shiaskil Ba'olam Hazeh, Nisoda Sabore In the world to come, we're going to have access to secrets which we don't really fully understand in this world. Why? וכן עוד מוזר, איגו לא אכילו, ולא השתיע, אלא צדיקים ויושבים על פרסי בראשיהם ונהל מזה להשכמה. The hereafter, says the Rambam, Maimonides, is a place of pure, absolute spiritual nature. There is no physicality whatsoever. It is complete absorption of the divine. This is a Aristotelian concept, which the Rambam understood. In fact, he makes note of that at the beginning of the next paragraph, where he says, "Ra'od kos of the Tshuva Shele," he answers in a response, "So much is really chachis and she's skill. Chach me'yobel v'chach me'amar, the nefesh ha'nefesh tzura below konav." Because the Greek philosophers, the Rambam knows were basing his philosophy on, in certain regards, he said that the soul, the person is a soul without a body. And this influences a lot of the Rambam's ideology, and a lot of the disputes he will have with the Rambam himself. So the Rambam will talk about times where, for example, where in Parshas Vayera, where it says Adam Avinu goes out to meet 3 angels, the Rambam actually will argue that he never ran out to 3 angels. He was in his bed having a dream, and in his dream he saw 3 angels because physical bodies cannot interact with spiritual beings. Because there is no correlation between the two of them. Right? The fight of the angel at night, he's not a fight of the angel at night. Yaakov Avinu was in a horizontal position the entire time. He was fighting where? In his dreams. And the Ramban each time takes the Ramban to task. This is an example where he does it. To conclude in the Ramban himself, he says, this is where he closes, he says, concerns the last argument of the Ramban believes that as a person dies, after this world they immediately enter into Olam Haba, the next world. The Ramban says absolutely not. It is not true. The person waits. The Lord calling Olam Haba, the Lord of nature, answering them. So he says that in fact, when a person dies, there's a waiting period. Olam Haba is a future destination for all of humanity to enter into. Rejoin body and soul. Both the body and soul have to go a process of cleaning or clarification. They're reunited in entering Olam Haba according to Ramban. And that is predominant philosophy which is based on the Ramban's idea, as opposed to Ramban, who says that when you go after death, there's a spiritual realm, the soul enters and the body is never rejoining it. Which is a completely different way of philosophy. Here's what the Ramban actually talks about. There's so much more to talk about, but let's give you just a taste of the types of things that, far from trying to understand words and Tanakh, far from trying to understand the halakhas of the Vedas, the Ramban is talking about the very underpinnings of the foundations of our faith. Let's take it to the next level. Moving away from this, moving away from Parshanut, let's enter into the debate itself. This, as Dr. Abramson described, was a very big watershed moment, of course, in the Ramban's life, in the Barcelona disputation and the King of Aragon. I think it's worthwhile just taking a very brief look at the actual words used to describe his transcript. The Ramban writes down for the sake of posterity, and it is worth because we're still reading it. I doubt there's as many people reading the Latin transcript as there are reading the Vikuach Ramban, and the Ramban says the following. Listen to how he describes it. He was addressing a real issue, that is why it was going on. So many willing Jews willing to dispute. So he says the following. Siva Osi Adonenu HaMelech, the king of Aragon, King James, commanded me in Fry Paul. He asked me to have a dispute with Fry Paul. They are in his palace, before Nov, in front of him, it's named itself, it was a Barcelona, in front of his advisors in Barcelona. I was just take a moment just to appreciate what's going on. We're reading the contours of it's right there. Think about this. It's sort of right back in the Ramban's world. This is not history talking. This is the man himself talking about as he ascends the steps of the castle of Barcelona. He says the following: what do I say to the king? So the king sends me a subpoena. What do you do when the king sends you a subpoena? In those days, it wasn't like a one jury duty, that there's fines. We're talking about this is capital punishment. What do you do? diese Arbeit. Ist der Knitzers also der mehr Welle. Und es nie ein Schuss, der Gabriel von Kennsport, der Schuss von der Schuss bei jemand, der Tina, the point, the Gabriel says, I want to come block. He says, you want to bring me into the place of debate, and now we just say what I want to say. And now you say what I want to say, and don't penalize me for saying it. The Ramban is very clever. He realized he couldn't win. He knew there was no way out. He says, but I lose. And now he just what I would say. All the debates that had happened previously were in fact choreographed. There was nothing that the person could say, because should they reinterpret the Bible in the correct way, they were in fact mercilessly killed on the spot or tortured for sacrilegiously misinterpreting the Bible. There was a debate. So says the Ramban, I want you to clarify. So here's one example, and this is such a powerful example. Let's take a look at the next part of the debate. This is part of his transcript. We're not going to do the whole thing. Let's just focus on this thing. So here's Fried Paul. I'm a Fried Paul. The time in Shabbat, do you believe the Messiah has arrived? Most of the debate focuses around whether, in fact, the Messiah has arrived. We're in the idyllic stages of post-Jesus world of the coming. So the second I'm done, I'm actually, sorry, I'm in your day, I believe, and this is what he adds. I don't just believe, I know. In fact, I know that he did not believe. And there's no verse in Shalom there's nobody else besides Yeshu who was called as coming. I cannot believe in his being a Messiah. I'll tell you what, for two reasons. Okay? Now, by the way, this is his carte blanche. Okay? He is digging so deep. You can imagine, at this point in time, the Dominican priests, shuffling in their shoes at this point in time, as he is about with what he's about to say. Okay? This is real time now. Shanavi Anav Mashiach. The prophet says about the Messiah, he's going to control the world from coast to coast. And this individual you're talking about never had such control. Al Messiah he spent a terribly forlorn life by his enemies. In his hands, hardly from his persecutors. In the end, he did not make it, he was crucified. If he couldn't save himself, how could he save the world? In the castle in Barcelona, in front of the Dominican friars. And he goes on. Number 2, says the Rabbi. When the Rabbi doesn't mince his words, he does not mince his words. He says the following. Even when he died, his followers weren't celebrated. He doesn't have an empire. King Shelley's run off, and about his life, Roman's success, Constantine in the year 300, was not a function of Christianity. Quite a shame, anyone, but you run on much less forever. In fact, the rise of Rome was before Christianity took it over. And after Constantine took over, and then empire split, and slowly went farther to Mars after Christianity took it over. So you're telling me this is the Messiah? Look at Europe, look at the Middle East, who's in control? The children of Muhammad, not Yeshu. This is what I'm that you'll take your swords and turn them into plowshares and little ends and cease in the world. And war will never proliferate again in the world. He says, look at the blight of the world from the time he died till now. Look at the destruction. He says, in fact, Noah, Noitzim, Shoichim, Domim, Noisem, Yishai, Ha'umos. The Christians are responsible for more bloodshed than any other nation. The Hail Gam came, Megale Arayas, or immoral, Vokami, Kosher, Abdul Melech, with the Porsche, they're not in Loyalam, the Odin. He says, and you, King James, would it be a good thing for you if there were wars? This is what the Ramban says in the palace. He says, how could the Messiah have come if it was the state of international affairs and things had not changed? This is what the Ramban says. You just see the power. Can you imagine? I sometimes dream of having an opportunity, even just 5 minutes to meet the Ramban. I dream of it. Just being able to bask in his glory. And you sort of get to the sense of who he really is. But just imagine 5 minutes in the presence of somebody like this. Let's go a step further. We're going to follow 2 more ideas. We're just a little pressed for time. Personal growth. You know, a lot of times when you come into the world of academia, and Dr. Edmondson will tell you, academics don't necessarily translate seamlessly into the world of action necessarily. And that's why, as Dr. Edmondson said, when one looks at the Igeres Ramban, whenever he said to his son, it is the moment where you see the giants become human. Listen to what he says. Every line is replete with messages and lessons of life. But he says the following. Let's just look at 3 lines. He says, he says, my son, be very careful. Likros b'Torah tamid, asher tuchal l'kaymo. Learn Torah in order to actually do it, to live it. As you finish pondering, as you finish philosophizing, as you finish learning, תחפש באשר למדת, אם יש בו דבר שתוכל לקיימו. Apply it. You learn about attributes of humanity. You learn about characteristics. You learn about tort damages when you go into the legal framework of the Gemara. How do you apply that? Does it remain in your head? Does it remain a legal fiction? Does it remain something that you talked about in the base measure and your life is led very differently outside those walls? Says the Ramban, my son, I want you to be the kind of person who doesn't just learn Torah, but a person who lives Torah. And every day you see this is a departure from just this miraculous giants in the mind he was, because obviously this is a person who also lived it. At the first page, the Maaseh of Aborko Ba'arev, one extra point, he says, make sure you have a little diary. Every evening, just fill it out and just make sure you got an accounting. Like you have an accounting with your company's business and making sure that the checks and balances are all there. What about your life? How many times did you shout at somebody? How many times did you try to square something? Did you go over a red line? How many times did you do the right thing? Keep an accounting of that. This is a person who doesn't just learn. This is a person who lives Torah. That's a transformation I think is important to realize through the countless books that he has. And finally, one last item. Let's return to perhaps the last of us troubling and trying to a trial of the Ramban, which is when he moved to the land of Israel. This piece over here that we're about to read, and we're about to learn, is so moving. It's so transformative. I think that, just for coming just to hear in this segment, just to hear this part is worth it. So Rabbi Rothschild is Dr. Caleb says in Israel, and he finds a very impoverished and unstructured community which he tries to reconstruct. In fact, there's a picture of the 1800s, so unmistakably, the early 1900s, looking in the Chol V'Shul in Jerusalem. But as you know, just before it, next to the minaret, is underneath there, where there's 4 columns, is a shul which is attributed to Rabban. It talks about 4 pillars down the middle. And in fact, there's a base measure, and it's running all the time for those who have the opportunity to go. It's only minaret with a Jewish portal, and just underneath it, before you get to the shul, which is built by Hashem, which is previous there is the Ramban's shul, which is allegedly where he gathered his meal on those Shabbos. And it's sometimes maybe the next time we're in Israel, it might be a moment to just go there and pull off the shelf of Ramban and learn the Ramban in the Ramban's shul. And then let's go further. He talks about his arrival in Israel. He talks about his arrival in the ancient city of Akkon. So here's Akkon, the north coast. It's a city which has got much history, biblical history, and of course contemporary history today. And the Ramban says the following. He has a footnote from his arrival in the land of Israel. Says the following. This is what he says. The intellectual honesty of this is most remarkable. There's a few pieces like this. You cannot find this in the Ramban. It's added as an addition, sometimes in Kisison, in one of the most cook printings, and it's in his letters editions from when he arrived in Israel. He says the following: Berchanim Hashem, Akol, Shezachisi, Uvasi La'akol. Baruch Hashem, I arrived in the city of Akol. ומצאתי שבשם ביד זקני הארץ, מטבע כסף ופותח פיתוחי חוסן. I found a silver coin, which was written with inscriptions, engravings on it. לצידו היה חוקן מקל שוקד, מצד השני אין צלוחית. On the one side looked like a snake which was flowering, and the other side looked like a ball of sorts. ובשני הצדדים סביב קוצב ופותח בארץ, and around it was this writing which was very clearly engraved. Take a look at this. This is the coin that I'm talking about, right? So we talk about the stick which is flowering, we talk about this ball of it, and these inscriptions. Now, let's try to appreciate it. Once I'm trying to get to the end of this page. Ramban talks about this over here, and the problem is that both he and us look at these blankly. What does it say? And we don't know. Why does he not know? Why do we not know what it says around it? Because this is Ksavi, this is a Kagan. Okay? This is written in the Ksavi, the original Ksavi, but the original Disputer script. The development of this, the original script letters of Hebrew, which are written in the following way. So he says the following. Let's come back for a second. So here we are. He says, I get into one of the Kutzian, one of the Kagan who lived around there, and he really read it, because of course he could read the like some of the language. He says the following: Ki look savi v'riach shenisha l'kuzim k'may shemus kapes hanev l'zgoy sanev d'af chavseset. The Koran that's on the earth shekel hashkarim. The one inscription says this is a shekel of the shkarim. This is an ancient shekel used in the times of Beis Mikdash. It's on a shekel in Yerushalayim HaKadosh. The other side was written in the inscription was Jerusalem, the holy city. The one in Kiatzilus Nakrosh Aaron Shkejel Korathia. The one side is the staff of Aaron, which sprouts forth those beautiful flowers. Mitzvah Hashem Yerushalayim HaKadosh. And the other was the bowl that contained the manna, which was allegedly left in the Kodesh Kodesh as the Lord describes it. The Shokalmu also, so what the first thing Ramban does? We weighed it. How much does shekel weigh? You're holding history in your hand. How much silver does it weigh? The Shokalmu also, the Shokalos, Mishkolah, Asara Kesef, Lands. It weighs a particular type of silver. And Chatzia Ukiel, she is Kira Rabbeinu Shlomo. And Chatzi Ukiel, which is like what Rabbeinu Shlomo says. Who's Rabbeinu Shlomo? Full circle, Rashi. There was a dispute between Ramban and Rashi how much a shekel weighed. And he gets to alcohol and he weighs it and he weighs how much like? Can you start the debate? Like Rashi. You know what I'm saying? It's all been theory. He's been living in Spain up till now. Now for the first time this trip he's able to see it. And he weighs it like Rashi. So what do you expect him to say now? What's the next sentence? What would the Ramban say at this point in time in his life? So at this point in time, he could either have not written it down, he could either excuse this from his thesis because it didn't fit with his natural work, which he spent a long time working on. So that's kind of what he did. Or on the other hand, he could say, hands down, Russian did me. Listen to the sensitivity of his words. If I'm not listening in he quotes the he says, Rabbeinu Shlomo Rashi has an incredible support for this. Listen to the sensitivity. He has a man who's looking at archaeological real digs. He's looking at archaeology. Is it absolute proof? No. He didn't say Rashi's right. He says Rashi has got an incredible support, an incredible proof. Why? Because Ramban also has the sensitivity to realize this may not be the only shekel. And in fact, 4 years afterwards, many other shkrim of different weights were found that were used at different times. So Ramban, on the one hand, then one of our teachers, Rabbi Rothschild, points to the Ramban as the most incredible integrity and honesty of the Ramban. I know this is on the one hand, and I'm wrong. It wasn't what I said. But on the other hand, I feel absolute truth. I'm able to be able to actually come to the end of Israel, appreciate what I'm seeing, what I'm feeling, and to adapt my whole life work, even at his old age, to be able to do this. This is really an astounding piece of history and culture that's coming together. What we did, what the opportunity to do was we looked at a little bit of the Ramban's methodology, his mysticism in the world and the hereafter, his disputation in the lower of Barcelona, the transcendence of that from the world of the mind to the heart, and finally how that applies in things like the language itself. I hope this has been a drop in the beginning of our
exploration in what is a transformative experience of living the Empire. Looking forward to the next week, ladies and gentlemen.
Everyone dying in the ocean, to scare you from going out there. Like, I'm afraid of sharks. Like, I don't want to go out in the ocean, but what's going on in the ocean? We see stuff coming out of the ocean all the time. What's going on
Thank you very much for coming tonight.
Sharks are real. Sharks are real. You should be scared of them. The ocean is unforgiving. Alligators. And it's a
fascinating topic, and once again, I'm thrilled to be teaching with
Jaws makes this thing boom right in your face, right? When probably before that, nobody was thinking about sharks.
Rabbi Rothschild. Last week's was really exciting. If you missed it live, you can always catch it online. And we're going to go to a totally different part of the world and the historical landscape today. We're going to move from Christian Europe to the Muslim land. And of course, for most of diaspora history, Jews experienced either living as a minority within Christian lands or living as a minority in Muslim lands. Very, very different experiences right up into the 20th century. Spain is always that somewhat complex situation because it's a triangular culture. But today we're going to go right to the heart of Muslim civilization, and we're going to look at the life of Saadia Gaon. Just a quick word on the periodization. You'll recall from the first class, Jews tend to create historiographic groupings of time based on generations of scholars, not based on external historical events. In fact, using terms like medieval with regards to Jews is very difficult because, for example, while Christian Europe was sunk in the Dark Ages, we had Rashi. Maybe a little bit later we had Rashi, but we still had, this is actually part of the Dark Ages. So the terminology that we use in the outside world doesn't necessarily fit the Jewish historiography. The period that we're talking about today is the classical Gaonic period. From the word Gaon. The word Gaon is derived from the Hebrew word Ga'ava, which means pride in the positive sense. When you say someone is a Gaon, it's someone who is worthy of pride, right? As opposed to Gaiva in the Musar sense, which means a negative kind of arrogance. If someone was a Gaon, like the villain of Gaon, of which every single Lithuanian Jew I've ever met has actually, directly related to him. The Saadia Gaon, the term Gaon is a title, like I say, a marker of great learning. It also happens to be an institutional title in this period because this is the period when the Talmud had closed and the center of Jewish learning was still in Babylon for the most part, what would be today southern Iraq and Kuwait, and it was headed up by the yeshivas there, the Babylonian yeshivas, continuing the tradition of the Talmud. So Saadia Gaon was one of those great leaders of one of the major yeshivas in the immediate post-Talmudic time. So if you recall the very first class when we talked about periodization, we have the period of the Tanaim, which is the Mishnah, the period of the Amoraim, which is the Talmud, the Gemara, then we get to the period of the Geonim, which is one step back from where we were last week, which was the Rishonim. Okay, now, one last word about his name, Saadia. It's interesting, it sounds almost Arabic. It's actually a Hebrew word, or maybe it's Aramaic. Sa'ad in Aramaic means to help, to assist. So this Sayeya, I guess the Hebrew word too. So Saadia means, helped by God, the Gaon, the Great One. Okay, so let's go straight to the material today. His years are 1882 to 942, the end of the 9th, beginning of the 10th century. His main area of activity was in Egypt and then later in Babylon. He is known as one of Judaism's first philosophers. So in order to put him in context, I have to give you a little bit of sense of what is the relationship of Judaism and philosophy, and where does he fit within this developing canon of texts? We, as Jews, have a sort of love-hate relationship with philosophy. The word philosophy is, of course, Greek in origin, as we understand philosophy as a whole to be Greek in origin. I think it was Whitehead who said that all philosophy are footnotes to Plato. Like we have this one great Greek philosopher, Plato, who's shown here in the dead, by the way. And everything that he wrote, which was essentially the teachings of his teacher, Socrates, shown here, the rather buff guy up here, that formed the Western tradition of philosophy. The word comes from philo, which means I love or to love, and sophia, which means wisdom, the love of wisdom, just the pure love of knowledge for its own sake. The Greek tradition, which developed under this man Socrates here in Periclean Athens 500 years before the Common Era, was characterized by an unremitting questioning of reality, an unremitting questioning of every fact, of every preconception. The Socratic method was so named after Socrates because he questioned absolutely everything. And he claimed to be the wisest man in all of Athens because he knew that he knew so little. For example, he meets a soldier and he says to the soldier, "Oh, you're a professional warrior, you must know something about courage." He says, "In fact, I do know something about courage." So he says to him, Charmides was his name, "Well, tell me, is courage like running blindly into battle?" And he says, no, you have to be cautious. That's not courageous to run blindly into battle. So don't worry, so it means to hold back from fights. No, sometimes you have to go and fight. So Socrates, by asking one question after another, would eventually break down the concept of courage until finally got to a kernel of what he said, this must be the essence of what courage is, and that method of teaching, of asking the students the questions and uncovering the, so to speak, to use a modern sense, I think it was Henry Moore, the sculptor, Richard Moore, what was his first name?
Control the Sonos experience directly from within the iHeartRadio app. If you've got Sonos speakers,
The sculptor, Henry Moore, right? He used to say that the sculpture was already contained within the block of marble, and his job was just to remove the excess. So that's the Socratic method of teaching. This particular picture, of course, is very famous. Jacques-Louis David, at the end of the 18th century, it depicts the famous suicide of Socrates because he was kind of a rabble-rouser and all the youth were attracted to him and he was kind of breaking down Athenian values. He was forced by the elders to either recant and refuse to teach the youth anymore or drink hemlock, a deadly poison, and he chose the latter. And here he is consoling his obviously distraught students, including Plato, who's at his knee here, and he's saying to him in a famous passage in the Apology of Socrates, death is either a just reward, pointing heavenward, or a dreamless sleep. And he drank the hemlock and he died. So as Jews, we love philosophy. We just got so into it. It got us into trouble. That's why we had the Hanukkah Rebellion, because we just loved it so much that it tended to overwhelm traditional Gemara ways of thinking and certain logical systems that did not comport with the same kind of logic that the Greeks used. But we, although we had to kind of find a balancing point with philosophy, nevertheless, we loved the pure rational aspect of it. We loved engaging in pure debate, and the sense of it, the love of wisdom, the love of truth for its own sake, really appealed to us. But we did not develop many distinctively Jewish philosophies in the ancient era. Perhaps the greatest one is this man here, Philon, also known as Philo. They named a very delicious pastry after him. You may have seen that. And he was an Egyptian scholar, a Jewish scholar, who essentially wrote a philosophy of the Bible. Because in many ways he differs from the rabbinic tradition, he has not been absorbed into the traditional canon. So you will not read Philo if you go to yeshiva. He's just sort of out there. But he had a massive influence on Christian philosophy, who borrowed from him and his translations of biblical and rabbinic texts into Greek, so a major part of it. But still, he's kind of chutz lamachane, outside of the camp in terms of the march of Jewish intellectual ideas. The first real philosopher, in the sense of the word that we're using right now, the first one to make an impact within the Jewish tradition, mainstreaming Jewish tradition, would be Sa'adat Gaon, who was not influenced directly by Greek philosophy, but by Arabic philosophy, which was in itself an inheritor of Greek philosophy. And he gave us a different way of thinking about text, thinking about tradition, that was heavily influenced by Muslim models. And perhaps the greatest innovation, in my humble opinion, I'm not an expert in this field, but his greatest innovation was in terms of his expression of those ideas. Numbered paragraphs is a kind of a Sadia S. Is that a word, Dr. Levy? Sadia S? Sadia Idik? Sadia. It's like a Sadia would do that. Sadducea? No, it's something else. He would just say, okay, like the Greeks didn't do this, but the Kalam philosophers of the Mutazilite trend, which is a Muslim way of approaching the Quran, they were using these numbered paragraphs. He said, okay, this is chapter number 1, idea number 1. Idea number 2, sub-idea 2A, and it was just so organized. It was mathematical, it was logical, it was lockstep. You would like get onto the rails and you could not get off his track because it was so straightforward. It was like, what do they say? Quid est demonstrandum, something like that. It's totally demonstrated, quod est demonstrandum. It is completely demonstrated. You can't walk away from it. That's the kind of impact he had. Off the top of your head, you may have not read too much Sadia Gaon, but who really adopted this more than anyone else, who really shaped? Rabbi? Rambam. You're cheating, you already have smicha, but you're right. The Rambam, he disagreed with Sadia Gaon in so many ways, but he loved the format. Oh my gosh, what a great way to present ideas. I happen to use it in my emails nowadays. Let's put it inside the global context now. So what is Islam, just for a quick moment to give you a sense of how this fits with the Jewish history. So Islam as a faith emerges in the 7th century from Central Arabia here, and it spreads with amazing rapidity throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, taking over the entire Arabian Peninsula in a very short period of time. You can see here the colors here. This is the solid green is when Muhammad died. I believe it was 636, 632, I think. So this is the region